Welcome. This is the August 19, 2020 regular meeting of the Holland City Council. To everyone that's here in person, welcome. To everyone outside in the parking lot, welcome. And to everyone watching on our live stream, welcome. Before I call the meeting to order, I need to make a few announcements. There are a lot of people here, both inside council chambers and outside. And there are a lot of people who want to watch and participate. We want to be respectful of everyone's rights. And in the age of COVID-19, we want to do our best to keep everybody safe and healthy. We've provided as many seats as we can inside while allowing for social distancing. We also have a speaker set up outside for people in the parking lot. You can watch the meeting through our live stream on the City of Holland YouTube channel, and it will be recorded so that you can watch it over and over again if you'd like to. I promise you will not miss anything. If you're here in City Hall, you must maintain proper social distancing and you must wear a mask at all times. I do see that there are a number of people here that do not have them on. Please put a mask on and have it cover both your nose and your mouth. Thank you. We've done a great job with that up till now. Let's keep it up so that we can keep this meeting moving forward. We have worked very hard here at the Holland City Council to have our meetings in person and allow for people to engage with us in person. And we want to be able to continue that. This council engages in civil discourse. We speak respectfully to each other, and we speak respectfully to you. And we expect the same from everyone here. Please be respectful of everyone who speaks. There should be no audience reaction, whether in support of a speaker or otherwise. And so far, everyone's done a great job. Please, let's keep it up. There are more people here than we can safely fit in council chambers. And we want everyone to have an opportunity to speak to council. Holland prides itself on being polite and respectful. And to that end, we will be inviting the people who have been waiting outside to speak first during the public comment periods. For those of you inside, we will get to you, I promise. But you have more comfortable seats, and they've been outside listening to the speaker and watching on the live stream. Our Assistant City Manager, Matt Van Dyken, will let me know when everyone outside who wants to speak has had a turn, and then those of you inside will be given the opportunity. There will be multiple public comment periods during this meeting. The first will be a general public comment period where you can speak on any subject that is not on another part of the agenda. If you're here to speak in regard to the proposed non-discrimination ordinance, or frankly any other agenda item, please hold your comments until we reach that item on the agenda. When we reach the agenda item, I will explain when and how we will receive public comments. You may only speak once in regard to any particular agenda item. Everyone who wants to speak will have the opportunity to speak, I promise. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order. Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Byrd.
Present.
Peters.
Here.
Garcia.
Here.
Trethewey.
Here.
Arnshorst.
Here.
Corbin.
Here.
Hoekstra.
Here.
Raymond. Here. Mayor Box.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We're going to begin the meeting as we have for many years with an opening prayer, immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask that you would join us if you could. Pray with me, please. Lord, we pray for the people in our community. We're a snapshot of all humanity in the streets where we live. Lord, that you said to truly love you, I must also love my neighbor, which can be difficult when we disagree or lifestyles clash. Yet in overcoming those difficulties, it's possible to see the miracle that you love someone like me. Teach us to love, Lord, as you've loved us. that this world might be a better neighborhood in which to live and share. We pray for everyone, not only those we know by name and chat with through the day, but also less familiar faces about whom we know so little and pass by with just a smile. Bless their homes and their families, and let your love and peace so shine within this community that smiles turn into conversations and strangers become friends. Lord, help us love our neighbor. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next are our consent agenda items. These are items that have been reviewed by council members in our packet. They are considered to be fairly routine, and unless a member of the audience or a member of council asks to have an item removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda, that agenda, all of those consent items will be voted on with one vote. Kathy, would you please review the consent agenda for us?
Item 4B, approval of minutes, August 5th regular meeting, August 12th study session. 4C, oaths of office. 4D, Board of Public Works, Clear Results Strategic Energy Management Program. 4E, Board of Public Works, Electric and Fiber Underground Construction Services Agreement. 4F, Board of Public Works, Engineering Contract for WRF Electrical Systems Improvements. 4G, Board of Public Works, Construction Service Contract for WTP High Service Pumps, Upgrades and Transfer from Contingency. 4H, Board of Public Works, Combustion Turbine Bore Scope Inspections. 4I, Board of Public Works, Construction Services Contract for James DeYoung Site Excavation. 4J, Board of Public Works, Revised Purchasing and Contracts Policy. 4K, City Attorney, Downtown, Report Extending Merchants' Use of Streets. 4L, City Clerk, Claims Filed Against the City. 4M, Purchasing, Approved Purchase of Fire Extraction Equipment. 4N, Management and Administrative Services, Appointment of New Director of Finance, Adopt Resolution. 4O, Revocable License Agreement, Projecting Sign, 37 East 8th Street.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there any member of the audience that would like to have an item removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda? Seeing none. Any member of council that would like to have an item removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda? No. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as read.
Move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Aaronsource. Any discussion? Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Trethewey?
Yes.
Aaronshorst?
Yes.
Corbin? Hoekstra?
Yes.
Raymond?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item is our general public comment period. If you are here to speak about something that is not otherwise on the regular agenda, this is your opportunity to do that. What we do in our public comment period is we allow for 5 minutes during our regular meetings. As you can see, there are 3 lights on the dais in front of me. There's a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. If the green light is on, that means you're doing fairly well on time. When the yellow light comes on, that means you have 1 minute left. And when the red light comes on, your time has expired. And we are very strict about our time limits. Our able city manager will be sanitizing the podium in between each one of the speakers. And so please allow for that. And when you do come to the podium, we ask that you state your name and address for the record. Also, please remember that this is one-way communication. This is your opportunity to speak to council. We will not be responding to questions at this time. And as I said at the opening of the meeting, we would appreciate civil discourse here in city council chambers. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to council at this time? Please come forward. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Sherry Walton. I live at 603 Maple Creek Drive, condominiums off of 24th Street in Holland. I did send in a notice to the clerk, Kathy, yesterday, but I wanted to make sure that you all got an opportunity to see what the discussion would be about. This is to eliminate parking at the cul-de-sac of East 26th Street, and there are numerous residents that have to use that periodically because we have no extra parking spaces in the condo itself. So we do use that occasionally, and it's not been a problem as long as those condos have been there, which is since 1985. I have one picture that shows how big the cul-de-sac is. And
Miss Walton, I hate to interrupt you at this point.
This is on the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
It's going to be on the agenda shortly.
Yes, this will be as part of our regular agenda, so we'll invite you back to speak at that point.
Oh, all right,
Okay.
so I have to wait?
Yep, please,
Okay.
please, sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you.
The information is in the packet, just so you know, they do have that information on
Okay, good.
And for those of you who don't know, that's item 8A, traffic change, parking change on West 10th Street and East 26th Street. Yeah. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council on an item that is not otherwise on the agenda? Please come forward.
Yeah, this is not on the agenda.
Okay, and could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Hema, and I am here from Grand Rapids. I have my people that come with me that I will translate. They'll speak Spanish, I will translate. So we are members of Movimiento Cosecha, a movement fighting for permanent protection, dignity, and respect for all undocumented immigrants in the United States. This movement was born out of the necessity of millions of us who have started lives and families in this country, and they are born and they're forced to live and hide out of sight. Because our visibility makes us targets, we are targets of criminal justice system, a system that seeks to make profit out of detention and deportation of employers who exploit us and pay us less wages, and because we don't have any papers. If we say the word against them, then they will call ICE. And this is our life. And yet, we believe we shouldn't live this way. This is why we fight for all of us, regardless of status, and we can live a life of dignity and respect. Movimiento Cosecha has been active in Holland for quite some time before the pandemic, and we have organized a march outside here. Some of the members here have seen us. Every day, millions of immigrants, parents, and workers get up in the morning to go to work and to take their children to school. Many have been to do it by foot because there's no public transportation or resources, or they have to ask for a ride. Many others take the risk of drive because they have no choice. Not having a license often leads to ICE detention and family separation. Under this pandemic, these lives of immigrants in our community have become more difficult. Immigrants are not considered for relief packages, financial or otherwise, by any government, not federal, not state, not local. Our communities are exploited and their labor and sacrifice to the economy. We refuse to be the sacrifice for profits. So we want the council to pass a resolution in favor of driver's licenses for all. Grand Rapids have done it, Detroit has done it, Kalamazoo have done resolutions, so that's what we're here for. And there's more of my members of the team, they're coming to speak with you.
Thank you very much, Hema. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Martin Medina, 128 West 31st Street, Holland, Michigan. a la licencia de conducir para todos en el estado de Michigan no es una idea nueva. Antes del 2008, en Michigan y en muchos otros estados había acceso para inmigrantes y todos los ciudadanos extranjeros poco documentados para obtener licencias que pudieran probar su identidad y su residencia de Michigan.
The driver's license for all in the state of Michigan is not a new idea. Before 2008, in Michigan and many other states, there was access for undocumented immigrants and other foreign nationals to obtain licenses that could provide their identity and their residency in Michigan.
El último estado en aprobar una ley de licencias de conducir para todos fue el estado de New Jersey. Hubo una coalición de instituciones, gobiernos locales y organizaciones de la comunidad empresarial, personas de fe y la gente en general que se unieron en el estado de New Jersey para hacer de su estado el 15º estado en pasar la ley que otorga acceso a personas indocumentadas, inmigrantes y otros a obtener una licencia.
The latest state to pass a bill for driver's license for all was New Jersey. There was a coalition of institutions, local governments, organizations, business community, people of faith, and the people at large. They came together in the state of New Jersey to make this state the 15th state in the union to grant the access to underdocumented immigrants and others to have licenses.
El 1 de mayo de 2018, Cosecha Grand Rapids organizó una marcha donde miles se presentaron por la dignidad y el respeto de los inmigrantes en la ciudad y el tema de la marcha fue licencias de conducir para todos. En retrospectiva, nadie en el estado estaba hablando de las licencias de conducir para inmigrantes, para el indocumentado y nuestras acciones audaces de tomar las calles. Las personas que marcharon estaban iluminando en este tema. El público no era consciente de la falta de acceso de las licencias de conducir ni tenía idea de por qué existía esta falta de acceso. Hemos cambiado la percepción y la narrativa.
2 years ago, in May 2018, Movimiento Cosecha in Grand Rapids organized a march where thousands showed up for dignity and respect for immigrants in the city, and the theme of March was driver's licenses for all. Looking back, no one in the state was talking about driver's licenses for underdocumented immigrants, and with all our bold actions of taking the streets and people in march, we shined the light on this issue. The public wasn't aware of lack of access to driver's license, nor had an idea why there was a lack of access. We have changed this perception and the narrative.
El 1 de mayo de 2019 no solo Grand Rapids marchó para obtener licencias de conducir para todos, sino que Kalamazoo y Detroit organizaron sus propias marchas con el mismo tema. Los inmigrantes de las ciudades vecinas viajaron a estas marchas y miles en todo el estado marcharon con el mismo tema.
In May of 2019, not only Grand Rapids marched for driver's licenses for all, but Kalamazoo and Detroit also organized their own marches with the same theme. Immigrants from neighbor cities traveled, and Holland as well, traveled to these marches, and thousands across the state marched in the same theme.
El movimiento ha crecido de abajo hacia arriba y de adentro hacia afuera. Ahora las ciudades, los condados están aprobando resoluciones a favor de las licencias de conducir para todos, como la ciudad de Grand Rapids y Detroit, la ciudad de Kalamazoo y el condado de Kalamazoo, el condado de Washington y el condado de Oakland. La Junta de las Escuelas Públicas de Grand Rapids aprobó unanimidad una resolución. La Junta Directiva del Estado de Michigan hizo su propia resolución y entidades comerciales como la Cámara de Comercio de West Michigan y otras partes están a favor. Organizaciones comunitarias, iglesias y personas de fe formando la coalición llamada Drive Michigan Forward en el propósito de ahora de apoyar y los esfuerzos de la comunidad inmigrante para obtener licencias de conducir ahora.
The movement has grown from the bottom up and from the inside out. Now cities and counties are passing resolutions in favor of driver's licenses for all, like Kalamazoo City, Kalamazoo County, the city of Grand Rapids, and the city of Detroit, Washtenaw County, and Oakland County. The Grand Rapids Public School Board unanimously passed a resolution, and the State Board of Education passed a resolution. Business entities like the West Michigan Hispanics Chamber of Commerce and other businesses are in favor. Community organizations, churches, and people of faith have formed a coalition
Mr.
called
Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Drive Michigan Forward.
Thank
Yeah,
you very much. Thank you. Hello, and would you please state your name and address for the record?
Darcy, I live here in Holland. Do you want my actual address?
We would like that for the record.
Oh, 1242 Central Avenue.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I'm part of the movement the same way. Okay. Only the immigrant community has been affected by the lack of access to driver's license, knows and feels the fear of driving kids to school, getting to work, going shopping, or taking a loved one to the doctor. And we are the ones that carry that on our shoulders, the risk of deportation and family separation. If you are not affected, you can just imagine the stress that immigrants are subjected to every day just by doing simple tasks of driving. This is not an American dream, but a nightmare. Proof of color has been subject to this type of oppression behind the wheel. While traffic laws are there to make every driver and the right to transport ourselves safe for everyone, for every person on the roads and on the streets, the system has a way to make drivers of color feel persecuted by the very people that is sworn to protect and serve. People of color have to educate their kids on how to be on their best behavior while experiencing a simple traffic stop. Do not do sudden moves, do not raise your voice, do not do this or that. And you could be accused of being a threat or being violent, and you could put everyone in the car in danger, or you could be killed. Immigrants have already left their homes, taking great risk and crossing dangerous terrain to come here for an opportunity to achieve their dreams that cannot be fulfilled in their own home countries because external causes like treaties that the U.S. put in place, like NAFTA, the only benefit big U.S. corporations and the of Central and South America regions by the U.S. militarized intervention affect the poor worker class that couldn't compete with the big corporation prices and had to sell their farmland to emigrate north as the only nonviolent and licit solutions to continue farming, but now in a foreign land. Some could argue that access to obtain a driver's license is a privilege, but I must tell you that freedom to transport oneself from one place to another is a right and not a privilege. The right to feel safe and not scared to drive only because you are lacking the access to documentation and how you look, the color of your skin, and what country you come from. A piece of plastic that shows how good of a driver you are and that you can be tested with the knowledge of the transit regulations established for the well-being of everyone in our community that has a necessity to move from point A to point B should not be mistaken as a proof of immigration status or be defined by it. Who doesn't have the necessity to transport themselves? An access to obtain this piece of plastic with the photo is a necessity, a right to be equal to other drivers and not a privilege since we all need to constantly move. Other cities and countries have passed resolutions in favor of driver's license for all, or they are on their way to pass them. Do not let the city of Holland be the last in line to speak up for the immigrant community. Show your support now by passing this resolution. It was hot. Sorry.
Thank you, Darcy. It is. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Martin Medina Espinosa. La dirección.
La dirección en español.
Central Avenue. No puedo nombrar. Holland, Michigan. Okay. Todos los miembros de la familia, incluidos nuestros jóvenes y adultos,
jóvenes saben que la separación familiar puede suceder. Entonces, nosotros, los niños, los adultos jóvenes, nos gustaría simplemente sentarnos en la escuela, enfocarnos en nuestro trabajo, sabiendo que nuestros padres y seres queridos podrían estar manejando para comprar alimentos, o al médico o al trabajo, y no ser detenidos por la policía para una infracción de tráfico de rutina. Okay.
Every family member, including the youth or young adults, know that family separation can happen. So our children, our young adults, would like to just focus and sit in school, but knowing that their parents and loved ones could be driving to get groceries to the doctor or to work and get stopped by the police for a routine traffic, they're or failing a signal, they cannot be they cannot be concentrated in school.
La falta de una licencia combinada con la violencia de ICE que ocurre diariamente en nuestra ciudad es traumatizante para toda nuestra generación de niños inmigrantes, adultos, jóvenes inmigrantes, y afecta el ambiente de aprendizaje en nuestras escuelas. Muchos niños han experimentado esto, por lo que aprobar una resolución para respaldar las licencias de conducir para todas las personas indocumentadas nos permite a los niños y a nuestras familias saber que no estamos solos, que alguien se preocupa por nuestros miedos y necesidades, como la ciudad de Holland. Puede pasar una resolución a favor de licencias para todos.
The lack of a license combined with ICE violence and ghosts daily in our city is traumatizing for a whole generation of immigrant children and immigrants of youth. It affects the learning atmosphere in our schools. Many kids have experienced this. So passing a resolution to support driver's licenses for all undocumented folks, let our children know and our family know that we are not alone, that somebody cares about and worry about our fears and is doing something about it. Like the city of Holland can pass a resolution in favor of driver's licenses for all.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Griselda Chavez. My address is Central Avenue, Holland, Michigan. Somos un movimiento formado por padres y madres, hijos e hijas, nietos, abuelos. Nuestro movimiento cuenta con la participación de toda la familia, desde los más pequeños hasta los mayores. Como movimiento para la gente, nuestro trabajo es con la gente. No bailamos con partidos políticos, no tenemos reuniones con ellos a puerta cerrada. Sabemos que una invitación a sentarse en la mesa es una técnica que los políticos usan para cooptar nuestros movimientos.
We're a movement made up for fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, grandchildren and grandparents. Our movement has participation of the whole family, from the youngest to the eldest. As a movement of people, our work is with the people. We do not dance with political parties. We do not have meetings with them behind closed doors. We know that an invitation to sit at the table is a tactic the politicians use to co-opt our movement.
No estamos aquí para rogarte que nos escuches. Hacemos más por nuestra comunidad que ustedes como nuestros representantes. Hemos protegido a los miembros de la comunidad de ICE. Hemos encontrado recursos cuando los miembros de nuestra comunidad no pueden pagar la comida de nuestra vivienda y hemos marchado y reunido para que se pueda presentar una propuesta de licencia de conducir para todos. Y ustedes, los políticos, ¿dónde han estado? ¿Qué han hecho?
We are not here to beg you to listen to us. We do more for our community than you have, our representatives. We protect our community for the members for ICE. We have found resources for our community members because they can afford housing because of the pandemic. We have marched and rally to propose a driver's licenses for all that could be introduced. Where have you been? Where the politicians have been? What have you done?
Estamos aquí para darle la oportunidad de demostrar que está del lado correcto de la justicia, y si lo hace, respaldará nuestra lucha por una licencia de conducir al aprobar una resolución de apoyo.
We are here to give you a chance to show that you stand in the right side of justice, and that you do, and you will support the fight for driver's license by passing a resolution for driver's licenses for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Fidela and 1242 Central Avenue. En octubre del 2018, 40 inmigrantes de todo el estado de Michigan hicieron una peregrinación de 5 días desde Grand Rapids a la capital del estado de Lansing para llamar la atención sobre nuestra campaña de licencias para todos. Caminamos, bailamos, cantamos y cantamos bajo la lluvia a pesar de los desafíos físicos y emocionales que enfrentamos en el camino. Al caminar y protestar, estamos inspirando a nuestra comunidad y haciendo crecer nuestro movimiento. Todos los días, cuando los inmigrantes de todos los rincones del estado estén listos para actuar juntos, tendremos el poder de ganar, dijo Ana. Uno de los miembros de nuestro círculo. Desde entonces, también hemos planeado y participado en marchas y movilizando el 1 de mayo del Día Internacional de los Trabajadores para sacar a la luz la difícil situación de los trabajadores inmigrantes en los Estados Unidos.
In October of 2018, 40 immigrants from all over the state of Michigan made a 5-day pilgrimage from Grand Rapids to the state capitol in Lansing to bring attention to our campaign for driver's licenses for all. We walked, we danced, sang, and chanted through the rain, despite the physical and emotional challenges we faced along the way. By walking, we are inspiring our community and growing the movement every day. When immigrants from every corner of the state are ready to take action together, there will be power within. Since we have also planned to participate in marches, we also mobilized on May 1st this year, International Workers' Day, to bring the plight of immigrant workers in the United States, which includes our fight for a driver's license.
Que incluye nuestra lucha por las licencias, hemos marchado en desfiles y participado en festivales comunitarios, siempre llevando nuestro mensaje a nuestra gente. Además, también nos hemos manifestado y protestado en diferentes partes de nuestra ciudad. Tácticas que han sido examinadas tanto por los funcionarios de la ciudad como por la policía. Pero nuestra lucha puede resistir cualquier crítica, porque la lucha por la dignidad y el respeto no se detendrá, ni siquiera por la policía.
We have marched in parades and participated in community festivals, always bringing our message to our people. In addition, we have also rallied and protested in different parts of the state and we have been scrutinized by both city officials and police. But our fight can withstand any criticism because the fight for dignity and respect will not be stopped, not even by the police.
Todo este trabajo ha resultado en la introducción de un proyecto de ley de la legislatura estatal que otorgaría licencias de conducir a todos, independientemente de nuestro estado legal, a partir del 31 de octubre del año pasado. Se introdujo una propuesta de ley para licencias para todos, que todos ustedes, los comisionados de la ciudad de Holland, pueden apoyar como una señal de respaldan a la comunidad inmigrante al aprobar una resolución en apoyo de las licencias. ¿Usted respalda esta propuesta?
All of this work has resulted in the introduction of a bill at the state legislature that will grant driver's licenses for all, regardless of our legal status. As October 31st of last year, there is a proposal that you all and the City Commission of Holland can support and sign that you can stand with the immigrant community by passing a resolution in support of driver's license. You can also support this legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I thought this was limited to 5 minutes apiece. You're allowing this woman to use other people to talk?
There, sir, each person is allowed 5 minutes. There are separate people that are speaking. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Karina Medina, 128 West 31st Street, Holland, Michigan.
Thank you.
Tiene sentido que el gobernador, el secretario de Estado y el fiscal general apoyen las licencias de conducir para nuestros vecinos indocumentados, porque hasta el 2008 el Estado de Michigan lo emitió sin problemas. Una opinión del fiscal general de Michigan en 1995 concluyó que no había ninguna ley que impidiera que un inmigrante indocumentado estableciera su residencia en Michigan. El estatuto relevante definía a un residente como aquel que reside en un hogar o domicilio establecido o permanentemente con la intención de permanecer en ese estado, y no continúa ninguna referencia a la ciudadanía o el estado migratorio. Esto permitió a los inmigrantes obtener una identificación de Michigan y una licencia de conducir.
It makes sense that the governor, the Secretary of State, and the Attorney General supports driver's licenses for undocumented neighbors, because up to 2008, the state of Michigan issued them with no problem. In 1995, Michigan Attorney General opinion concluded there was no law precluding an undocumented immigrant from establishing residency in Michigan. The relevant statute defined a resident as one who resides in settled or permanent home or domicile with the intention of remaining in the state, and it contained no reference to citizenship or immigration status. These allow immigrants to secure Michigan ID and driver's licenses.
Pero en el 2007 el fiscal general Mike revocó esa decisión diciendo que solo aquellos que poseían tarjetas de residencia permanentemente podrían establecer la residencia. En enero del 2008, la secretaria del Estado, Terry Lynn, se puso del lado de esa decisión de Cox, diciendo que los inmigrantes indocumentados no podían obtener licencias. La gobernadora Jennifer Granholm se puso al lado de Land al negar las licencias. Más tarde, ese mismo año, en 2008, los legisladores estatales aprobaron una ley que aclaraba que los inmigrantes indocumentados no podían obtener licencias de conducir, enviando a más de 100,000 inmigrantes, cambiando
De repente las circunstancias para los inmigrantes que han vivido aquí durante décadas y que ahora manejan con licencias vencidas para trabajar, llevar a sus hijos a la escuela e ir a la iglesia.
But in 2007, Attorney General Mike Cox reversed the decision, saying that only those holding permanent resident cards could establish residency. In January of 2008, Secretary of State Terry Land then sided with Cox's ruling, saying the undocumented immigrants could not get the license. Governor Jennifer Granholm sided with Land and denied driver's license. Later in the year 2008, state legislatures passed a law that clarified that undocumented immigrants could not get driver's license, sending over 100,000 immigrants, suddenly changing the circumstances from immigrants who have lived here for decades, who are now driving on expired licenses to work, to take care of the children, and to go to church.
Haga que la ciudad de Holland sea seguro nuevamente. Haga que las carreteras sean seguras, otorgando las licencias a todos los conductores calificados y ayuden a proteger a nuestros vecinos de la causa más común de separación de familias. Aprobar la resolución para admitir licencias de conducir e identificaciones estatales para inmigrantes indocumentados.
Make this city of Holland safe again. Make the roads safe by licensing all qualifying drivers and help protect our neighbors from the most common cause of family separation. Pass a resolution to support driver's licenses and the state IDs for undocumented immigrants.
Y voy a acabar con esto. Antes de que empezara la pandemia, usted en la página de la ciudad de Holland dijo que todos éramos un solo Holland y le estamos pidiendo que lo demuestre.
You said, and before the pandemic started, in the Holland page, you said that there was only one Holland, and then this is an opportunity for you to show that we belong. This is one Holland.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to remind members of the audience, please do have both your mouth and your nose covered with your mask. I recognize it's hot. It's hot for us as well. I recognize it's uncomfortable. None of us are enjoying wearing the mask, but we must do that for the safety of all of us. Thank you.
Are we following the executive order?
Our rules here in council, sir, are to wear masks covering both your mouth and your nose, please.
So the executive order doesn't mean anything.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Silvia Ortiz y soy de ciudadana de Holland. Es condescendiente con la comunidad inmigrante que los políticos afirmen son los únicos que tienen preocupaciones de seguridad con respecto a las licencias de conducir. Por supuesto, también nos preocupamos nosotros los inmigrantes, pero para que quede claro, esto es lo que nosotros, aquellos directamente afectados por el injusto sistema de inmigración de los Estados Unidos, queremos constantemente, nos dicen, que no deberíamos luchar por la licencia de conducir porque tener una licencia facilitaría que ICE nos identifique. La realidad es que ya estamos en la mira y criminalizados por conducir sin una licencia o una licencia vencida. Sabemos que si así lo desean, el secretario de Estado puede compartir la base de datos de licencias con ICE y el FBI. Es por eso que luchamos contra la complicidad con ICE en todos los niveles y es importante que la ciudad de Holland nos apoye en esta lucha, pasando una resolución a favor de licencias para todos. Decir que una licencia nos pondrá en mayor riesgo es simplemente falso. Lo cierto es que ya vivimos con ese riesgo todos los días. Y en todo caso, tener una licencia nuevamente disminuiría significativamente nuestro riesgo de detención.
It is patronizing to the immigrant community for politicians to claim to be the only ones that have safe concerns about driver's licenses. Of course, we have concern too, but to make it clear This is what we, those directly impacted by the unjust immigration system in the U.S., we want. We are constantly told that we should not be fighting for driver's licenses because having a license will make it easier for ICE to target us. In reality, we are already targeted and criminalized for driving without a license or expired license. We know that if they choose to, the Secretary of State can share the license database with ICE or with the FBI. This is why we fight against complicity with ICE at all levels. And it is important for the City of Holland to support us in the fight by passing a resolution in favor of licenses for all. To say that licenses will put us more at risk is simply not true. What's true is that we are already live with the risk every day. If anything, having a license again will decrease our risk for detention significantly.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council on a matter that is not otherwise on the agenda? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Next item on the agenda, item 7, special order of the day, public hearings, amendment to GDK Brownfield plan. Mr. Van Beek.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I think we might have just a momentary pause here. Oh, here we have. Presenting to you tonight is Finance Director Tim Vogley. Yes, you approved by consent agenda his replacement, but he's still going to be with us through the rest of the year. I'm thinking about Finance Director Emeritus. Sounds like a great title.
Mr. Vogley's always welcome here.
Exactly. He's going to introduce our two other presenters. What's before you tonight is a recommended Brownfield amendment plan that Tim will describe more, and that is being recommended unanimously by our Brownfield board. Hi, Tim.
Hello. So tonight we want to, there's going to be a public hearing. Following the public hearing to discuss the amendment, the first amendment to the Brownfield plan regarding properties that we refer to as the GDK properties, but it's basically the properties between River and Pine and 7th and 9th and 8th, between that corridor. Brownfield was approved, plan was approved in 2016, and tonight we want to amend that to address a building that wasn't originally anticipated in that plan. Following the public hearing, we're going to ask you to approve a resolution. That resolution will approve the amendment, and it will further approve a reimbursement agreement with the developer. GDP intends to invest about $8.5 million in a beautiful building, and I'm going to let Chuck describe that in a minute. There's some significant investment in the preparation of the soils and the surfaces to get that building reconstructed. Those are eligible for Brownfield TIF reimbursement, tax increment financing. So we're requesting an amendment to the plan that will allow for approximately 5 years of the taxes paid on this property will reimburse then the developer for these eligible expenses. I'll stop there and I'll introduce two people with me tonight, and one is Chuck Geenan, one of the developers, and then Kirk Perschbacher is here as well, and he's with the environmental firm FTC&H that will provide technical answers to questions if you have those. So first is Mr. Geenan.
Never got service like this, did you, Chuck?
And Chuck, would you please state your name and address for the record?
I will. I'm Chuck Geenan. I live at 1276 Beach Drive in Holland, and a City of Holland resident. And we are the developer, so it's GDP, which is Geenan DeCock Properties, is the developer of this property. And we've also, as you know, or maybe remember, we have been developing the rest of the block of River to Pine between 8th and 9th Street. This project goes up on the corner of 9th and River, northwest corner. It had a previous building there that we have demolished, which was the old, originally Mutual Bank, and then renovated into the Baker Furniture Retail. That building, though, was preceded, or there was a building before that, that was the old Brower Furniture Building. And so what we tried to do was take the design elements from the previous building, the Brower Furniture Building, and incorporate those into this new building. And we've worked with our client, the Rest Haven Group, and they will be occupying, there's the building of the old Brower Furniture. So you can see there's some resemblance between the two. And we worked with Rest Haven and said, we'd like to work with you. And so we've put together a project that includes 21 residential units on floors 2 through 5, and some retail main floor space on the ground floor. Also, there'll be a small area of covered parking, and we've got in this plan all new snow melt and brick pavers and pedestrian ways and landscaping to finish out that corner, the same quality of what we've been doing in the rest of the block on 8th Street. So the Brownfield is for some of the site work, which includes demolition and some of the other specific site costs for this project. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from council? Great, thanks, Chuck.
Okay.
Public hearing.
I'll now open up the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak in regard to the amendment to the GDK Brownfield plan? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What is the pleasure of council?
Move we approve?
Moved by Hoekstra. Is there support? Support by Trethewey. Any discussion? Yeah, Mike.
Chuck, you continually surprise me with your creativity. Unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember the Brower Furniture Building there, so it's going to, I think Jay is too. Yeah.
The question is, did you work there?
I know.
No.
So taking some of the design elements from that building, which was kind of unique on that corner to begin with, and bringing them back, I was a little skeptical about a 5-story building there until you showed me what was there before, and now I remember, and once is coming back again. Thank you. That block is looking very great. Got a couple little outlots yet that I'm sure you're working on, but you do bring a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of investment, and some unique design to that area. So thank you very much.
Any other comments from council? Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Peters. Yes. Garcia.
Yes.
Trethewey.
Yes.
Arnsworth.
Yes.
Corbin. Hoekstra.
Yes.
Raymond.
Yes.
Byrd.
Yes.
Mayor Box.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item number 8, unfinished business, 8A, traffic change, parking change on West 10th Street and East 26th Street. Mr. Van Beek.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council. Usually you have Transportation Director Brian White handling this, but with an otherwise night, I'm pinch hitting for him. You will recall that when we have these types of parking changes that are requested from the community, typically they're triggered by the community, what we do is we put it on one of your agendas, you table it, we send that information out to the neighborhood to see if there's any public comment, and then we bring it back to the table. So that's the place that we're at tonight. I will let you know that the first item is parking changes near First United Methodist Church on 10th Street. You have that information in your packet. There's kind of a You can kind of see that on your overhead. But basically, they're asking for 5 parking spaces for a period of time to be no parking to assist with parents dropping off their children. There was no public comment that was received on that item, and staff, through the traffic committee that meets and reviews these, is recommending approval of that item. I will just move on and talk to the second one. That is parking changes at the cul-de-sac road end of East 26th. And in this situation, we had, my understanding is we had people that live on 26th that brought this request forward to the traffic committee, who reviewed it. What they found is that this is an area where at the end of the cul-de-sac, like we have in many other areas, there's an emergency access that goes into Mapleview condos. There also is a fire hydrant along that cul-de-sac. And the property owners along 26th asked that we review it, posted as no parking because there were a variety of problems associated with that. Our traffic committee also noted problems with blocking the fire hydrant, the emergency access, and sometimes larger trucks having a hard time making the turn in the cul-de-sac. Earlier this evening, you did hear someone here that started to speak to this. I don't know if she's here yet or not, but you do have that information in your packet. It's a resident of Mapleview Condos that has a letter and is asking that you do not take this action. And I see she's back there, so in a moment, I'm sure I'll let her represent her point of view instead of me, but you do have that information also.
All right, thank you. I think it makes sense for us to take these separately. And for the members of the audience, this will be a good trial run for a future item on the agenda as well, just so that you understand the process. We've just asked staff to provide a brief report to council. At this point, I'm going to ask council for a motion in regard to the recommendation. Once that motion has been made and has been seconded, I will then open up the item for public comment. And we'll be doing that for the next couple of items that are here. And then after everyone who wants to has spoken in regard to the matter, then council will deliberate and there will not be any further public comment in regard to that item. So is there a motion from council in regard to the 10th Street recommendation?
Motion to adopt recommendation.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support?
Support.
Support. I'm going to give that one to Byrd. Now, I'm going to open it up. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to speak in regard to the 10th Street parking change? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period in regard to the 10th Street parking change. Discussion from council. Seeing none. Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Garcia,
Yes.
Trethewey,
Yes.
Arnsworth,
Yes.
Corbin, Hoekstra,
Yes.
Raymond,
Yes.
Byrd,
Yes.
Peters, Mayor Box.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, I will entertain a motion from council in regard to the East 26th Street proposed parking change.
Motion to adopt recommendation.
Moved by Trethewey. Is there support? Support from Hoekstra. I will now open the public comment period in regard to the East 26th Street proposed parking change. Ms. Wolton, that is you in the back, is it not? If you would like to address council at this time, I promised you earlier in the meeting we would invite you back. I'm inviting you back. This is the appropriate time. And would you please, just for the record, please state your name and address for the record again?
Sherry Walton, 603 Maple Creek Drive in the Maple Creek condominiums. And as I stated before, I'm here on behalf of quite a few of the residents, not all, that get to use, over the last 35 years, a couple of spots. And I did hear you say that there's a emergency gate, emergency road. There is. It's a gate that's quite a ways away. It's way to the north of where the two spots are that are parking. We've been using that land for city-owned for the last, since it's been built in 1985. So my request is that we leave it how it is and continue to park. It's never been an issue. There's never been any problems to my knowledge. My own family member has had to use it when he moves here, back and forth between California and Michigan, and he uses it up there. Stays for 2 or 3 weeks, and he gets to park up there because there's not any extra parking in the condominium association area. So I'll keep it quick. I'd like you to say yes, leave it how it is. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. Any discussion from council?
Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry, we have somebody else here, I apologize. I closed the public comment period too quickly. Oh, before you step to the podium, Mr. Van Beek, did you? At least I remembered that. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Steve Cloutier. I live at 315 Maple Creek Court. I urge the council to go along with the recommendations because that property is public property, and we don't need to have cars parked in that area. And as far as extra parking goes, there is parking spaces within Maple Creek condominiums. And if there are cars that are there parked illegally, I urge that the traffic division tickets those vehicles and/or tows them away, as they should not be there. And I, as a resident, don't like the idea that there are cars there. And there's a gate there that's for emergency use, and I can see where there's possibilities of cars being parked and in the way of emergency vehicles. And as a resident, I certainly don't want that to happen. So I, again, urge the council to go along with the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And is there anyone else here to speak in regard to the proposed 26th Street parking change?
My name is Tammy Pinkney. I live at 642 Maple Creek Drive. I am the secretary of the board of my Maple Creek condominiums. For some reason, our past president got the letter that we were going to have to not park there on 26 cul-de-sac. I have a clear view with that from my condo, and a lot of the semis that come through there with the trailers have a hard time turning in that cul-de-sac when you got cars parked there. I took pictures of a car that's been parked there for over a week with the for sale sign on it. It's a resident. Now, I sent out a letter to all our residents. There is parking for a fee up on 28th Street by the storage units. So there's no excuse why they would park there. So my recommendation is, if they're parking there and they're not supposed to and hindering somebody else from parking there, they should be ticketed or hauled away. Okay?
Thank you, Tammy.
Yep.
Is there anyone else here to speak in regard to 26th Street? Yeah, please come forward. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Will. My name is Sue Cloutier, and I live at 315 Maple Creek Court. And I am on the board of Maple Creek condominiums, but I'm here as a resident, not here as a representative of the board, because I feel as a resident, I have a right to state my view without what they have to say. So I am the only person on the board that actually lives on the court. And residents have been abusing our parking privileges for a long time. So we've tried to implement policies, and it just seems to get us nowhere. So our latest one was to have this alternative parking up at the storage units on 26th Street. And instead, still people are parking on the cul-de-sac. And I looked at your pictures online, which were really awesome, to say the least. And all of that property is clearly yours. It's not ours. And if, you know, people are having a problem using the cul-de-sac per, you know, the ordinances for the city charter, then I think you need to do what you need to do and make it no parking. But I also, you know, I'm concerned that people are parking in front of that fire gate, because I believe there was a complaint on that too when I had called and talked to the city. So, yeah, just make it no parking. That would take care of a lot of problems, and quite frankly, it needs to happen. So, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Sue.
Bye-bye.
And is there anyone else here to speak in regard to the proposed East 26th Street parking change?
Perfectly, I interrupted you. It's okay. It's okay. Just to kind of ask a clarifying question, and Ms. Coutier probably has already addressed that, but the property we're talking about is at the end of the right-of-way of 26th Street, city right-of-way, and is not part of the property of the condominium. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. Simple question. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thanks, Dave. Any other comments from council? Yes, Lynn.
And again, Sue may have answered this, but is one of the issues that people are parking in front of that emergency gate?
I think we've heard that concern tonight. I think there were pictures, and I hope you received that. If not, I can walk them around. The cars quite often are parking in the grass around the cul-de-sac. And I know that we've observed sometimes parking too close, at least to the fire hydrant, inhibiting that. And as I think you've heard some of the residents at least say tonight too, that there are sometimes in that area some trucks that have a hard time making the turn in the cul-de-sac even when so yes, we've had some complaints, and as you know, when we get those, instead of just we turn it over to the traffic committee, so we have our kind of cross-functional team of staff that go out, take a look at the issue, then take a vote on it, and their recommendation in this case is that you would adopt the no parking in this area.
Any other questions? Discussion by council? Yes, Quincy.
So I know we have had complaints. Have we had complaints where there was an emergency?
I don't have that information, Quincy, I'm sorry. Brian might be able to, but we have observed parking that would have inhibited fire hydrant use if it was needed at that moment.
Any other questions, comments from council? Kathy, would you please call the roll?
We need a motion. Or are you doing?
Nope, we do have a
the
motion.
same?
We had a
Same
motion
one?
prior to the public comment. We have a motion to approve the recommendation to add no parking zone in
Got
that
it,
area.
sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
Trethewey.
Yes.
Arnshorst.
Yes.
Corbin. Hoekstra.
Yes.
Raymond.
Yes.
Byrd.
Yes.
Peters. Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Box.
Yes. Motion passes. Motion passes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, item 8B, Chapter 25, Protection Against Discrimination. Recommendation to, or actually with no recommendation coming from staff in this regard. There is one comment that I'm going to make before I toss it to you, Keith, and that is it has to do with the next item on the agenda, just as kind of a preface. We've been receiving in-person public comment. We have also been receiving email public comment to our email address, publiccomment@cityofholland.com. I know we as council members have been receiving comments and forwarding them onto that address as well. We did have a cutoff period of, I believe, at about 4:30 this afternoon. And at that point, there were 173 email comments of over 200 pages of comments. If you do not see your public comment on there, it's probably because it was received after that after that period. But we will be receiving those into the record later. But I just wanted to make that comment for folks before we moved on in this agenda item.
And additionally, I would just add, Mayor, as we've been having them for, quite frankly, months now, we didn't accumulate them all up until this point of time. So we also had hundreds of them that have been received by council in prior weeks.
Right. That 173 is in the last 2 weeks. All right. Mr. Van Beek, staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council. I'm just going to highlight a few things contextually and also process, and then I'm going to hand it over to the city attorney. So on January 8, 2020, City Council unanimously approved a motion to direct the city manager and the city attorney to supply council with possible options, not recommendations, concerning the potential change to the city's discrimination ordinances relevant to housing and employment. Additionally, this list of options should include an evaluation of possible risk or exposure to the city of Holland, which I think sometimes has been forgot. That was definitely part of the review made by Ron and myself. Staff did, I'm going to say, actually kind of violate one of the items in there in making a recommendation, and I've made this clear to you, where we did ask and encourage council to, whether it be in a policy or an ordinance, that you include a procedure section whereby complaints that could be received would actually be referred rather than investigated by city staff. We've had a long-standing relationship with the Fair Housing Center that has done that service for us in some areas. Otherwise, to the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. Ron will outline in a second why, I think at least there's a couple reasons why we did recommend that, and that is still in the ordinance as it's outlined tonight. Third, there was a question that Quincy asked on the history of inquiries or complaints to the Human Relations Department. And I'm just going to outline a response to that for Quincy from Esther Fifelski, our Director of Human Relations. She's been here, so she looked back about 6-7 years, and there have been what I'm going to call a handful of inquiries about domestic partnerships, requests for more education, or what the process would be. There is no record of a complaint filed directly with us, but Esther was quick to point out that because of our relationship with the Fair Housing Center and in other areas, the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, the thought is there have been times where people have bypassed us and filed those directly with those entities, which of course they're allowed to do. Finally, council decided not to move forward a handful of weeks ago with a policy option. So tonight is the scheduled final reading and vote on the Protection Against Discrimination Ordinance. I, of course, will be ready and able to answer any questions that you might have, but otherwise I'm going to hand it over to City Attorney Ron Vanderveen, who will outline what's in the ordinance before you tonight, what it does, what it doesn't do, and the elements of that ordinance. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. What you have before you is an ordinance that will adopt Chapter 25 of the Ordinance Code to prohibit discrimination. It starts out in Section 1 as a policy statement indicating that it's a policy of the city to prohibit denial of equal protection of the law, denial of civil rights and discrimination based on, and then lists the categories of protected classes, age, race, national origin, color, disability, education, familial status, sex, sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity, height, marital status, religion, source of income, or weight. All categories that mirror state law, and in fact, in the next section, we refer to definitions in state law that are incorporated into the ordinance with 3 exceptions. sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity. Those items are not in the statute, as we've discussed before. They are items that are the interpretation, administrative interpretation by the Department of Civil Rights. And these three items, as well as basically almost the whole ordinance, comes from the model ordinance that has been adopted or proposed by the Michigan Department of Civil Rights back a couple years ago. The heart of the ordinance really is Section 3, which prohibits discrimination. Prohibits discrimination in employment, in broad facets of housing, in public accommodations, and the delivery of public services. And that prohibits discrimination because of the various protected classes that I just had read off. There are exceptions to the rules, as with about any rule. Section 4 lists exceptions. Those exceptions come from state law. Again, we're trying to, in drafting this, we're trying to model state law so it mirrors that, and I'll explain why in a couple of minutes. But these exceptions come from state law, and are also exceptions that come from the model ordinance that's been proposed by the Department of Civil Rights. As I've mentioned in past meetings, in adopting an ordinance, the city has a broad sort of playing field to act in, but the city cannot allow something that's prohibited by state law, nor can the city prohibit something that's specifically allowed by state law. So between those two goalposts, the city could act, and these exceptions relate to those areas that the city cannot act in. Then we get to Section 5 that deals with complaint procedures, and here basically the organization of that section is that a person who believes they were discriminated against can file a complaint with the city. The complaint would go to the Department of Human Relations, and the director would gather information on that complaint and forward that to the Michigan Department of Civil Rights or the Fair Housing Center of West Michigan. It would be the Fair Housing Center, obviously, if it's a housing complaint. It'd be the Department of Civil Rights if it's any other type of discrimination complaint. And that was set up that way on purpose because it allows the city then to defer to the expertise of the state agency, the Department of Civil Rights, that spends all of their time investigating and dealing with discrimination complaints, and the Fair Housing Center that also deals with housing complaints and housing issues. It defers to the broad remedies that are available under state law, which are not things that we can go as broad under an ordinance. And so the Michigan Department of Civil Rights has a much broader array of things they can do to protect against discrimination. And then there's also the Michigan Department of Rights established procedures that guarantee due process and fairness between the complaining person on the one hand and the respondent or the party that's alleged to have discriminated on the other, who can respond to the complaint and have their day in a hearing. Sections 6 and 7 deal with what I would say are rare situations where the Department of Civil Rights might not act on a complaint, that the city might want to act on a complaint. That would not be a situation where the state agency has determined there's no discrimination, but a situation where the state's determined that there might be discrimination but not act on it. And that would be a prosecution for a civil infraction. Right now, under our current ordinance on housing, a violation is a misdemeanor. This would make a violation a civil infraction. It would also impose the option for the city to declare someone to be in default, which has an effect under the charter, under state law as well, of no longer being qualified to be awarded a contract or for an official appointment with the city while they're in default under the ordinance. Also, it could be cause for suspending a business license. The city issues a number of business licenses under Chapter 17 of the Ordinance Code, and this would apply to those. Although there's a number of licenses, I also would caution there are not that many businesses in town that really are required to have licenses. A lot of businesses don't fall within those categories. Section 8 provides for a report to council, so council can hear what kind of complaints, how many complaints and the data on those. that come in and be aware of how this ordinance is impacting. And then section 9 it deals with interpretation. And while subsection A talks about liberally interpreting it to achieve its purposes, it also includes subsection B that prohibits that it's not to be interpreted to prohibit or interfere with a person's or religious institution's free exercise of religion. That's protected under federal law and state law as well. So again, what we tried to do is mirror state law and coming up with this draft of the ordinance, using a referral, we referred to as a referral system for processing complaints, referring them to state agencies that are able to best handle these things. It also takes the city out of the litigation area as much as possible. I can never guarantee that no one would ever file a lawsuit against the city involving this ordinance. But I think that the way we've got this structured best protects the city from that as well, because we've protected the most frequent litigation I think that could come out of this would be the freedom of expression, freedom of religion type defenses. And we've included those as exceptions under the ordinance for that protection. And then the other area of the frequent litigation would be the enforcement litigation, and that would be something that the Department of Civil Rights would be involved in, not the city. And so be glad to answer any questions.
All right. Before I entertain a motion, any questions council has of staff? Yes, Scott.
Mr. Vandenveen, you've mentioned that under protection, under sections 25(4)B exemptions, that there's religious protections. Does that include protections for the employees and members of those establishments?
I couldn't quite hear all of that.
So you mentioned that there are exemptions for religious institutions or establishments.
Right.
Does that also include the members or employees of each of those establishments?
I would say that it would. It's going to be the Department of Civil Rights that's going to interpret that. It is one of the exceptions that they apply that comes from state law.
Okay, thank you. Another question?
Sure.
So you mentioned that we modeled this ordinance from the model ordinance provided by the Civil Rights Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In that model ordinance, or we mirrored that model ordinance, it mentions in the footnotes that there are cases holding that gender expression is included and thus protected by the exclusion of gender. So, if this line is a case is sufficiently acceptable, it may eliminate the necessity of adding the word gender expression. Is that correct? That's in the footnotes of the template or the model ordinance?
I
Page
have to look back
105.
at the footnotes in that. I think there is case law out there that indicates gender expression is not included in the federal statute. I believe other state statutes as well. I don't know that there's any state law cases in Michigan on that subject. The Attorney General has in the past indicated that that was the case. The current process status with the Department of Civil Rights is that they have interpreted it to the state statute to include protection for gender expression, gender identity. And the current Attorney General has indicated that they may proceed with pursuing that approach. I understand that there's a lawsuit that was filed a couple months ago in the Court of Claims that challenges that position, but that nothing has really happened with that lawsuit at this point, and not expected at this point either. It takes a little longer.
So the model ordinance that we're modeling from states under the footnotes provided by the Civil Rights Commission that if we mention gender in our ordinance, it's not necessarily required for us to mention gender expression because that's assumed to be included. Okay.
I would expect that that's the case, yes.
So a third question is, and I brought this up before with council, and again, I'm looking at the construction of this, that's all, okay? Please don't interpret it anything differently as from the public, other than construction, what we put together here. So under Elliott Larson, the act itself, or the interpretive law provided by the Civil Rights Commission, gender expression is not articulated in either one of those two documents. Is that correct?
Gender expression is a definition that is in their model ordinance.
In the model ordinance, but not in the law. When I say law, I mean by
Statute.
the Elliott Larson Act or the interpretive statement, which is considered law.
That is correct. The ordinance was adopted by the Civil Rights Commission, just like the interpretive statement was adopted. The ordinance was adopted, in fact, I think a year or two earlier. It was prior to the interpretive statement. But it is part of what the Civil Rights Commission did adopt. But
Thank
you're
you.
right, it's not in their interpretive statement, and it's not in the statute language itself.
Yeah, because I believe the courts back in '93 said interpretive language is considered law, but not adopting an ordinance or a template or a model ordinance is not considered law. Only interpretive language.
I'm sorry, yeah, the interpretive statement is not necessarily law, but it's an interpretation of what the law is. I think that's probably a little bit of a nuance there. But an administrative agency like the Department of Civil Rights administers laws. Sometimes there's ambiguities in the terms that are used in laws, and they interpret those laws then in the scope of their activities. Until it's interpreted otherwise by the courts, then their interpretation would apply.
So they interpreted the other language, but they never included gender expression in their interpretive language, but yet they put it into the model ordinance.
I believe that's true, yeah. They definitely did put it in the model ordinance.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions of staff? I'll entertain a motion in regard to Chapter 25, Protection Against Discrimination. What is the pleasure of council?
Move we adopt the ordinance?
Moved by Hoekstra. Is there support? Support by Peters. As a refresher, I'm going to open it up for public comment at this period. And I'm going to give a little refresher to the members of the public. For those who are here to speak in person, you are limited to 5 minutes each. As I said, about an hour and a half ago or so already, there are 3 lights in front of me: a green light, a yellow light, and a red light. The green light means you're doing okay on time. The yellow light means there is 1 minute left. And when the red light comes on, your time has expired. And if you've been paying attention, we are very strict about that.
Point of order, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
A question would be is, do we make or can we make a motion to amend the current motion? And would that be what is public commented on, or would it only be commented on the current motion?
I'm going to refer to our chief governance officer and our city attorney as the point in time that would be appropriate for council members to move to make an amendment to the proposed motion.
You know, I think under Robert's Rules of Order, at any time before a motion is voted upon, a motion to amend can be made. I would think that it's appropriate if someone intends to make a motion to amend, that be addressed first, and then allow the public's comment to reflect the actual question that's before the body, before council.
So I want to make sure I've got this very clear. If a motion is made to amend, we have the opportunity to discuss that, or should I be opening that
Yes.
up for public comment as well?
Now, you would have the opportunity to discuss the motion to amend. The motion be made to amend is seconded. I think technically under your rules, if somebody wants to speak to the motion to amend, they can come to the podium and wait to be recognized. And then they could comment on the motion to amend, and then you can discuss it and vote.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna ask you to hold off just a second if there's something else that you were gonna do, because I want to run through the public comment standards first, just so that people understand where it is, and then I will turn and look at you, I promise.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For those of you who may be coming up for public comment, please remember that you are speaking to council. Please address us and not others in the room. Also remember that this is one-way communication. We will not be answering questions or engaging in conversation with the audience. That is the way that it always is. And again, no audience reactions, pro or con. This council strives to be a model of civil discourse. We expect the same of everyone that's here. And as Keith has been doing, he'll clean the podium in between each speaker. And when you come forward, please do state your name and address for the record, and please do your best to speak clearly into the microphone so we and everyone can hear you. We do understand it's more difficult to speak with the masks on, but we appreciate that. Mr. Corbin, I promised that I would take a look at you as soon as I was done saying that. Is there something that you would like to say at this point?
Again, please, I'm looking at this from a construction perspective of how we're building this ordinance and making sure that it's can continue to be supported into the future. But my amendment would be, or my motion or amendment to that would be to strike the words sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity under the meaning section of section 25-2 definitions, and the extended definitions for each under the same section, likewise in sections 25-1 under the purpose statement, but leaving the word gender and sex included in there. I'll provide my argument when we go to discussion.
When we actually get to the discussion on that.
If it's supported.
Okay, so my understanding, just I want to make sure that I clarify, what you're asking is you're making a motion to strike the words sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity from any point that they appear in the proposed ordinance, but leaving the terms sex and gender where they appear.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. There is an amendment, a motion to amend the initial motion. Is there support?
There is support.
Support. There is support by Trethewey. I will now open it up for public comment. Yes, Mr. Van Beek.
Just a reminder, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize if I forgot this, but we still have people waiting outside.
Yes, thank you. And that was one of the things that I was going to say in my instructions. We are going to have the people who are outside speak first. And I believe that we've got somebody set to speak. Is there anyone who would like to speak in regard to the amendment on the motion? Yes, Mr.
Mayor, just
Yes.
one clarification too on persons speaking. Under the council rules, a person is allowed to speak once on an agenda item. So this would be that one time on the agenda item. So the person should choose wisely on what they say. There is an opportunity to speak twice under the rules, second time after everybody else speaks, but that would be it in terms of comments on an agenda item. This would count as there's, time.
Thank you for that clarification and that for stating that. So for anyone who is interested in speaking, you will have one opportunity to speak on the agenda item. You will not have the opportunity to speak on the proposed amendment to the motion, and then again on the motion as a whole. So choose your words wisely, choose your time to speak wisely. You get one opportunity to speak in regard to this agenda item. Now, having said that, any other comments? I want to make sure we're crossing all of our T's and dotting all of our I's here. All right. Anyone here who would like to speak in regard to the motion or the amendment on the motion, this agenda item? If so, please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Louis Promsma. I live 6476 Legacy Woods, Holland, Michigan, with my wife, Elby. I have a concern, and I think this country is wonderful. It has individual rights that that's so strong in this country. My concern, though, is also about what the history of this country is also strong in faith and family. And so I'm afraid about unintended consequences when we do things, and I like the reference to the goalposts. I think our country has goalposts of faith and family, and I'm afraid what might happen as we look on individual rights, and then what happens with these other goalposts that I just said. Thank you. Appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you, Louis. Anyone else who would like to speak in regard to this agenda item? Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Trey Turpak. I live at 22 East 16th Street here in Holland. This is going on my 4th year of living in Holland. I was a student at Western Theological Seminary. I am going to be an ordained minister in the Reformed Church in America, and I'm also an out gay man who's partnered And I thought I would bring the council kind of 3 thoughts of mine regarding those intersections. The first is that this ordinance is good prudence. I think your role is to set laws and other policies, in this case an ordinance, that helps the city of Holland live well together. And I think this is just a good, prudent, wise thing to do. One of the things is disability. It was in 1991, I believe, that the Americans with Disability Act was passed, and so we're a little overdue for that being included in the ordinance, as well as I think it brings us up to where legal law is in the United States regarding sexual orientation and gender identity. The second thing is kind of, there's a lot of folks here who are going to say Christian things, and I love my Christian siblings in Christ, and I think you're in a peculiar place of being part of government that oversees a whole host of different religious things. And so if you're a Christian who holds a conservative point of view and is wondering how to love your neighbor well, I'd like to share with you this quote from the Christian Reformed Church in North America. In 2003, in Canada, the conservative government passed same-sex marriage, and the CRC said this: "It follows, therefore, that church members ought to affirm the validity of legal recognition for folks in same-sex marriages or for various different gender identities. Otherwise, it threatens public justice. Justice and grace are due to all people, even those whom we have profound disagreements with." My last point is a C.S. Lewis point. And if you're wondering how do I think about this as a council member, C.S. Lewis, and I think Abolition of Man, someone can correct me, but talks about the law is the bare minimum we owe each other. And as Christians, and I think our Holland community is very Christian, we live so much above the law. I'm asking you to do the bare minimum. Put in a non-discrimination ordinance so that we can referee the very basis of how we interact with each other. So do it because it's prudent, because it's just, and it sets up the playing field for us to love each other well. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Ben Martinez, 137 East 22nd Street, Holland, Michigan. I'm here once again today. I've been here in the council the last few meetings, and I'd just like to reiterate what I stated before. As I said before, I'm a veteran of the United States Army. I fought for people's freedoms regardless if I agree with them or not, okay? So, again, my issue with the ordinance is in the definition of gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. And, you know, in the military, I was always taught to assess the situation and to look at it from every angle to see where the holes are. You know, and one of the things that concerns me is, again, you know, as I stated before, in the city of Merriam, Kansas, and as well as Austin and some other cities around our nation, a similar ordinance has passed, you know, expanding those definitions, and it has been ruled, especially in Merriam, Kansas, that you cannot discriminate against someone in a public facility, and that's what I think the ordinance says. You can't discriminate in public facility, public setting. So a person who says, okay, my gender orientation today, because your definition states as an emotion or as a choice, right? So what if I choose to be a female today? You know, can I walk into the bathroom? You know, and I'm not saying that anyone in this community would do that, but I'm looking at it from another perspective, because there are criminals out there are people out there who would like to go in after children and harm them. You know, so how easy is it for me to go into the Secretary of State, because I was there yesterday. I can go in there, I can get my license changed from male to female with just a simple signature. And that's it, you know? So I'm looking at it from this perspective, you know, when you expand those definitions, just like it happened in Merriam, where they say you can't discriminate from someone going into a restroom if they say they're a woman, you know? So what if that person is not actually trans? What if they're not actually, you know, and they say, well, I'm gonna go in there and I'm a sexual predator, you know? You can't be posting hashtag save our children and really be considering this, you know what I mean? Because this is where I see the danger. You know, as I said, am I in agreement with a lot of things? No, I'm not, but I'm not gonna discriminate against anybody against that. You know, I feel that everybody needs to have an opportunity for employment for all those things as stated in the ordinance. But the thing that, I say I'm not in agreement with is those expansion of those definitions. So I'd like you to please reconsider before you vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. And please come forward. And for those who are waiting, you can start coming forward as he's cleaning the podium. That'll make things go a little bit faster. Yes, please do. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, hi, my name is Araceli Zuniga, and I live in 743 Lillian Street, north side of Holland. And thank you for this opportunity to be able to voice out on our concerns here that you guys are considering to pass, you know, because it's not a law yet, this ordinance. And we just ask you to really hear Holland out. I don't know how much of Holland you've heard, but I just really would suggest, and with all my heart, I want to speak from my heart, not to pass this ordinance till, you know, give it some time and present it to the community. Maybe we could, you know, come up with a better ordinance, better, you know, for everybody to be protected. Our religious rights to be protected. If you're a Christian business, you know, you want to be protected too from anybody that would want to come in, you know, and I'm not saying a particular group, you know, but this is, I guess, was brought up by the LGBT, you know, Q group. And I've lived here since I was 17. I'm Hispanic, and you know, I love my country. I love the United States. I love for what it stands, Mr. Mayor, which is freedom, you know. But above that, on that freedom, there's a due process that should be happening, you know. Not, well, if somebody comes in a judgment against me because I'm discriminating a certain group, you know, or there's discrimination going on, you know, well, you know, let's talk about it, you know. But some of the stuff that's in the ordinance is going to have a right to sue somebody because of you feeling the way you do against that employer. And so I'm suggesting that, yes, there's laws that protect us. There's already a law that protects the, you know, the LGBT, you know, community. It passed through the federal. It passed through the state, you know. And Holland has been such a peaceful community ever since I've lived here, you know. And why change anything, you know? If you have problems, you have discrimination. If I had discrimination, being as a Hispanic, I was going to take it directly to my lawyer, you know, and sue somebody for discrimination going on. Rather than, you know, there needs to be a law, an ordinance on the way I feel about my group, of what I'm doing, you know, the attention, the hurt. You know, so we are concerned about this ordinance, and we strongly suggest that you make a better ordinance to have protection on not just the LGBT group, protection on you know, people of their businesses, freedom of religion. I'm not going to impose my religion on you. If you have the word freedom of religion, there, why don't you specify what religion? If you have freedom of sexual orientation, why do you want to expand even more? You know, keep what you do in the bedroom, keep it there. But you don't have to impose, you know, your beliefs or, you know, the way you feel. If you want to be a woman, you want to be a man, you know, keep it in the bedroom. You know, why pass laws? There's no discrimination for you already. You're protected. Go put a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit. But don't pass ordinances, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and City Council, that protect only one certain group, you know. We heard another group here of Hispanics being discriminated, you know. But where is it gonna stop? We need to, it stops with laws that have already been in place. Laws that has caused this Holland community be peaceful, you know, businesses thriving, you know. We don't want the same things to happen of what's been going on in other states, you know, where laws have been passed to protect a certain group, you know. So, you know, my stand here is do not pass this ordinance till, you know, you write a better one.
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yep, Isabel Tagle, 11964 Jonker Way, Holland, Michigan. My name is Isabel Tagle. I was made aware of this ordinance today and am totally unprepared, but as a Holland resident, felt I should speak up. And I'm gonna get my point across as fast as I can. I lived in Holland my whole life. I went to both West Ottawa and Holland High, and not once have I ever seen any sort of discrimination towards the LGBT community. I love all people and have taught my children the same, regardless of gender, race, etc. My daughter just turned 9, and she's my whole world. Protecting her and her innocence is what I live for. As she grows older, she's wanting to be more independent, such as staying up a little later or going to the restroom at a restaurant with her friends without me breathing down her back. There's so much going on in this world, and Holland has been this little escape from the world where everyone gets along, and the people here love and will go out of their way to help you. But by passing this ordinance, I feel it's jeopardizing my child's safety. As a survivor of sexual abuse, I'm extra cautious with my kids and their safety. Let me give you an example. Let's say some man decides to walk in the restroom and claims to be transgender. You're just allowing anybody, including pedophiles, a reason to enter the opposite sex's restroom with no consequence. How are we supposed to determine who's what and what's true without being accused of discrimination? Our children of Holland shouldn't have to worry about that. There's never been any sort of hate crime or any sort of discrimination I've seen in the 26 years I've lived here. And I love you and everyone that's a part of this community, but my children and their safety are more important. They've passed laws that have allowed same-sex marriage or gender, or race. People have to see it in all points of views and not just that everybody's targeting the LGBT community. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. And as Mr. Van Beek's cleaning the podium, you can start coming forward to speak. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Krista Anderson, and I reside at 323 West 30th Street. Good evening. I use she, her pronouns, and I have been a psychologist in the city of Holland for over 20 years, as well as facilitator of Gender Safe, Supporting All for Equality, a support group here in Holland for the transgender and gender diverse community and their allies. I spoke a few weeks ago, so I will try to keep this brief. Regarding the relevance of including the definitions of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression in the ordinance, this is absolutely necessary. The definitions help people understand these terms because there genuinely is a lot of misunderstanding. Also, it helps and ensures that people who are in these classes know that they are included in the protections. As far as the concern of trans folks committing acts of violence when using the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity, there is absolutely no evidence of this whatsoever. I can tell you from listening to folks in Gender Safe that many fear going into public restrooms and avoid this whenever possible. They are simply going in there to do their business. Unfortunately, what there is clear evidence of year after year is the brutal murder of transgender women of color due to anti-transgender discrimination. In the 7 years that the Human Rights Campaign has been tracking statistics, a minimum of 22 transgender people in the United States, primarily women of color, have been murdered due to transphobia. And these numbers are likely even higher. We are not asking City Council to speak morally or in regard to religious freedoms. Religious freedom is not threatened here. We are simply asking for legal protections for everyone from being discriminated against simply because of who they are. Finally, it has been stated that these protections are not necessary because there are no cases where this is happening. As a psychologist and facilitator of Gender Safe, I unfortunately hear that discrimination is in fact happening. However, without legal protections, people fear raising this issue. Please, do what's right for our city. It has been way too long, and Holland is definitely ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. And you may start coming forward. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is McKenna Welliver, and my address is 1017 Forest Hills Drive. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Now, I respect religions and political beliefs, but discriminating the LGBTQ community is not okay. You may have different beliefs due to your religion, but nobody's harming you, nor will. So as of that, everyone should be treated equally with respect to whether their race, beliefs, and who they love, including pride marriage is already permissible in Michigan. So what's the harm in letting the LGBTQ community take their next step in feeling co-equal with one another? So, in conclusion, love is love, and the council should approve the non-discrimination ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, McKenna. And you can start coming forward as he's cleaning the podium. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Hayla Jones, and my address is 1320 Seminole Drive, Holland, Michigan.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
Am I allowed to tilt it up?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on in support of this ordinance of great importance. I struggle with the fact that the ideas found therein are not yet considered basic logic and human decency. And I could tell you countless stories of how hard it was growing up here as a biracial, bisexual, and not particularly religiously affiliated individual. But my story starts instead when I left Holland and started being asked where I was from, and the shame that I felt and the anxiety I had that they knew about Holland, that they knew about our politics and our racism and our homophobia, and I had to make sure that they knew that wasn't the kind of Hollander that I was. So I grew accustomed to leading with a disclaimer that while Holland was a beautiful place to grow up, it isn't quite real life. And Holland was a beautiful place to grow up. My parents did a wonderful job showing my sister and I all that Holland had to offer. And they did everything they could to make us feel safe and loved here. But they also always made sure that we knew that the pain we felt here didn't exist everywhere, that there were places we could go where we would feel protected and respected by our fellow human. And I have learned for this to be true. I know Holland is a beauteous little bubble that you only get a chance at experiencing fully and safely if you fit the cookie-cutter model of what a Hollander should be. I know those against this ordinance claim that it is because they are fearful of what opening and expanding that bubble would do, out of protection for their families and the pride that they feel for their town. I am tired of letting hate masquerade as anything but exactly what it is. It isn't fear, it's homophobia and transphobia. It isn't protection, it's racism and xenophobia. It isn't pride, it's hate, and hate should have no home here. Quite frankly, anything less than unanimous support of this ordinance is abhorrent and will let Holland be left behind by a history that has already been written. Federal and state legislatures have already voted the protections of this ordinance into law. History has proven, and it has already been decided, that extending rights and protections to oppressed peoples lifts up society as a whole. It allows all of us to rise and grow together. Voting no on this ordinance will not rewrite history, but rather stand in the way of Holland's progress. Voting no is stating that the beauty of Holland is only for those that fit your definition of a good Hollander. I don't fit into that box. Look me in the eyes and tell me that I don't deserve the same human rights and protection that you do. Vote yes and make Holland a safer and more just community. Stand up for human rights and make Holland a home that we can all call our own. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Ted Sutton. My address is 10576 Hunters Creek Drive, Zeeland, Michigan. Thank you, City Council. I am not in support and asking Holland City Council to vote no on expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. The ordinance currently protects individuals based on age, race, sex, marital status, religion, and source of income from discrimination. These changes would create a legal preference to a select group, elevating them over other groups, which in itself is discrimination. The state and federal courts have already ruled on this. The Constitution of the United States states that we all are created equal, as defined by our natural rights. Thus, no one has rights superior to those of anyone else. We are born with those rights, our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which implies the right to live our lives as we wish, to pursue happiness as we think best. I'm asking you to vote no on this ordinance to amend the code of the City of Holland. As a Christian minister here in Holland, I'm going to read from Romans 13 to remind you of the authority that you possess from God. Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those that exist have been instituted by God. Therefore, whoever resists the authorities resists what God has appointed, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers are not a terror to good conduct, but to bad. Would you have no fear of the one who is in authority? Then do what is good, and you will receive his approval. For he, the governing authority, is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain. For he, the governing authority, is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. As a Christian minister, I subscribe to the Westminster Confession of Faith, and in this section on the duty and responsibility of the civil magistrate, on the basis of Romans 13 and other passages of Holy Scripture, it says this: God, the supreme Lord and King of all the world, has ordained civil magistrates to be under him, over the people, for his own glory and the public good. And to this end hath armed them with the power of the sword, for the defense and encouragement of them that are good, and for the punishment of evildoers. Civil magistrates may not assume to themselves the administration of the word and sacraments, or the power of the keys of the kingdom of heaven, or in the least interfere in matters of faith. Yet, as nursing fathers, it is the duty of civil magistrates to protect the church of our Lord Jesus Christ, without giving the preference to any denomination of Christians above the rest, in such a manner that all ecclesiastical persons, whatever, shall enjoy the free and unquestioned liberty of discharging every part of their sacred functions without violence or danger. And as Jesus Christ hath appointed a regular government and discipline in his church, no law of any commonwealth should interfere with, let, or hinder the due exercise thereof among the voluntary members of any denomination of Christians, according to their own profession and belief. As a Christian, and especially as a Christian minister, I am also obligated by Scripture to pray for the magistrates, and so I will end in this prayer. Almighty God, whose kingdom alone is everlasting and whose power alone is infinite, have mercy upon our city. Grant to our city council and to all others in authority wisdom, righteousness, and strength to know and to do your will. O Lord, so rule their hearts that they, knowing whose servants they are, may above all things seek your honor and glory. Enable us to know whose authority they bear, and therefore faithfully and obediently honor them according to your blessed word and ordinance through Jesus Christ our Lord, who with you and the Holy Spirit lives and reigns forever, one God, world without end. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. And you can start approaching as he's cleaning the podium. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is James Alvader. My address is 639 Jasmine Court. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight, Council. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I am not at all in support, and I urge you guys to vote against this. Sex itself has already been determined nationally, male and female. It's already there. It's already been protected by the states and federal at the federal level in our Constitution. So if a person believes they've been discriminated against, they can take it to the Fair Housing, they can take it to the Michigan Civil Rights, they can go to commission, or they can go to the Human Rights Commission. There's numerous different ways they can go and take complaints and concerns, okay? But you should be discerning enough not to bring this to the local level. To bring it to the local level is going to be a damage not only to you, but the community. Holland is conservative. You know this. 13% of this community voted you all in. 87% of this community has been here for years and years, and it has a very conservative base. So what's going to happen here is something you guys aren't going to foresee. There's going to be a bounce back. There's going to be a backlash on this, on what you're proposing. So if you decide to vote for this, okay, I am in favor of all of it except for just 2 terms. 2 terms in it, because all of it is everything you'll find in every state and federal thing, except for the terms gender identity and gender expression. Those 2 terms are extremely dangerous for you, for Holland. It's very dangerous. And if you should at least consider excluding those, and I'll tell you, you should at least consider excluding those or amending it. If you decide to even use the terms, you should amend it for the public school sports. Because what's going to happen, know this, your new ordinance would be putting other non-compliant communities you have invited to participate in Holland, in legal jeopardy. Here's how I believe it'll happen. And you know, you'd also be putting yourself in legal jeopardy, okay? And the city of Holland and everybody. It invites potential lawsuits, especially when the substantial and obvious risk of severe injury increases. Here's an example. We have a friend, Hamilton. We love Hamilton. We've been in the community for years. Hamilton's very, very conservative. You can almost guess that they're never going to have something like this.
Sir, please just address council.
Okay. They're never going to have anything like this, okay, in their ordinance. But yet you've invited them to come up. They're going to be sending their 250-pound linebackers up, okay, that are science-based athletes, male, and they're going to be going up against a gender-choiced female, 125 pounds, and you do the math. This is not about ideology. This is not about a political shove down your throat. This is solid science, folks. And what's going to happen is you're going to damage both of them. You're going to damage psychologically the boy, 250 pounds, that tackled this girl and crippled her, and you're going to damage her because she's going to be crippled. Both entities are going to come after you for the decision. And it's going to put Holland in jeopardy. To me, this is absolutely irresponsible. This is unnecessary. Those two terms, at least, need to be completely eliminated from this. Use that particular political expression that it is undecided upon scientifically somewhere else. It does not belong in the community of Holland. This is too risky. I would leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sue Altvader, 639 Jasmine Drive, Holland. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak today. I would like to say, consider your children. I am not in support and urge Holland City Council to vote against expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. This ordinance will open the door to very potentially dangerous situations for our children, especially little or young girls who may be forced to use bathrooms and showers with biological men. Have the ramifications of this been considered? Are you all seriously considering the innocent children of the families of this community? Your daughters and granddaughters, are you considering them? To truly protect our liberties and safety will be to vote against this ordinance change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Doug Potgetter. My address is 758 Apple Avenue. Mayor Box, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am not in support and urge the Holland City Council to vote against expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. Have there been any complaints that necessitate additional language to this ordinance? The word sex has already been fought in the courts, and the courts fluctuate over time with the word sex. I strongly advise you not only to vote against this ordinance, but to remove the words sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity for moral and ethical reasons. I'd like to read part of an article by Ryan T. Anderson, a PhD senior research fellow, and I quote, "Determining reality is the heart of the matter when it comes to the gender question. On the one hand, transgender activists want the authority of science as they make metaphysical claims, saying that science reveals gender identity to be innate and unchanging. On the other hand, they deny that biology is destiny, insisting that people are free to be who they want to be. Which is it? Is our gender identity biologically determined and immutable, or self-created and changeable? If the former, how do we account for people whose gender identity changes over time? Do these people have the wrong sense of gender at some time or other? And if gender identity is self-created, why must other people accept it as reality? If we should be free to choose our own gender reality, why can some people impose their idea of reality on others just because they identify as transgender? At the core of the ideology is the radical claim that feelings determine reality. From this idea come extreme demands for society to play along with subjective reality claims. Trans ideologues ignore contrary evidence and competing interests. They disparage alternative practices, and they aim to muffle skeptical voices and shut down any disagreement, end quote. I want to conclude by asking a question. For those who intend to vote yes, are you prepared to say that biological sex is just a social construct and not objective reality? Because passing this amendment implies exactly that. And anyone who cares about truth, human flourishing, and diversity in our city must admit the destruction that is caused when a person lives in denial of reality and demands everyone else to do the same. If someone wishes to live in denial of their biological sex, they have the right to do that, but they do not have the right to force the citizens of Holland to join them in that denial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. And you can start coming forward as he's cleaning the podium. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Bill Breedlove, 9463 Chippewa Drive, Mansalona, Michigan. I would just like to speak from my heart. I don't have a prepared message. I'm a minister. I'm an evangelist. I travel from church to church and speaking to a vast difference of people. And the people that I speak to, the people that I minister to, remember an America where hate crime wasn't even heard of. And if you decide to vote this ordinance in, you're voting on emotion. And I would encourage you to vote logic. Because logic states that every American is already protected in every way that's necessary in this country. There's really no need to specify one group over another. And when you do that, when you specify one group over another, you leave other groups out. And it becomes a slippery slope, because where do you stop? Will the next ordinance include pedophilia? Will the next ordinance include bestiality? You say, oh, that's not going to happen here. That's absurd. 25 years ago, just 25 years ago, for a city council to even consider what you're going to include, what you're intending on including in this ordinance, would have been unheard of. All they need is a little more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Brandon Barber, 14461 Fellow Station, West Olive, Michigan. Thank you, Council. I am not in support and urge the Holland City Council to vote against expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. In this ordinance, you are elevating one group over another by providing very specific description to the word sex. The ordinance definition describes different styles of sex, giving detailed terms such as sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity more standing. Why? Why are you elevating one group over another group with extended language? This is a form of discrimination. Sex has already been protected at the state and federal level and the Constitution of the United States. So if a citizen perceives that they have been discriminated against, they can go to the Fair Housing, Michigan Civil Rights Commission, or the Human Rights Commission. They can take their complaints to these established agencies. You don't need to bring this to local level because there are already protections and agencies to help those that feel that they have been wrong. Vote against this ordinance, please. And I also want to say that the pushing of this agenda, it feels as if we are being, while we're not, I'm a member of a church, Lighthouse Baptist Church, and we very often are made to feel like we are not allowed to express our religion with others, but yet we have to take this because this is the way they feel. And I just feel that as the statement says, and I believe Brother Breedlove said, we're elevating this group of people, but yet we're leaving the others behind. That is not equality. I believe that is discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Bram Ritzma, 3188 Marshall Lane. Thank you, Council. I am not in support in asking Holland City Council to vote no on expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. The ordinance currently protects all individuals based on age, race, sex, marital status, religion, and source of income from discrimination. These changes would create a legal preference to a select group, elevating them over other groups, which in itself is discrimination. The state and federal courts have already ruled on this. The Constitution of the United States already states that we are all created equal, as defined by our natural rights. Thus, no one has rights superior to those of anyone else. We are born with those rights, our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which imply the right to live our lives as we wish, to pursue happiness as we think best. Vote no on this ordinance to amend the Code of the City of Holland. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Chippy Honeycutt, and my employer's address is 41 Grace Place, Hope College. Thank you for your vote tonight on the non-discrimination order. I think it's important to make this a priority for our city, and please pass the ordinance as is. It is important that each member of society feel valued and able to contribute in positive ways within their community.
Could you move a little closer to the
sorry.
microphone? We just want to make sure everybody outside and on
Okay.
television can hear as well.
This ordinance, which ensures that both place to live and work are equally available to all willing and qualified applicants, increases the opportunity for all of us to live together and thrive. We each have gifts to offer the city of Holland and should not be excluded from housing or employment, and therefore shunned from the greater society for reasons based on gender identity, disability, education, or sexual orientation. I have been inspired by the 100th anniversary of the women's suffrage movement and the women's right to vote, which was also fiercely fought against and opposed. It sounds like this ordinance does still allow for private institutions and self-identifying religious institutions to continue to discriminate based upon the added classifications in this ordinance, so there should be very little pushback. I hope to continue to live and work in Holland and to be able to welcome all people who wish to make Holland a city of inclusion for all groups identified in this ordinance. We have a duty to create an environment where all citizens can reach their potential, and that starts with the basic human needs of housing and employment. Thank you again for your vote tonight.
Thank you. And go ahead, Mr. Trethewey.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to suspend the rules ever so briefly. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We need just a 5-minute break. No conversations, no nothing. Go to the bathroom, get back up here.
Thank you. Yes, let's do that. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
see the buttons on your shirt? Into the corner of your back. That's how you do it. There you go.
All right, we are back on the record. We did have somebody who was in line to come up and speak for public comment. And I would please remind all members of the audience, if you are here in council chambers or anywhere in City Hall, you must be wearing a mask covering both your nose and your mouth at all times. Please remember, folks, nose and mouth with your masks. And we had somebody who was ready to come up for public comment. Would you please come up now? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jana Honeycutt, and I live in Holland, Michigan.
Go right ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Jana Honeycutt. I live in Holland, Michigan, and I believe that all humans should get a chance to be themselves without criticism. I believe lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, disabled or not, should be able to get a job without being shamed, buy a house without being shamed. We should be able to walk around without being looked down upon by some sort of unrealistic figure called a perfect person, because no one is perfect. We are unique, which is not something to be ashamed of. Please pass the ordinance.
Thank you very much. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Dr. Alina Chavis, clinical address 729 Lincoln. This is my third time speaking, so by now you know who I am. The last few times I've spoken, I've shared my own reasons for advocacy. And I've shared the first time about the injustice or the lack of justice around the lack of this ordinance. I'm asking today that you keep the ordinance as is and do not change the language. I spoke about the protections before that we do offer to women and others for the right to vote and to go to school. I spoke about how we Hollanders have literally chosen to leave out a group of people on purpose of certain rights and liberties and protections in the name of religion. And guess what else, Holland, we did in the name of religion? We've done lynchings, the KKK, the Crusades, all in the name of religion. Thank you for voting on this, and I ask that you vote again to support it. We have let our country and Holland weaponize religion as people, as the people in Holland have continued to do it and to do it legally. We have chosen to protect the oppressor rather than the oppressed. I'm not going to debate religion. I'm not a theologian, I'm a social worker. But the God that I know is about love and justice, not about hate and exclusion. And also, separation of church and state is here for a reason, to keep us from doing exactly what we've done. The second time I spoke about the frustration of being black and raising children and being married to a black man in the community where discrimination is still being accepted as a difference of opinion or a preference. I spoke about the frustration and complete exhaustion of having to advocate over and over again for the hurt caused by two persons of color and to LGBTQIA individuals in this community. And that day after that meeting, there were multiple Holland residents, clinical and medical professionals that spoke, and you voted to pass this ordinance. And yet again, we are here. So this time, I have chosen not to share my personal thoughts, but to share the words of others who are afraid to come forward or who cannot today. 50-something lesbian female. I'm sending you my words because it isn't safe today, nor has it ever been safe for me in Holland to be out at my job. I tried once, and I was then ostracized for standing up for an injustice in my office. People who said that they supported me did not have my back. I was laid out to dry. I had no protections, and I've since lost 2 jobs because of who I am. Not because of what I think or believe, but because of who I am. If this ordinance does not pass, you're choosing to turn your back on this reality. Parent of a queer child. I have repeatedly told my child, we love you for who you are. But honey, don't tell people your truth unless you make sure they're going to love you through this. But Mama, how do I know? How do I know they will love me through this? She asked. You don't, baby. Sadly, you don't. Counsel, please help me assure my baby that if they choose to be honest, if they choose to talk to people that they want to be able to trust that they're safe, that at least, even if she can't trust that, she can live in a place and work in a place where she can be out and be safe. I can't promise her that people will love her, but I want to be able to promise her, at the very least, that she will be protected where she lives. A trans male. I came out as a trans almost 2 years ago to my family, and I've lost relationships with some of the people in my life whom I loved and whom I thought loved me the most of anyone. Now I'm trying to continue living my life, to continue my job, to continue my friendships, and I'm continuously faced with so much ignorance and pain. I know you can't fix people, but you can keep them from feeling empowered to hate. Please vote for this. Please help people like me live with less fear. I see the yellow light, and so I won't continue. But I have case after case after case of discrimination. So don't let anybody tell you that's not real. It's very, very real in this town. Please pass this ordinance as is. This is a no-brainer. If we want to be the Holland we say we are, the welcoming Holland we say we are, please stand up for what you know is right. And don't let yourself be bullied into being victims of weaponizing this God. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. And you can start coming forward as he's cleaning the podium. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Maura Tracy, 2320 Timberley Drive. I did not come here today planning to speak to you, but now I feel that I must. I have no speech prepared. I am speaking to you with an open heart, with 100% authenticity, and from my heart. First of all, I would like to tell you to please not change the wordings of the amendment to the ordinance to sex and gender rather than sexual orientation and gender identity, as it will erase the protections made for people with sexual orientations that may differ from what we consider the norm and can be easily misconstrued as a protection to women. I am angry and I am tired because people who oppose this amendment will tell you that we do not experience discrimination when my friends, my trans brothers and sisters, are told that they are not real by their classmates, that people who have come into this room will tell you that they are not real and that they do not deserve to be seen as who they are and that they can be discriminated against for that. When the first person I met at my new job proceeded to dead name my friend and use the incorrect pronouns when they had already told me that they knew that they had come out as non-binary. I don't think that anybody's religion is more important than anybody else's safety and worth and rights in this country, in this state, in this town. And I would just like to say that I think everyone should feel safe being who they are. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maura. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, excuse me. My name is Phil Harrington, 335 West 32nd. And I would like to speak about the word welcome. Because of my Dutch ancestors here in Holland, I rather like it that the signs of Holland spell welcome with a K. Because of my English ancestors, who are actually here before, in fact, my family was here early enough to welcome the first Dutch settlers to this place. I know that how you spell welcome is not as important as how you mean welcome. Is your welcome genuine and complete? Because of my profession as an ordained minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ, who preached and modeled a radical welcome to those left out by the dominant culture of his day, I have inherited a concern for those today who are left outside of legal guarantees of their rights. And so I hope that you listen. I know that you are listening to those people who are most affected by this ordinance, or who would be left out by a change in the wordings. But I also urge you to place more weight on their voices than on the voices of those, there are some, who would not really know, who don't really know the people who they would prefer you leave out, because they really don't see a need to even listen to them. And I absolutely urge you not to let those voices define the people left out for you. Because my heritage is in Holland, my concern is for Holland. And I urge you to vote yes to the original language of this ordinance. Because even if there were no discrimination here, and I believe that that's false, even if a state law might cover them, this ordinance is a good thing to say. Because this ordinance spells welcome, a welcome that is both genuine and complete. And if we aren't willing to say welcome that way, then we might as well take down the signs. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Josh Webb. I live at 405 West Lakewood Boulevard in Holland Township. I'd like to start by thanking you, members of the City Council, for the opportunity to share my thoughts today and for being patient with the many voices that are speaking. Before I begin my original prepared comments, I'd like to add my voice to those calling for the original language of this bill to be left intact, specifically the terms gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation. Altering this language would gut the vision and purpose of this bill, which was to expand the legal protections for members of our communities, not simply copy state and federal legislation. I would also like to bring light to the reality that trans people are the ones at risk when public bathrooms are used, not children, as more and more trans people are murdered each year for who they are. Trans people are not predators. They simply want to live their lives like the rest of us. Of all the arguments I've heard against this ordinance, the one that's troubled me the most is the argument that this ordinance will diminish the constitutionally protected right of religious freedom for Holland citizens. Members of the community have voiced concern that their right to freely practice their religion will be infringed upon, not in the setting of churches and religious organizations, for which there are exemptions in this ordinance, but in the public setting. They say that business owners will have to violate their religious beliefs by serving or employing LGBTQ people. They say that property owners will have to act against the convictions of their faith by renting to LGBTQ tenants. But it is not the right to freely practice religion that this ordinance would strike down. Rather, it would strike down what has been a de facto right of Christians in America to freely impose their religious beliefs on others. And that, members of the council, is not religious freedom, but religious tyranny. It is worth mentioning that not all Christians feel this way about LGBTQ inclusion and religious freedom. That is, feel the way that many of the detractors have expressed. As a Calvin College religion grad, I could lay out the case as to why interpretations of Scripture that condemn LGBTQ people are as sinful are simply not supported by an informed contextual view of the Bible. I could argue against the hypocrisy of claiming to follow Jesus while disobeying one of his most fundamental commands, to love your neighbor as yourself. But I am not here tonight to argue over Scripture. Instead, I would like to remind us of the history of this religious freedom argument in our nation. Using the language of Scripture in an appeal to religious rights, many Christians argued in support of segregation in the early to mid-20th century. They said it was against the very order of God's creation that black and white people should coexist in the same space. They said desegregation would take away their rights as Christians and force unchristian views upon their communities. Similarly, in the fight for women's suffrage, some Christians appealed again to Scripture as well as to the rights of white men to argue against expanding our democracy. And in the fight for gay marriage, some Christians appealed yet again to Scripture and also argued that the rights of married people would be infringed upon by expanding the definition and privilege of legal marriage. Throughout our country's history, we have seen those with power and privilege interpret advancements in equality as a diminishment of their own rights, and we have seen them fight to stop progress in its tracks. I want to be clear that I am not saying that people in Holland who are concerned about their religious freedoms are racists, misogynists, or homophobes. What I am saying, though, is that we should take a close look at our fears, our motivations, and our history. We should examine how our words and actions are affecting our neighbors and how future generations will view those words and actions years from now. When we say that a non-discrimination ordinance infringes upon religious freedom, we admit that our definition of religious freedom is the right of one religious group to impose their views on others, and, in the case of this ordinance, to deny basic human dignity to members of their community. This definition of freedom simply cannot coexist with the ideals laid out in one of our most cherished documents. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all humans are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With that, I urge the council to pass this ordinance in its original language, and I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Bethany Erickson. I live at 295 Howard Avenue and on the north side of Holland, and I work for Holland Hospital Home Health. I use she, her pronouns. I am a cisgendered, lesbian-leaning bisexual female who can pass as straight. And that is what I chose to do for the first 32 years of my life. You see, I was raised in a faith community which believed that acting on same-sex attraction was sinful. Therefore, I chose to do my best to live as though I was straight. This allowed me to play an active role in my conservative Christian community and afforded me the belonging and support of a faith community that I saw as my family. Somehow, choosing to live as though straight myself did not seem like enough. I voted against recognition of same-sex marriage in the state of Michigan in 2004. thereby participating in a majority vote to deny a minority group equal rights to the same legal protection of marriage I myself would enjoy a couple years later with my now ex-husband. As a Christian, I felt it was my duty to require others to live in alignment with my personal beliefs because my beliefs convinced me that those who believed and lived differently than me were in very real danger of eternal conscious torment after death. If I still believed this way, I might think that spelling out protections for sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression would serve to encourage life choices that would put members of our community at greater risk of hellfire. This was my worldview. I now realize how misguided I was. While altruistic at face value, this worldview fails to see autonomous individuals. The members of our society are not a landscape in our own personal narrative to be contorted to fit into our own framework. Each member of our society has a right to their own story, beliefs, religion, or absence of religion. We ourselves are not ideologies or beliefs to be sorted into right or wrong, acceptable or unacceptable. We are human beings with full faculty and personhood to believe, decide, prefer, self-actualize, and love who we love. As I hear people speak to this council from positions of fear and condemnation towards LGBTQ people, it is obvious to me that these folks have not really gotten to know LGBTQ people. I used to be the same way. Sure, I had gay friends and acquaintances, but I viewed them through a lens that assumed things about their character and behaviors which they never personally earned. It took over a decade of getting to know real people for my heart to change. Over time, I realized that I should not ask my government to create or deny laws in ways that would require others to live according to my personal beliefs, even as I continued to live as though straight to satisfy my own religious community. It has only been over the past few years that I have allowed myself to let go of the need to pass as straight. Living a more authentic life in West Michigan has not been easy. Like so many in the LGBTQ community, I have lost my prior faith communities. I have been asked not to return to a retreat that I led music at every year since I was 13. I lived in fear at work, not knowing if it was safe to answer personal questions honestly until I took a chance on enough occasions to be almost sure I will be okay. You see, searching the laws and my HR policies in 2018 did not provide me any certainty that I would have legal protection if I mentioned my female fiance in polite conversation with a manager and they felt the need to discriminate against me. This ordinance could give me that peace of mind, could tell me that the law is on my side and that my government will protect me equally. As a person who once voted against same-sex marriage, I understand that you want to keep the beliefs and preferences of your more conservative constituents in mind. If you are letting this consideration limit your willingness to approve this ordinance, I want to, sorry, I just checked my time and lost my spot. If you are limiting your, wow, that really messed me up, sorry. I want you to remember three things. First, the ordinance includes exemptions which protect conservative religious groups in addition to the protections already in place under the First Amendment. We're not talking about asking people to compromise their personal beliefs. We are simply asking for fair treatment in public services, housing, and employment. Second, an anti-discrimination ordinance has the explicit purpose of protecting minority groups. To decide not to pass such an ordinance based on your concern for a majority opinion would be to miss the point of needing this ordinance in the first place. Third, please remember that any discomfort a conservative landlord, employer, or business owner may face when being required to treat a member of the LGBTQ community equally will never outweigh the discomfort and harm caused to the LGBTQ person themselves if their equal rights are not protected or if they are forced to closet themselves in some of the most essential aspects of their personal lives in order to be treated fairly. Please pass this ordinance with the original language so that each of those categories can be protected. A watered down language just won't do the same thing. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethany. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Suzanne Katerberg, 11284 Kingfisher Court, Holland. So today is my 3 month since I moved to Holland. In part, I moved to this community because I was kind of excited about the vibrancy that I was seeing here and wanted to celebrate that by becoming a member of this community. I didn't know about the ordinance when I moved here, so I really just found out about it pretty recently. And you have to apologize, I've been standing in the parking lot for 3 hours, so no dinner, so I'm really tired. But really felt like it was important for me to just share something about what I feel, which is, I think that you should not amend the ordinance as has been suggested. I think you need to pass it as written. I think the Michigan Department of Civil Rights spends a lot of time and energy on their language. I think it's an attempt to water down the intent of the ordinance by changing that language. I would also say that I want to ask the question, what's the cost of love? I don't have to agree with any of you, but I want you to be safe. And I feel like as a person of faith, I will fight for you to feel safe. And it doesn't matter to me that your safety is far more important, whatever that means and whatever that takes. You don't have to agree with me, I don't have to agree with you, but I want you to be safe. And I feel like this community needs that ordinance. We aren't inventing the wheel. I know there's been a lot of fears that have been stated. There are other communities that have done this. We're not the first ones. The other thing I feel compelled to say is I do think I am uniquely qualified to talk about the concerns over issues like bathrooms or sex abuse. I'm an expert in the field of domestic and sexual violence. I have worked with children and TQ identified individual abusing a child. However, the vast majority are.
I don't have to deal with some of the same things that a lot of people have to deal with, especially those that are the main focus of our meeting tonight. So those who are different from the norm or who aren't cookie cutter Hollanders that some people mentioned earlier, those who are identifying differently with their gender or maybe their sexuality, they have to go through some comments and incorrect assumptions and all sorts of things every single day. And that's really tough for some people who don't see it at all, or maybe only the glancing comment. And it is a fact that that stuff does happen. And sometimes, yeah, that hurts people's feelings, but the fact is that people's feelings are being hurt. So that kind of evens out, I guess. Anyway, so I heard when I first moved here, I guess around the speech here, sorry, I haven't prepared much, but it's taken about 10 years to get where we are today talking about this. And I'm originally from Iowa, and in Iowa, we voted an ordinance like this into law in 2007. So that was 13 years ago. And I'm standing before you today as living proof that families still exist in Iowa. Crops have been harvested. Communities have grown and thrived. I was a teenage girl. I didn't get beaten up by any 250-pound males. I'm still standing here today, proof that signing an ordinance into law that makes it visible that people are protected doesn't really affect me as a person, besides knowing that the rest of my community or some people in my community feel safe and they feel seen, and that they know that their community and their leaders are looking out for them. But nothing changed. Nothing, burned down or anything like that, or no one got assaulted. So that's my personal living proof that if that comes here to Holland and the city, that I know that I will feel welcome and others will feel welcome when they first arrive too, just like I had. So I ask that you vote yes on the existing language and not to change it, and vote yes on that as well. Thank you very much for your time, Council.
Thank you, Shakira. And you can start coming forward as he's cleaning the podium. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
It is Ryan Walters, 4651 62nd Street. So first I would like to share a letter from a dear friend of mine, Reverend Ruth Lowry. She's addressed City Council multiple times over the years on this issue. However, she cannot be present due to family members with health conditions at home, and the COVID situation precludes her from being present. She writes, Dear Mayor Box and members of City Council, my kids and I have attended City Council meetings since they were in middle school. They are now in their early 20s. We have addressed the issue of full inclusion for more than a decade. We cannot be there this evening because one of my family is profoundly immunocompromised. Sadly, who you will be able to actually hear this evening will be skewed because some of us believe that science exists and others do not. If someone is willing to read this letter aloud during public comment portion, I would be grateful to have my voice heard. As time goes on, more science demonstrates the biological connections of homosexuality. Please see Dr. David Meyer's articles, Accepting What Cannot Be Changed and Research in Sexual Orientation as 2 examples. You will hear religion cited this evening as a reason not to vote for the non-discrimination ordinance. Some of you will use that as a justification for this. By all that is holy, I am pleading with you to consider what you might be misguided or even wrong on such assumptions and presumptions. Religion has been used as an excuse for slavery, child abuse, mistreatment of women, war, and colonialism. Please understand that an NDO will not preclude people from worshiping as they want. It will, however, preclude people from using religion as a rationale to exclude people. I was ordained in the Reformed Church in America in 1989. To this day, many, even most churches in the RCA will not welcome me as a senior minister precisely because of my gender. My roots are deep in the Reformed tradition. My great-grandfather was pastor of Borculo CRC. However, recognizing the limitations of these traditions, I have moved to the Presbyterian Church in the USA precisely because of these limitations. I have asked for no law to be changed. However, in legal matters, in how we live together, we must have legislation that welcomes everyone. It is imperative for Holland, if we want to be a world-class city where we are all welcome, to pass the NDO tonight. Please do not use religion to use law to exclude. Our children's eyes are on you, as they have been for more than a decade. Only you can decide what you are going to do, not others. But I am hopeful that you live the truth of the words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. when he said in April 1965, "It may be true that you can't legislate integration, but you can legislate desegregation. It may be true that morality cannot be legislated, but behavior can be regulated. It may be true that the law cannot change the heart, but it can restrain the heartless. It may be true that the law cannot make a man love me, but it can restrain him from lynching me." Thank you for reading and prayerfully. Thank you for legislating a form of desegregation.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm sorry.
May I make some comments
Yes,
as
certainly.
a lifelong Hollander? So I'm an alum of Holland Christian and Hope College. I got my bachelor's in psychology at Hope. I've went on for my master's in industrial organizational psychology. I am a member of Holland UCC and other various organizations throughout town. Unfortunately, from the opposition this evening, there's been a lot of engaging in hypotheticals and thought experiments. What if we have an LGBT client or tenant or employee? And unfortunately, many of these people I know and love are not thought experiments. They're human beings who deserve dignity and respect. Actually, the most salient example on my mind is somebody who I attended Holland Christian with. He was adopted from halfway across the world. His parents felt strongly, so strongly, to give a child from halfway across the world a shot at the American dream that they presumably spent thousands of dollars and untold amounts of time and effort to bring him here. And after he came out as gay to his family, they're not on speaking terms anymore. His family disowned him. And to me, for love to be so conditional is just heart-wrenching. I'm heterosexual and cisgender. I've never been harmed personally about this, but it does break my heart to see all of the harm that has come to others, people that I've come to know. In every chapter and season of my life in Holland, I've had LGBT coworkers, other students in my class, teachers, bosses, and all of them deserve a fair shot. They shouldn't be thrown out on the street.
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Ryan, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Reverend Brad Bartlemay. I'm the lead pastor at First United Methodist Church, 57 West 10th Street. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight and for your willingness to sit so long in these deliberations. I do appreciate it.
I come to you as the pastor of a congregation here in Holland, 600 members. Before COVID-19 put us online, we were averaging over 330 a Sunday in worship. Among the things that we hold dear in the value of this faith community is the full inclusion of all people in the life of the faith community and in the presence of God. We have worked hard to say that the church is not just this monolithic institution that is automatically opposed to the full inclusion of all people, particularly LGBTQIA persons. Instead, I come before you now to say that Christians, that the followers of Jesus Christ are not of one mind on this, but rather many of us look to scriptures such as this one, from Isaiah 43, verse 1. Do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. I love that scripture. The notion that there is a God who loves me, who claims me, who has redeemed me. And because of it, I do not live in fear. But my friends, there are members of our community who live in fear because their gender orientation, their sexual orientation, their identity might not be like mine, cisgender and heterosexual. There are persons in our community who are afraid for their physical well-being. There are persons in our community who are afraid to be their authentic selves because they fear it might have an impact on their housing. There are persons in our community who are afraid to be their authentic selves because they fear it might impact their employment. I encourage you this evening to take notice of that letter that you received from myself and 65 of my colleagues who are clergy serving here in Holland, saying that the faith community wants to become a place that is fully reconciled, fully accepting, fully affirming, and allied with all persons, including our LGBTQIA siblings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Julio Casares. I live at 135 West 16th Street. I just wanted to come and speak with you today because I previously had the pleasure of writing a letter to City Council on behalf of the ACLU of Michigan as a legal intern. Now that my internship is over, I get to just speak to you as a normal person and as a resident of Holland. I just think that it's really important we pass this ordinance. There's a reason why I decided to go into the law, and it's because of the discrimination and the hate that I grew up facing every day in Holland. I don't know what kind of community people were talking about earlier where there was no discrimination in Holland. Holland has some problems. This ordinance would address those problems. It would help our community be safer for everybody. It would help people feel welcome, and it would frankly make Holland a little less embarrassing, because whenever I do go out into the state of Michigan and I tell people I'm from Holland, again, it's with a disclaimer. I'm not like the rest of people in Holland. I don't hate everybody. I accept everybody. I love everybody. And I'm tired of it. So I just hope that you all will stop listening to the past. This is the present. We need to move towards the future, because if we don't, voters will remember, and voters can vote people out. Thank you.
Thank you, Julio. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Alyssa Cheadle-Pearson, and I reside in Ward 3 at 131 West 18th Street in Holland, and I also work in the city. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a cisgender, heterosexual, married woman. I've been following the public comments and city council discussions around the non-discrimination ordinance closely, and I'm grateful for the council's dedication to civil discourse and the opportunity to address you today. I didn't grow up in Holland, and when I was offered a job here, I was hesitant to take it because of Holland's reputation as unwelcoming to the LGBTQIA people. Many against the ordinance have referred to a friendly, safe Holland. However, as an ally, I didn't know whether I wanted to live in a community that doesn't honor the humanity and rights of all. Over the past several months, I have been heartened by the support I have heard from my fellow residents. However, I have also been disgusted by some of the comments that have shown a deep misunderstanding and unwarranted prejudice against our gay, lesbian, and trans residents. As a scientist, I would ask you to review the evidence for the fears that a non-discrimination ordinance, such as the proposed, would lead to more acts of child abuse or pedophilia. You won't find that evidence because it doesn't exist. What there is clear evidence for is that gender identity and sexual orientation are not choices. And furthermore, the damage done to our fellow residents who are not protected from discrimination on the basis of their identities is real and profound. I have been especially disturbed by the idea that such prejudice and discrimination is a Christian viewpoint or even virtue. As a lifelong Christian who holds a master's degree in Christian theology from Harvard Divinity School, it is my very Christian faith that demands that I advocate for equal rights and protections for everyone, especially my LGBTQIA friends and fellow Hollanders. Jesus was revered for his radical welcome and his love, so let's emulate him. You may have noticed that I am expecting a child. Many who have spoken up against the ordinance have appealed to fear about the well-being of their children. I'm afraid for my child too. I don't want my child to grow up in a place that doesn't honor the humanity of all people, including LGBTQIA people. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for your time and careful consideration of how to best protect and serve the people of Holland. I urge you to vote for the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Paul Pearson, and I live at 131 West 18th in Holland. I'll keep this brief. It's simple. All people deserve equal protection, especially the LGBTQIA plus people who face it on a regular basis. It's your duty to protect everyone. That's why we elected you. These protections must be written and precise in order to be enforceable. Please keep the original language. It's simple. Vote to end discrimination in Holland. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Katie Moran. I live at 94 East 14th Street, which is Hope College property. So I only have one thing written down, which is to ask you to support the ordinance as it was this morning and to pass it, to include gender expression, identity, and sexual orientation within it. But otherwise, all I have to say is my own personal lived experience. So in March, Hope College sent home students, and I did not really have a place to go, and so I stayed on campus. And so when classes were over, it was really a struggle for me to find somewhere to live. And it was always a fear of mine in the back of my head that who I am and my identity as a non-binary lesbian would prohibit me from being able to find somewhere to work and be able to afford housing before I could even, think about attaining housing. And so having this ordinance in place would really, I think, alleviate a lot of people's fears that they wouldn't be able to even have employment. And that's about it.
Thank you, Katie. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Kurt Ritzma, 3188 Marshall Lane. I am not in support and urge the Holland City Council to vote against expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. In this ordinance, you are elevating one group over another. So if a citizen protected at the state and federal level in Constitution of the United so if a citizen protected at the state and federal level and the perceives that they have been discriminated against, they can go to the Fair Housing Michigan Civil Rights Commission or the Human Rights Commission. They can take their complaints to these established agencies. You don't need to bring this to the local level because there are already protection and agencies to help those that feel they have been wrong. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Vote against this ordinance.
Thank you, Kurt. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Craig Ebel. I'm 13002 Blueberry Lane, Holland, Michigan. I'm coming at this more of a commonsensical standpoint. I'm not against, I am against this ordinance. The homosexual lifestyle, the reason I am against it is I've had experience in the past where homosexual men have come on to me. I love them. I pray for them. I'm not homosexual. But from a commonsensical standpoint, I cannot see them in leadership positions, number one, especially like with all boys. What's going on with the Boy Scouts right now, they had these very same arguments years ago. And now you see what's going on there. The Catholic Church, when they were having a hard time finding priests, they opened the doors to homosexual priests. I'm being blunt, but you know what? We got to face the truth, and that's the truth the way I see it. And my Bible also says, I'm sorry, but God is not mocked. He says it. We can do what we want, and we can rule over God if we want, but then we pay the consequences later. I truly believe that. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Olivia Emig, and my address is 95 West 18th Street, Holland. I don't really have much of a speech prepared because I wrote it in line, but anyways, I'm here to quite frankly beg you to vote yes on the non-discrimination ordinance. As a now openly gay citizen of Holland, it's honestly scary how many cis-het people even discuss whether or not I and many others should have the same rights as they have. I'm honestly sickened at the amount of hatred that resides in Holland that goes completely unnoticed. Please, please vote yes so I and others like me can live the free and happy lives that so many people today claim we already do. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Barbara Bowen, 2508 Sawtooth Court, Holland, Michigan. I do not support, and I'm asking the Holland City Council to vote no on expanding the terms of the City Charter 25 ordinance. I believe God's word is sharper than a two-edged sword. So I'm going to back it up with scripture, even though I've heard some say, but God's word says this: Leviticus 18:22. You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. Leviticus 20:13. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. But this was back during the law, but it still holds true. The blood will be upon them. 1 Corinthians 6:9. Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor the idolaters, nor the adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality. Romans 1:26. For this reason, God gave them up to unhonorable passions. For the women exchanged natural relations with those who were contrary to nature, and the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another. Men committed shameless acts with men and receiving unto themselves the due penalty of their error. 1 Timothy 1:10. The sexually immoral, men who practice homosexuality, enslavements, lying, perjury, whatever else is contrary to the sound doctrine. 1 Corinthians 6:9 and 10. Or do not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither the sexually immoral, the idolaters, blah, 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 or men that practice homosexuality, even drunkards, swindlers, will not inherit the kingdom of God. Revelations 8, we're coming to the last chapter of the Bible, says, but as for the cowardly, the fearless, the detestable, as for murderers, the sexually immoral, and it goes on and lists others, their portion will be in the lake of fire and sulfur, which is the second death. Remember Sodom and Gomorrah from your Bible story? And the surrounding cities were likewise indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural desires, served as an example by undergoing a punishment. The ordinance currently protects individuals based on age, race, sex, marital status, religion, and sources of income from discrimination. These changes would create a legal preference to a select group, elevating them over other groups, which is in itself discrimination. The state and federal courts have already ruled on this, as you have already been told. The Constitution of the United States already states that we are all created equal as defined in our natural rights. Thus, no one has a right superior to those of anyone else. We are born with these rights, our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which imply the right to live our lives as we wish, to pursue happiness as we think best. Vote no on the ordinance to amend the code of the city of Holland. Now, I had said that immorality, homosexuality is a sin. There are 3 ways to confess a sin. Let's do the ABCs backwards. C, confess. B, believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross and rose again. A, accept him as your Savior. And the sin of the homosexuality will be forgiven. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Daryl Van Tongeren. I live at 27 West 25th Street. City Council, I'm speaking to you today in support of the proposed non-discrimination ordinance, but I'm asking you to adopt the ordinance as it was originally written, not with the amendment striking out those terms, to protect all the citizens of Holland. I'm a social psychologist, and I teach my students that we all hold biases. Many times these biases come out in ways that we're not fully aware of. These implicit biases can often cause blind spots that can lead us to make arguments or hold opinions that on the surface seem pretty rational or supportive, but in reality, they're linked to fear, mistrust, or prejudice. So for example, some people have argued that Holland doesn't need an ordinance because the community is already loving, accepting, and supportive. If that were truly the case, then why not be supportive of an ordinance that ensures equal protections for all? Some have contended there's no reason to define sex in the current ordinance because it's already clear. But then usually that's followed up by a lengthy discussion on what sex actually means and how this can be confusing. If someone's in support of clarity around a definition, why not include the clear and obvious definitions? Why strike out terms? Some have argued that there's no need to enact an anti-discrimination ordinance because they haven't seen the data on discrimination, or they're not aware of people being discriminated against. Although, if you've listened carefully, so many people have come forth and shared personal stories of having experienced discrimination. Saying that there's no data is akin to victim blaming. Also, if there's no ordinance and there's no protections, how would people have proper channels to report these? If people want to support fixing a problem in our community, why not believe those who are sharing that they've experienced discrimination? In the end, many times our implicit biases can keep us from making right decisions. People fixate on minutia, they can make specious arguments that distract from the larger issues at hand. Now, we all have implicit biases. I do, we all have them, because we're all human. However, it's important to understand them and not allow them to affect our decision making. But part of how that happens is that we have to become aware that we have these biases, understand that they're operating, and then try to take action to correct those biases. As you discuss this ordinance tonight, I request that you consider whether you have any potential implicit biases that could be obscuring your decision-making processes. Your decision tonight could make a significant statement in ensuring protection for all of Holland's citizens. Please vote yes for the original ordinance as it was written, not by actively removing people who would be protected, so we can all make sure that we all get to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Bruce Greenlee. I live at 16731 Ashley Lane, Holland. I wanted to come tonight to thank you for letting a lot of people speak. I've been sitting out here. I got off work a little bit late, but I've been sitting here not as long as all you folks have, but this kind of looks like democracy at work, I think. The reason why I came to speak was to be part of that democracy. This issue, as you all know, seems to be more emotional than a lot of other issues that we encounter, even though there's lots of emotional issues going on in our nation. But generally, we all have our own behaviors that we decide to do. Whether somebody wants to chase somebody else's wife, whether they want to drink, they want to smoke, they want to cheat on their taxes, they want to do this or that. This issue is another behavior. I appreciate, like I said, I appreciate being able to speak tonight because I think it's, even though I don't live in the city of Holland anymore, I'm affected by what goes on in Holland because it spills over, just like one of the other fellows talked about sports teams or other extracurricular activities that come to Holland and what ramifications that may have. I did want to mention, though, I did have a run-in with a member of City Council I happened to be walking in the city recently, about 3 weeks ago, and I had a person rail on me for stating that they were very tired, also sick of my wife coming here to do what I'm doing right now and every one of these other people have done. That person decided to rail on me for a while, and I said, I have an opinion, and you have an opinion, and we each can share our opinion, and it doesn't mean one is better than the other. But I think a lot of that, the reason why that happened is because that person is really wrapped up into the emotion of this whole deal. I would just hope that each one of you would not be whipped up with emotion to make a vote, because there's 3 of you on the council right now. The reason why you're here is because of the emphasis of this issue in your campaigns. So obviously there's backing, but I would wonder if this was put to a vote of the people rather than came before only City Council and the Daily Sentinel and their input, if the vote would be different, because there are emotions on both sides. We would hope that people would use not just emotions, but vote logically and express their opinions like we've been doing tonight civilly. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I would encourage you to vote not to support this amendment.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I am Kat Schulte, and I live on West 14th Street. Thank you, Council, for still being here. I know you have heard from me before. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but there are a couple of things that popped up that I just felt like I wanted to reiterate. I know there's a motion out there to strike the language of gender identity and gender expression from the ordinance, and I would ask that you vote no on that. One of my favorite authors and leadership gurus, Brene Brown, says, "Clear is kind, unclear is unkind." And I think the more clear that we can be in this ordinance, the better. It helps protect those that we're trying to protect with this ordinance, as well as protect business people so that they know what the law is. Let's just be very clear. I also, for the most part, I've been super encouraged by what I've heard. I've been reading along with the public comments that people have sent in, and I feel like this community as a whole is super supportive of what you guys are considering tonight. But some of the comments tonight honestly have made me very saddened, and have actually just reiterated for me how important it is that we pass this ordinance this evening. Hearing people equate gender expression with pedophilia and fear of pedophilia in washrooms. Someone referenced homosexuals not being capable of leadership. The word abomination was used. And I deeply value the freedom that our country gives all people to have the beliefs that they have. But these beliefs can be harmful for people who are from the LGBTQ+ community. I heard someone say tonight that they wanted us and wanted you to think of the children. I have 2 small boys. I watch them play on our street with all of their friends. And when I look at the statistics, some of these beautiful children that I see every day fall into this community. I love children who surely will fall into the LGBTQ+ community. And they deserve to grow up in a place where they are loved and cherished and protected. So please do that. Please pass the ordinance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kat. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jed Utsma, 3188 Marshall Lane. I say do not pass this thing to give the LGBT people liberties. Do not pass it. And if you do, you're going to be put in schools, businesses, and places like that in not good situation, and especially with sports and like football, wrestling, like that, because they're going to be tackling and wrestling and it's just not a good situation to put people in, and that's all.
Thank
Do
you,
not
Ted.
pass it.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Harriet Bosch Tallman, 15120 James Street.
Could you come a little closer to the microphone
Sure.
for us? We want to make sure that everyone can hear you.
Thank you, thank you. I am not in support and urge the Holland City Council to vote against expanding the terms of the City Chapter 25 ordinance. In this ordinance, you are elevating one group over another by providing very specific description to the word sex. The ordination definition describes different styles of sex, giving detailed terms such as sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity more standing. Why? Why are you elevating one group over another group with extended language? This is a form of discrimination. Sex has already been protected at the state and federal level and the Constitution of the United States. So, if a citizen perceives that they have been discriminated against, they can go the Fair Housing Michigan Civil Rights Commission or the Human Rights Commission. They can take their complaints to these established agencies. You don't need to bring this to the local level because there are already protections and agencies to help those that feel they have been wronged. So please vote against this ordinance. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, my name is Dale Lauer. I live in Valley Township, 3970 Elegant Dam Road. And the reason why I'm here is that I wrote a letter, but I decided after what I was hearing tonight, it would be important for me to speak out publicly. Number one, I encourage you to vote yes for this change because it is so needed. And not only that, my husband works here in Holland as a first-line responder. He works in a medical facility, and I think that because he comes here and puts his life on the line, and he can fight for us and whatever, he shouldn't be discriminated against because he is a gay man. And to be able to work in Elegant and to worry about going to work and maybe being fired because he is a gay man, that is not right. My second point and my reason for sharing this with you and asking you not to change anything about the way it's written. It is written properly. I was in religion for many years. I was the deacon of the church. And if I was to tell you how to think or feel according to what I was taught, not a one of you, unless you were a member of the Church of Christ, would be going to heaven, because if you weren't baptized into Christ according to their belief and their teaching, you would not enter the kingdom of heaven. All of that was false. All of that I was taught, believed it, lived it, taught it to other people, only to find out it ended up being a lie. I am a gay man. I am discriminated against. I am a legally blind man, discriminated against. I am a 66-year-old man, and because of my age, I'm discriminated against. And I don't think any form of discrimination should be allowed in Holland or anywhere in our country. And I'm asking you to vote yes and leave the way it's written, leave it the way it is, and don't go according to what people are telling you to think or feel. Because what you decide is what's going to affect me and my husband and the opportunities that are shared to me as a blind, gay, elderly person. I ask you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name's Tyler Tsima, 3188 Marshall Lane. I encourage you guys to vote no on this because if you vote yes, that would not be good. And tall, short, fat, other people don't get special privileges, so everybody's the same. Everybody is made in God's perfect image. So I encourage you guys to vote no. And there's only two things on your birth certificate, a male and a female. If you're male or female, that's who you are. You can't change it. So I encourage you guys to vote no.
Thank you, Ty.
Yep.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Lucy Ebel, Holland, Michigan. When my daughter and I were shopping for a wedding photographer, we interviewed a certain photographer because we really liked the wedding pictures that we saw online. During our meeting, it became obvious that she would deny the service. Was she discriminated against us because of our race? Was she discriminated against us because of our sex? No. She was a business owner, and she had set parameters for the type of business she wanted to provide. She was a photographer that took artistic wedding pictures and made it clear that she did not and would not take traditional wedding pictures. We wanted traditional wedding pictures. Should we have filed a complaint against her with the Michigan Civil Rights Commission or the Human Rights Commission? No. We respected her and the way that she chose to run her business, and we hired another wedding photographer, and we were happy. We could have given her a hard time. We could have sued her. We could have made a lot of money. We could have put her out of business. But why? We could have perceived that she was discriminated against us and sued her for discrimination, but why? We know that a business has a right to run their business any way they choose to. You know, there are already laws that protect all of this that people have already talked about. There will always be a business willing to serve or hire anyone and everyone because in a capitalist society, a business that has the right to run a business the way they want. It makes no sense to ask an ice cream shop to sell me a pizza or expect a pizza place to sell me an orange. Should I sue or report the ice cream shop for not having strawberry ice cream, which happens to be my favorite ice cream? No, I shop somewhere else. There are always other businesses who will sell me strawberry ice cream. This is what makes America so great. If I want good Italian food, I don't go to a Mexican restaurant, I go to an Italian restaurant. If I want good Chinese food, I visit a Chinese restaurant. As a director of a department, when I was interviewing a potential candidate, first and foremost, I looked for the best qualified candidate based on the work history and experience. I hired young people, senior citizens, tall, short, overweight, underweight, even LGBT members. The law just didn't permit me to ask their age, their sex, their religion, their race, their national origin, their color, their marital status, sexual orientation, or anything in between. I hired the best candidate based on their qualifications. I go as far as asking my employees to conduct a second interview, and then they make their recommendation. That is very important to me. I want them to get along. This is America, a wonderful capitalist society that has so many options. All of the above can be viewed as discrimination, and we can write many, 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 many laws and try and prevent all the discrimination in the world. But really, are we really going to do that? I don't think so. Because in reality, all we will do is take away more and more freedom from the Americans. And pretty soon, nobody's going to be able to leave their house to look around or smile, because who knows? I might be discriminated against you. If I look at you wrong, oh my gosh, I'm perceived. So then they sue me. Really? Is that what you want? Think about what's going to happen in 10 years when you're no longer here, when you no longer have your role here. What are people going to think of you then? You got to think about that. This is not good. So I ask you to vote no on the ordinance amendments because you will be placing a group above the other groups, and this in itself is a type of discrimination against all the other groups. So you make a law for one group, you discriminate against the other group. So when does it stop? All the other citizens setting up the city of Holland for potential lawsuits for writing such a law. Think about all the lawsuits that have come down after you're long and gone and dead. Who knows? But think about it. There's going to be lawsuits. You see the whole nation. Everybody's suing everybody around here. Is that what we want in Holland? Really? The law is on the LGBT side. It protects all of us equally. So think about that. A law is already there for them. Let's use it. Why are we reinventing the laws? Why? And I think that you guys really need to think about this long and hard. Because what you're doing is a lot of you ran on this campaign. You ran on passing this ordinance. That was your campaign promise. So you're trying to live this promise for who? For yourself so you can be reelected? Think about it. Do you really think that is worth it? You're putting your own campaign promises above the citizens of this city? Think
Mr.
about
Mayor,
that.
that's 5 minutes.
Thank you, Lucy. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
John Zimmer, 367 Turnberry Way. I could come at this many different directions, but I'm going to stick pretty much to the rights and the political part of this. I want to say that if you pass this ordinance, you are creating a protected, distinct class with special rights. We already have laws in this country that protect all of our rights. But if you pass this ordinance, you're creating a distinct class. They have preeminence over us. That takes away my rights. That discriminates against me. If I own a business or I have private property and I have somebody that wants to rent my home or they want me to produce something that's against my beliefs, and I don't do it, then they can bring a lawsuit against me, which is wrong. I have just as much right to express my beliefs and my opinion. I just thought of this when I came in. I don't know if they still exist, but when I was a kid living around Holland, I thought there were ordinances that were against public display of affection. Now, I'm heterosexual, and I find it offensive when I see a heterosexual couple making out in public. But I find it even more offensive when I see somebody who's not heterosexual showing affection to each other, because it's unnatural. God didn't create us that way. So, we already have these rights in this country. Why are we attempting to create a protected class that has preeminence over everyone else? This isn't progressive. This is regressive. This is returning us to what our forefathers left Europe for. They left feudalism, where you had lords and you had servants. And if you didn't do what the lords wanted, you were dead or you starved to death. This is a return to ancient Rome, barbarism, where everything was legitimate except moral values. This will promote something that's not natural, that God didn't create us to be. And they can't tell me that God created them that way because their body says that He didn't create them that way. Discrimination's always going to exist. You'll never get rid of it. There's always going to be this group that doesn't like this group. I mean, look at Europe. Europe is all Anglo. Germans don't like French. French don't like Italians. The Irish don't like the Italians. When they came to this country, our forefathers came to this country, they had whole neighborhoods in cities that were segregated. That was their personal business. They were the same ethnic group, basically. Came from different families. But this whole black-white thing doesn't exist either. We're all red men. We all are red. You put a white shirt on me, my complexion is red. You put a black shirt on a so-called black man and stand off from him, he's red. Why? Because that's the way God created us. Adam means man of the red earth. God created us out of the red earth. Now, if you pursue this, there's a strong possibility that there will be legal challenges to this, because it is unconstitutional. You're discriminating against the majority of the people. And if there is a legal challenge to this, what Pandora's box are you opening? Not only with the transgender, all the different bathrooms, and I mean, there's so many roads to go down, but how much is this going to cost the taxpayers?
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, John, your time has expired.
So I just want you to think about that.
You can come forward. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes. My name is Virginia Greenlee. I live in North Holland, and you've seen me before. I want to say, first of all, I think you are all stupid with your masks. There's a recent international conference in Europe that basically has said this is a global scam. Viruses die and get weaker. They don't get stronger. We are not in a hot spot. So we're playing the game, the scandemic. Now, to go on with the issue at hand. And history will prove how foolish we've been. In terms of our community, Van Raalte acknowledged God as the giver of this gift of this community that we were to steward well. He founded this community so that God could have a place, kids could have an education to learn about God and develop character, and for us to steward it well. And he said that as long as we remembered God first and his kingdom, this community would prosper. This community has been a very prosperous community. Go to Muskegon, look at a difference. We've been blessed. We've been spoiled. This community has had a lot of jobs, a lot of factories, a lot of blessings, and it wasn't by accident. It's because God blessed it because of how the founder had acknowledged God. We can go away from God and his word and say, we don't have to listen to your word, God. We'll become our own God.
You're going to want to stay in front of the microphone, otherwise people will not be able to hear you.
I'm speaking loud enough, thank you. But we can be our own gods, and we can say, God, your word doesn't matter. You didn't just create male and female. You created 50 genders. Now let me see, which of those genders will I use for discrimination? Which sexual expression do I really want to use? Sorry, God, it's not male and female, even though that's in the DNA of every cell of my body. I think today I'm going to be XYZTVX. Tomorrow I'll be XYZSTU. We don't have to play the games. We know physically and biologically what people are. Emotionally and psychologically, they may feel differently and become environmentally conditioned to be different, but that doesn't change the physical and the DNA of the chromosomes. And then, let's see, physical, sexual, biological, emotional, and spiritual. There's a spiritual component because we are Basically, first and foremost, a spiritual being housed in a physical body with a mind, will, and emotions. That mind, will, and emotions is the part that gets people in trouble. The Bible says the heart is wicked above all things. We go by our flesh, and we decide, oh, I think I like this. For whatever reasons, whether somebody was traumatized, hurt, abused, wounded, rejected, or whatever, and then they say, I think I want this kind of relationship because I think this is better than God's idea. His design is glorious. It's higher than what we can imagine, but we don't want that. We want to just do our own thing and have our own way and have the relationships that we think feels good. And 95% of the people, if they have a relationship with somebody that has come out gay or transgender or whatever, they will compromise their theology for the sake of their emotions and their relationship of compassion and love for that person that's come out gay. These are funky. I might as well cover my eyes. But anyway, your ordinance, I want to clarify that people have continued to misunderstand it. They keep saying, leave the ordinance as it is. They don't understand that with the ordinance, the blue was what you have added. That's not a given done deal yet. That's what you're going to vote on. And they keep saying, leave it as is. They're not even clear which is which. So that needs to be clarified. And I won't do that. You can do that. Because people keep saying, leave it as is. Well, they see the extra words, but that's not it. And then in terms of what you have in your wording, your definition, any act means what? You don't have clarity in your definition. That needs to be described because, as somebody said earlier, is any act going to be open to bestiality or whichever? Another definition is a public accommodation. As my friend who was here before, who lived in Colorado, as we did, public accommodations, they were having to have extra accommodations to go out of their way because of an
Mr. Mayor,
LGBT
that's
person.
5 minutes.
I'm sorry, Jen, your time has
That's fine.
expired.
That's fine, thank you.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, that is the people from outside. So the people that have been very patient inside, I think now might have their opportunity.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you everyone in here for being so patient. Is there anyone here in council chambers that would like to address council? If so, please come forward.
It's been a long time sitting there, hasn't it?
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Art Spencer, 92 Liberty in Holland. Thomas Sowell, I've become a fan of quickly, when explaining why he did not enjoy his time at Harvard, stated, when I attended Harvard, I found an atmosphere that operated on the premise that if so many good people believe something to be so, then it must be so. We do not need to seek evidence to validate it. And of course, that would not sit well with any thinking person. There is a danger to gender inclusion. By passing this ordinance, I believe you're placing our city needlessly at risk. And I'll show you how in just a moment. According to recent findings and lengthy research regarding the topic at hand, approval of this ordinance undeniably paves the way for voyeurism, exhibitionism, and sexual assault. The following data serve to forewarn you of the risks that are at stake. The following data is taken from Gender Inclusion Policies and Sexual Violence by Paul Dirks. On Monday, July 11, 2016, at the Ammon Target store in Idaho, Sean Smith, a transgender individual, recorded an 18-year-old woman changing inside a Target dressing room. At Smith's sentencing, July of 2017, Judge Tenji stated, I, perhaps along with others, thought that Target has now adopted a questionable policy and wondered, is someone going to come in and victimize someone because of that? You took advantage of that and victimized this young lady. Leclerc in 2016 says, the immediate environment in which a crime is committed is not a passive backdrop to events, but actively shapes the offender's behaviors. An environment, says Holt in 2012, may precipitate crime in several ways. Situations can present cues that prompt an individual to perform criminal behavior. They can exert social pressure on the individual to offend. They can weaken moral constraints and permit offenders to engage in deviant acts, and they can produce emotional arousal that creates a criminal response. In light of recent studies on criminality, it is not in the least unlikely that relaxing constraints in certain venues may serve to open doors to sexual offenders, either to offend when they would not otherwise, or to offend in that particular venue instead of elsewhere. Easier access and lessening of suspicion seems to create an environment where harms are more readily perpetrated. By May of 2017, 250 media reports of these kinds of offenses, including 27 reports of men identifying or expressing as women in their offending. In some cases, such as at the University of Toronto in 2016, incidents were clearly related to gender inclusion policies. We performed a geographical analysis which found a significant correlation between the number of offenses and those states which had gender inclusion policies. 9 out of the 10 highest offense averages per population belonged to states and provinces that had gender inclusion policies. So again, though while there are no recorded assaults in Holland, Michigan, there are also no verifiable incidents of discrimination against the homosexual community. I said verifiable. Now, while you are creating a solution to a problem that doesn't apparently exist, it certainly appears, as a result of this data, that you're also creating an environment conducive to crimes that will scar good citizens for the rest of their life. Now, we understand that many will actively discriminate against the Christian community as soon as the Bible is used as a moral compass. Yet know this, every one of us have a final authority. Every one of us have that final authority. Yours will either be your experience, your intellectual property, your emotions, or your relationships. But for those that choose God as their final authority,
Mr. Mayor, that's 5
All
minutes.
right.
Sorry, Mr. Spencer, your time has
That's
expired.
fine, not at all. Appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Is there anyone else here who would like to address council? If so, please come forward. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening. My name is Dana Rokamp. My pronouns are she, her, hers. My address is 10358 Summerwood Drive in Zeeland. Holland is where my husband and I spend the majority of our time and certainly our money at local breweries, restaurants, and shops. I am also very involved in Out on the Lakeshore and Holland Pride, which I am so thankful for. It is where I have made the majority of my friends here. When this ordinance failed to pass 9 years ago, I admit I was so frustrated I wanted to leave this area. Nothing would change, so why do I want to spend my money and invest my time in a city where leaders made the choice not to protect everyone? I felt like I didn't belong here. Luckily, there are people in this community like Jennifer Adams who lead by example, who know that progress doesn't happen when people give up and leave, that progress happens when you persist, show up, and you do the work to change hearts and minds or elect different leaders, even if it takes 9 years. Today, I stand here as a proud, active member of this community. I want to thank the council and Mayor Box for putting the non-discrimination ordinance up for a final vote today, and I am urging you to vote in favor of the ordinance as it is written today. This brings the city in line with the standards set by the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, and it protects our family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers in Holland who are often discriminated against, including those who are LGBTQ, among many others who are included in the ordinance. I also urge you to leave the definitions of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression into the ordinance. Holland was ready 9 years ago, and we are certainly ready today. We all get to work here. We all get to live here. I look forward to your vote on the right side of history. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dana. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council at this time? If so, please come forward. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, I'm Stephanie Hoekstra. I live at 3977 Tallgrass East in Holland. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin by saying I harbor hatred for no one, no people groups. I have friends with ideas and beliefs that are very different than mine. And if I got to know some of the people who I met when I was first in the parking lot, some of them who identified as LGBTQ, I would like to be their friend. But I'm arguing that you need to change the wording in the ordinance to remove sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity. And I'll go along to explain. And when I was listening, I think the gentleman right here was explaining that these have been added. They aren't part of the state law. So I believe that City Council, if you would move this forward, you're asking me to affirm something that's not true and could lead to problems within the city. We need objective reality to have civil society. I make no decisions. I make all my decisions based on objective reality. This is my right hand, and if a sign says there's no right turn on a red, we've all been in agreement that this is right. And if we all agree on the terms, it helps for our society to work well. The mayor gave a good example a couple of weeks ago when you said if you want to know how tall a man is, you just measure him. But it has to be said that we all have to agree on the measure of an inch. And I believe that we can't change what things mean. We have to agree on what we're talking about in society for things to go well. If a boy can say he's a girl based on his feelings, that's not reality. It is not the truth. It is his feelings, emotion, not a fact. Not only would that be evident if he were naked, but the chromosomes in his body could prove this. He would have XY chromosomes. That is a fact. The repercussions could happen in our city that are negative, and I would like you to think about it, and that's why I choose to change to remove those three, gender orientation, gender expression, and gender identity from this new ordinance or law. Here's some examples that are playing out in the United States right now. The government could control your speech. If it goes, you can see there's passion. When I listen to the people here, there's diversity in this little community, just like there is everywhere in America. And they're passionate about how they think, and we can live and work together peacefully. But I think the passions come from one group wanting to be heard and another group not wanting to say what they don't believe. And that is called compelling someone's speech. So if the government can now control your speech and people don't want to call a he a she and vice versa. This happened to a teacher at West Point School in Virginia, and it's a lawsuit right now. A teacher, he had agreed to call the student by her male name, and by accident, he slipped out one day that he said, don't let her bang into the wall, and the student was upset. The teacher had to agree to call this girl a he, and he couldn't do it. So that's in court right now. So that's one thing. So we feel strongly on both sides, and we cannot compel people's speech. So this is why you should think about those three things. Another thing to think about is a boy who feels like he's a girl could compete for the girls' sports teams in Holland schools, or use the girls' showers at the aquatic center. This could be a problem for a lot of parents. People talk about abuse happening. I think the lady's proven the facts don't show that trans people abuse anybody, and I agree.
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, Stephanie, your time has expired. Thank you. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Jill DeYoung, 684 South 160th Avenue. Having spent the majority of my time a few weeks ago introducing myself as the lesbian everyone has something in common with, I struggled to think of anything I could say that was more impactful than human connection. I don't really think that you all need to know my favorite food, too. It's tacos, by the way. How could I help you better see the vision and dreams that we have for this community? So instead of talking more about myself, I want to use this time to highlight some voices from the past that I think we may have forgotten. In 2018, the Human Relations Commission stated, "An inclusive city is one that values all people and their needs equally." Then, in an attempt to further define inclusivity, they held a series of meetings at which people could give feedback. The voices that spoke there were numerous, powerful, and clear. At 14 different feedback meetings, people were asked, what does an inclusive city feel and look like? And some of the responses were as follows. One that doesn't fear change. A diversity of people and ideas. Where love motivates action, not fear. A sense of I belong here. It feels like home for everyone. People treat each other with dignity, whether they agree or not. An obvious welcoming for all with equal opportunities and no walls. No one needs to hide who they are. There's no fear of discrimination. A community that supports and defends each other. All needs are met for all residents. A place that creates diversity on purpose. A genuine concern and advocacy for the well-being of residents. And my personal favorite, it looks like a black man in an Elsa dress helping a police officer in a snowstorm. The hundreds of comments almost exclusively envisioned a place that was diverse and safe, where people belonged and focused on caring for our common humanity. The place of overwhelming agreement was in the desire for a city that is diverse, colorful, vibrant, inviting, hopeful, livable, celebratory, interesting, welcoming, inviting, and non-discriminatory, where people are included, enfolded, embraced, loved, validated, safe, valued, protected, represented, wanted, empowered, dignified, and equal. And when asked how a more inclusive city could be achieved, the consensus was equally clear. Listen to people on the margins. Celebrate what makes us different. Treat everyone as people. Understand change and diversity are the future and be open-minded. Listen to and care about the struggles of others. And the most common reply, pass a non-discrimination ordinance. As you travel from one side of Holland to the other, you cross over Unity Bridge. And the sign states, building community together. And the uniting sun towers over it all, boasting that this is a place where we celebrate our diversity. Cyril Lichtenberg, the sculptor, on the day that his artistic vision was installed, said, "You see the sun? It's the same for everyone. I hope this is a welcome sign." I want to thank each of you for your extended attention and diligent work. I know that this is a difficult position to be in, and all of your work and energy has not gone unnoticed or unappreciated. I hope that in your final considerations and vote tonight, you will honor the messages of Holland area's largest sculpture and its creator. Affirm that as the light of the sun shines on each of us, so too will the light of opportunity and equality. Affirm the reality that more inclusion will not be the thing that drives us apart, but will be what ultimately connects us and draws us into deep community, where there is a genuine welcome extended to the diverse populations that have and will continue to make us truly exceptional. More so, I hope you will honor the voices who have spoken, not just these past weeks and months, but for years, who have requested just one simple thing: include us as humans, chosen and dearly loved. Pass the non-discrimination ordinance as is. Let us all live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Thank you, Council, for your time. My name is Jennifer Mannanen, and I live at 10995 Ryan's Way. I'm relatively new to the community, even though my friend Jill says that after 3 years, I'm not new anymore. It's tough for me not to feel like a newcomer in Holland. In fact, a present council member's opening line at a luncheon I attended last fall was, "I'm new here. I've only lived here 30-odd years." I laughed genuinely at this icebreaker. At that moment, I thought, there it is. Holland is such a tough community to penetrate, it's literally a joke. I laughed a second time. You could say Holland takes pride in our insularity. Our commitment to Dutch culture is unrivaled. Even Dutch in the Netherlands seem impressed. There are traditions aplenty, matched with little interest in experiences, culture, or other traditions outside of one's own West Michigan bubble. This intransigent attitude is often expressed with uncompromising pride. I felt it in some of my interactions. I know as a secular queer transplant, I haven't felt welcomed or accepted in Holland. If a council member, in all their privilege and power, openly jokes about how being new in town after 30 years of serving this community, how can I ever truly feel welcome? We must acknowledge and begin to dismantle the unwelcoming culture. Let's name it and shame it. Holland suffers from West Michigan nice. This cleverly coined term describes a specific brand that grants folks an unsaid social escape clause. West Michigan nice ensures avoiding taking a stand on anything controversial. When someone is West Michigan nice, you never know where they stand or what they truly think or feel. The priority of the interaction is to be civil, peaceful, and never disruptive. Too often it's lip service and does little to inspire action that creates meaningful change for future success. The West Michigan nice person believes the NDO goes against their religious beliefs, failing to recognize their own religious privileges. They don't need to worry about their job or obtaining housing, as they can secure them with or without the NDO. It was never about their rights anyway. Their Christian privilege plus heteronormative fragility compels them to demand counsel to follow their interpretation of Christianity. Their entitlement makes it easy to justify personal comfort over the protection of a vulnerable population. The West Michigan nice person is afraid of not being liked or losing status if they speak up against LGBTQIA hate speech or discriminatory practices. They stay quiet and avoid disrupting discrimination to preserve their position. Recognizing potential strong opinion about LGBTQIA rights and the NDO, the West Michigan nice person never discusses it. They don't want to upset emotions, even if their inner voice is signaling that what is said and being done isn't right. Getting labeled a social justice warrior in our polarized country is not an option. This person prefers to wait on the fence for less tenuous times. Let's move past West Michigan nice and toward practicing true kindness. The person practicing kindness recognizes that LGBTQIA folks are vulnerable in Holland and in need of protection from discrimination. They then advocate for protection under the NDO, never putting their own emotions above the needs of the marginalized. As kindness practitioner is motivated by empathy. A person practicing kindness prioritizes the call to action to protect LGBTQIA access to housing and jobs over how it will impact someone's personal feelings or interpretation of religious beliefs. They recognize the difference between feeling offended versus being affected by the NDO and align their efforts with those most affected by discrimination. A kindness practitioner uses their privileges and power to show up Speak up and help uplift the voices most at risk, even if it's a problem that doesn't affect them personally. If human beings are unjustly suffering, it's a problem for the whole community. A person practicing kindness is committed to treating all with respect and willing to risk their privilege and comfort to confront homophobia. They know justice can't wait. In previous meetings, I've observed some demure detractors brazenly evoke religious rights as their justification to be unkind and discriminatory to members of our community. I reject their perversions of Christianity. They insist marginalized members of our community sit back, shut up, and accept their version of West Michigan nice. Council, I urge you to be on the right side of history and pass this NDO as written tonight and put aside this West Michigan nice, and let's practice kindness for every person who calls Holland home. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Amber Marie Cowles. I live at 1892 Parkcrest Southwest in Wyoming, apartment 4. Hi, my name is Amber Marie Cowles. I am an out and proud transgender lesbian, and I lived in Holland for 3 years before moving to Wyoming to find a little more affordable housing. I would like to address council to urge council to pass the ordinance as it is written. I've heard a few things about sports. I am a 15-time marathon finisher. If anything, shooting estrogen into my body made me slower. It did not have me competing with Shalane Flanagan or Kara Goucher or any elite marathon female. It actually made me slower and made me more vulnerable to injury. Also, I have been in the bathroom at Target, and I once again, I just go in, I close the door, I look for an open stall, I close the door behind me, I wash my hands, and I leave. I am not looking at women. If I am, it's just to make sure the sink is open or the stall is open, not to do it. Also, I'm a behavior technician who works with autistic kids. I work with kids. I am a professional, and I have a girlfriend of my own. Also, I am also an intern at Every Woman's Place in Muskegon, where I work with domestic violence and sexual assault and abuse victims. Not a single woman has ever accused the transgender community of assault. Now, my Bible says love your neighbor. I want to know, does that include your LGBT neighbor? Does that love and say I can work in the city of Holland without fear of being fired for who I am? I want to know, does that mean I can rent a house in the city without wondering if I'm going to be denied or evicted for who I am? You know, I've read the Bible too. In fact, I go to Grace Episcopal Church. And at my church, I am welcomed, I am affirmed, I am Amber Marie, and according to them, part of my lifestyle is making delicious muffins. It's not going to the bathroom to cause harm. And you know, I don't want to take the full 5 minutes because I don't have 5 minutes to say, but in the words of Lady Gaga, I'm beautiful in my way because God makes no mistakes. I'm on the right track, baby. I'm born this way. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Amber Marie. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council at this time? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm Mary Lou Braidaway. I live at 8145 Otagon, Holland, Michigan. I'm a little nervous, actually. I'm a former public school teacher, a former foster mom, an adoptive mom of kids of differing races, differing views in life, I love diversity. I love my kids. I love people in general. I don't especially like public speaking because I'm a senior citizen and I have a little anxiety problem. I do not agree with passing this ordinance. I love people, but I feel that this is actually discriminating against people. It's discriminating against people and businesses who deserve to be free to act and make decisions according to their personal conscience and preference. Many people involved in the gay activist movement are well known to be aggressive and vocal and hateful toward those who disagree with them. We are the ones being spoken evil of and made fearful to follow the dictates of our conscience and biblical understanding. A vocal minority should not be allowed to lead to reverse discrimination. This ordinance is more than an ordinance. It's government endorsement of a lifestyle. Our freedom to act according to conscience will be gone. I strongly urge you to vote no. It's not a matter of love or hate. It's a matter of doing what's right and respecting all people. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mary Lou. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Reverend Brian Burkhoff, 5748 141st Avenue in Holland. I'm a pastor here in Holland, also a candidate for U.S. Congress in the 2nd Congressional District, which includes the city of Holland. And I stand before you as a white, straight male who is Dutch and Christian, experiences about peak privilege here in Holland. I don't experience discrimination, but there are people who do. And so it is imperative that we include language specifically protecting people around sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. There's a reason we have other things named. Language, age, religion, race. We leave them in because they're important and we don't think you should discriminate on those reasons. And so people have come up here and said some are asking for special privileges or special protections. No, they are not. They are asking to be treated as equal humans. I was sitting in my backyard today and I noticed a hawk flying high up in the sky in the beautiful blue afternoon. And as it was circling up there, I imagined what the view from that height might look like and what people down below might look like. And I thought humans below would look pretty similar from that high vantage point. They would look simply like people, and many of the differences that we see at ground level would be negligible. And the truth is we are all simply people, all of us. Some of us are tall, some of us are short, some of us are somewhere in between, some of us are white, some of us are brown, some of us are black. Some of us originate from the Netherlands or from Mexico or from Kenya or Korea, maybe even Canada or Zealand. Some of us are straight, some of us are gay, some of us are trans. All of us are human. And so with that clear-eyed vision of a hawk soaring at great height, let us make the brave and moral choice to recognize the humanity and dignity of all our neighbors. No one should be discriminated in Holland because of their sexual orientation, their gender identity, or their gender expression. We are living, friends, in the 2020s, not the 1920s or the 1950s.
50s. It is time to do what's right. Let's not look back on this time and say we didn't do everything possible to affirm the dignity of all our neighbors. And please don't make me go home to my children tonight and tell them that Holland is a place that supports discrimination. And so as a pastor, as a person of faith, as someone who loves Jesus and loves my neighbors, every single one of them, please vote yes on this non-discrimination ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Alan Hoekstra, 3977 Tallgrass East Court, Holland, Michigan. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council. It is very much appreciated. I'll try to keep this short. I know you've all been sitting for a long time. I did hear a little bit about what our Human Rights Commission has been tracking and providing statistics and data. I do think it's an important point that the council needs to look into what exactly is the discrimination we're seeking to remedy. So I would encourage you to look deeper into that. I would also like to encourage you to discuss a couple of exceptions to the ordinance that is before you. The first exception I'd like to ask you to consider would be for public accommodations, and I'm speaking of locker rooms, restrooms, and showers, etc. I'd urge you to look to an exception that would allow these to be allocated based on biological sex. I would also like to ask you to consider an exception to the ordinance that would allocate certain public activities, I'm speaking of sports and other related activities here, that have traditionally been allocated based on biological sex to continue to be allocated based on biological sex. And if you don't think you need to discuss these exceptions, or if they're not valid, I would really like to hear that explained to the public why these exceptions are not necessary. And I'm not, these are not just made up issues. If you review the recent Bostock versus Clayton County decision by the Supreme Court of the United States, the topic of bathrooms, locker rooms, showers, women's sports come up in these cases. It's the Supreme Court of the United States. We have a chance to deal with those right now. We have a chance to deal with them in a rational manner by making appropriate exceptions now rather than dealing with the confusion and potential endless litigation later. I'll end with a relatively quick example. I'm the husband of one wife and the father of 4 daughters. When our family was young, we spent many weekends at the Holland Area Aquatic Center having a great time. We enjoyed the pool and all the other amenities. However, if my wife and my 4 young daughters would have been subject to naked biological males using the locker rooms and showers at the Holland Aquatic Center, I assure you our membership would have ended immediately. I think the same is true for most families. I don't think my position is illogical or hateful. It's simply respectful that biology is real, and in certain situations it should be used to allocate usage and participation. I'd ask you to seriously consider that. That isn't a hateful or illogical request. So I would encourage you to think very deeply about the decision that you have before you. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, Alan.
My name is Dr. Calvin Dykstra, 16201 Harbor Point Drive. This document was prepared by law school professor emeritus with distinction William Wagner. Professor Wagner writes, "We represent concerned citizens of Holland who have asked us to help them analyze and respond to the proposed non-discrimination ordinance that the City Council is currently considering. We believe the proposed ordinance would have serious adverse consequences for the community and deserves serious study. We strongly oppose adoption of the proposed ordinance and trust that you will carefully consider our reasons for doing so. We sincerely believe that all citizens of Holland deserve to be respected and extended equal protection of the laws as granted by our state and federal constitutions. We do not believe, however, that the proposed ordinance rationally or fairly furthers either of those aspirations. The proposed ordinance presents three principal problems. Number one, it creates an unworkable standard. Number two, it is a serious threat to citizens' constitutional due process rights. And number three, it not only fails to serve its stated purpose, but it contradicts that purpose. Some people assert that this proposed ordinance is necessary as a matter of tolerance, but those who promote tolerance must be tolerant of truth, for without truth, no meaningful conversation is possible. The proposed ordinance fails to tolerate truth in several significant respects. For one, through its sexual orientation definition, it basically asserts that there is such a thing as gender identity that consists of one's appearance, behavior, or identity as whichever gender one chooses. That definition, that concept, is untrue. The truth is that gender is, as a matter of objective fact, determined by chromosomes and genitalia. It is not determined by subjective preferences. If someone identifies as the Pope, that does not make him the Pope. It doesn't matter if he dresses like the Pope, talks like the Pope, or says Mass like the Pope. No matter how sincerely he believes he is the Pope, the objective fact is he's still not the Pope. Subjective ideas cannot trump objective facts. Therefore, he cannot rightfully force me to treat him like the Pope. Yet that is exactly the premise on which the proposed ordinance rests. Laws must be based on objective facts, not mere preferences. When rules are based on subjective preferences, they can no longer be called laws. At that point, they are mere tyranny because they allow the rule makers and rule users to impose their will on others arbitrarily. It sacrifices the freedom of the many to satisfy the desires of the politically motivated few. The vagueness and subjectivity of this identity right the ordinance proposes creates other problems as well. Consider, as one example, the proposed protection for sexual orientation. This novel concept is premised on the alleged new right to determine one's own identity. One should, the argument goes, be free to make any decisions one wants about intimate sexuality without any governmental interference. And indeed, now with governmental protection for anyone who might disagree with those choices. Gender identity is even more untenable. It too is premised on a rejection of biological reality and a rationalization of homosexual behavior. Professor Wagner concludes with, there is no principled basis for singling out gender confusion or homosexual conduct as protected grounds for one's identity among all the possible identity choices that citizens might make. Like the United States Congress and the Michigan legislature, the Holland City Council should reject this request to extend legal protections and imposing draconian legal sanctions on such an unprincipled basis. I submit this document for the record.
You can leave it right with the city manager there, sir. Thank you, Calvin. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. I'm Dr. Linda Dykstra, 16201 Harbor Point Drive. As previously discussed, sex is an objective reality based on biology. It is an objective reality determined long before birth. In contrast, gender or sexual identity is a subjective choice. Subjective choice. A choice that can be made and can be revisited and reversed over the course of a lifetime. The City Council is proposing to change the laws in Holland from being objective reality-based to being based on subjective choice. Professor William Wagner, and he's got a long resume, so let me just read this short part, served in the United States Court as a federal judge. Prior to his appointment on the federal judge on the bench, he served as an American diplomat, senior assistant United States attorney, and chief of appellate litigation for the Office of the United States Attorney. Professor Wagner has written the document, which I think you all have a copy of. It's entitled, Comments of Great Lakes Justice Center Regarding Proposed Amendments to this Holland City Code. And I'm going to quote from that document. Quote, laws must be based on objective facts, not mere preferences. When rules are based on subjective preferences, they can no longer be called laws. At that point, they are mere tyranny because they allow the rule makers and the rule users to impose their will on the will of others. And they do that arbitrarily. It sacrifices the freedom of many to satisfy the desires of the politically motivated few. Page 1 that came from. Further, I quote again, how can the proposed law, this proposed law, how can it possibly prohibit prostitution, polygamy, bestiality, incest? And I'm a therapist. I know about these things. Clearly, all of these choices and more should be protected. All of those should be protected as a matter of law once the personal identity standard of this proposed ordinance is adopted. There is simply no principled way to argue that these protections for these issues that are not only destructive, but they have to be supported and defended. Now I ask, in order to protect these subject choices, will governmental police power be used? Will governmental authorities be used? Will they deprive their constituents of liberties using their subjective justifications and rules? And what about the legitimate constitutional rights, including due process, of the residents and businesses of Holland? I quote again, the proposed ordinance infringes on most individual rights, the rights of free speech, freedom of association, freedom of religion, and the rights of private property, privacy, and contract by forcing city residents and businesses to not only accept, but also endorse subjective identities that they don't recognized as legitimate. Again, I ask, what about the legitimate constitutional rights, including due process, of the residents and businesses of Holland? And what about objective reality of sex? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Tom Dunkelberger, and I live at 2260 Woodlark Drive in Holland. And I'm a school bus driver. I think I spoke at the last meeting, and I've got to get up in the morning to take some kids to school because we started, and that's a great thing. It was interesting to me that when I drove into the parking lot, I saw a word that just jumped out at me. And even in tonight's discussions, I've heard that word used 3 or 4 times in reference to my side of the issue. I mean, and that word is hate. The sign said, hate has no place in Holland. The inference was, if I don't agree with that side, I hate. I don't hate. I think the better word for us on this side of the issue is love, because we love our families, we love our communities, we love our marriages, we love our friends. And for somebody to paint a picture that says, I hate, I think is just wrong. And that bothers me a bit. I think one of the things also that I wanted to bring up was today I heard on the radio about the Boy Scouts of America and what's happening. They filed bankruptcy February 17th, 2020 of this year. The biggest reason is because they have right now over 1,200 law cases that is before them. There's a deadline of November 16th, I believe it is, where anybody who has a case to continue to bring before the courts against the Boy Scouts has until that they need to get their claims in. So there's going to be a couple thousand lawsuits against the Boy Scouts. And I realize it's not exactly the same kind of issue, but in a way it is. The Boy Scouts of America has assets in excess of $10 billion, and it's going bankrupt because of the legalities that came out of poor decisions that leaders made. And I'm not going to be critical of that. Those are decisions that were made. Those are decisions that those leaders have to live with. But I think we run the risk here if we make the wrong kinds of decisions. And people are hurt, especially young kids, as they were in that case. There will be lawsuits. There will be consequences to the result of that vote. I don't know what it's going to be. You can't anticipate it either. But I think you need to weigh it in to the decisions that you're going to make today. I don't envy you. It's a difficult decision because you do have a group of people that are being discriminated against in certain ways. Maybe we don't believe that, but they do. And because of that, there is a reality there. So you've got to come up with solutions that do protect everybody, that protect the people of the city of Holland and the traditions that have made this city great. And I think the last observation that I would like to make is I happen to notice on the seal of the city of Holland words that I can't even pronounce, but I just did decide to Google them, and it was the phrase beginning with God. And what I discovered was that those words go back to Latin phrases, which when it's interpreted, it says, if God is with us, who shall be against us? And those were the thoughts of Van Raalte and the city council, and that's the heritage of this community. I would ask you to follow that heritage. Let God lead you to the decisions that you're going to make, because they're very difficult decisions, and it's important that you get God's guidance in this. I think most of you are Christians or certainly have belief in Christian values, and we know that the Holy Spirit will guide us when we ask Him to, and I would ask that you do so in this case. And I would also ask you to vote no on this issue, because I think the way that it's worded, it grants special rights to people.
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Ann Henriksen, 338 Royal Park Drive, Zeeland, Michigan. The City of Holland Council voted to consider this proposal of anti-discrimination for this special interest group identified as sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. All the other groups mentioned in the recommended ordinance are already included in the Elliott Larson anti-discrimination law and the Disability Act, so it really doesn't need to be in this. The word sex originally in the laws meant a man and a woman, and them being protected from debilitating discrimination. In the Holland ordinance, sex is redefined for the special interest group as sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is fancy language to appear to protect all the groups with sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression tucked into the middle of it. This is an LGBT ordinance, pure and simple. The presentation and testimonies have been from the LGBT community and support systems. There were no other groups except maybe one, and she came this evening, for racial discrimination, but all the rest have been LGBT. The LGBT ordinance that will silence anyone who disagrees with their ideology. They say it won't. They say it is acceptance, but on the other hand, if they have to be accepted, that means then I have to accept them. I accept them. They're in the community. They belong here. But now do I need to make special exceptions for them? I visited the downtown stores and I talked to the owners. Most of them have no idea this is going on. And when they realized it was, fear is what came to them. Because what will happen from what this ordinance is built upon, the State of Michigan Civil Rights Commission, who reflects at this point the present Michigan administration, is the one that has made the recommendation of this. In 2018, when the present administration began, they're the ones that constructed the language for this, and they're the ones that added the word from sex to sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. It is faulty in that the Michigan Commission endorses the LGBT language by their own authorization and discernment. When they investigate an LGBT discrimination infraction, they will apply their own language. This is acting as law in the Commission's own eyes. This came about without any democratic process provided by the Michigan Constitution of a public vote or amended by legislative action of the Michigan Congress. Any complaint of discrimination sent to the Holland Department, according to this ordinance, will be sent to the Michigan Commission, and they will act on a biased fashion. This is an overreach of authority resulting in injustice. The ordinance presents undue financial legal burden to anyone accused by a complaint without local mediation support opportunities. It is a hammer to anyone who is accused. The complaint must have substantial evidence to support the discrimination. This probably will result in a witness only. It is clear by this ordinance and some people on this council, any fair judgment will not result, especially for anyone who is acted according to their religious convictions. Finally, I have to admit this. It is appalling to me that any discussion, I've been here for each one, and anytime anything is raised about any kind of language or anything else, it is immediately sidelined, silenced, and ignored. It isn't actually talked about. It is quickly said, well, it's a case by case. Another one is the ordinance has teeth. Do we really need teeth in an ordinance? What does that mean? Apparently, to me, that means that it will take down anybody who does not agree with it. It is unfortunate the neglect, carelessness, and complicit overreach that you as a council have decided to pass a law that will, in essence, destroy your own community for the sake of liberal politics. No other Holland council in history has ever been so irresponsible and deliberate. Who on this council will have the strength and dare to say no? The conduct of assuring a clean and appropriate ordinance has been haphazardly ignored to say the least, with the indifference to the unreasonable negotiation. Holland voters have a right to be angry. You
Mr. Mayor,
haven't
that's
done it
5
right.
minutes.
Thank you, Ann. Your time has expired. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council at this time? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
George Martell, 1940 Lakeview Drive. This ordinance is just unnecessary. And for the record, I'm encouraging you to vote no on it. I came to Holland a little over half a century ago, and Holland was not perfect then. But as it is not perfect today. But in my time here as a young person, I came here right out of high school, and it being a not perfect place to welcome me, I didn't whine and find a reason to be a victim of anything. I went to work and I found the best of Holland, and I've lived here ever since, and I've raised my children here because it's a good place to do that. We are all created equal. I'm hearing a lot of people talk this evening about how they are special and they have special needs and they need ordinances to protect them. They have the same protection that I do and you do and everybody in this town, in this country does. Every citizen of this town and country has the same protections. None of us deserve special ordinances to protect us. Now here I am, fat, bald, and old, and not as handsome as I used to be, so that's somewhat of a handicap. And should I come and ask you for a special ordinance because there's a few people around like me that maybe need special protections from people who don't treat us right? No, I don't need a special ordinance to do that. I'll take care of myself. I'll find the good in things. I'll not whine and find reasons to be a victim. So I guess I get back to that the Constitution protects all of us equally. Holland does not need special ordinances for any people just because they perceive themselves to be victims. It seems like anymore people find more reasons to get attention or take care of me kind of thing. It's we're all already equal, and life is what you make of it. It's up to us to make the best life that we can make and stop asking other people in municipalities and government to take care of us, coddle us, take care of our special needs. Forget about it. Get over it and get on with your life. Make the best of it. Please. Oh, and I guess I want to mention that somebody earlier said this is not 1920 or 1950. I'm going to suggest that this is 2020, but that doesn't give us the reason to lower our morals every time a decade or two goes by. Our morals should be what our morals always were. And I also want to remind you guys and gals that there is a certain amount of constitutionality to what's being proposed here. And I don't want my tax dollars being spent to defend an unconstitutional act.
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you, George. Your time has expired. And would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Jeffrey Sorensen, and I'm the director at Out on the Lakeshore at 451 Columbia Avenue. Mayor Box and members of City Council, just as you do each week, I have read all of the public comments submitted regarding the non-discrimination ordinance, including the 173 on today's agenda. In those comments, we've read many examples of discrimination that have taken place right here in Holland. One woman stated that after moving here with her wife to take care of her mother-in-law, she almost got 3 separate jobs, with those offers being retracted when they learned her spouse was also a woman. Another explained that during a painful coming out process, and it's often painful, I might add, not only did he lose his job, but he struggled to find an affirming faith-based organization and still struggles years later to find himself, or to be himself, for fear of being discriminated against again. The only ties holding him to Holland are his children. Otherwise, he, like many others, would have left long ago. We also heard a woman speak here in this very room a few weeks ago about how her child was denied swimming lessons, simply because he had 2 moms. These are not made-up stories. They are real people's lives. These are just 3 examples, and several others can be found. You may ask then, why doesn't the Human Relations Commission have records of complaints like these? To that, I'll bring your attention to the discrimination complaint form on the City of Holland's website. Just above the form, it states that the City of Holland complies with both the Title VI, which covers financial assistance, and Title VII, covering employment, of the Civil Rights Act, which includes discrimination on the basis of race, color, national origin, religion, and sex. No mention of housing or public accommodations, or even the city's own ordinance on the issue. Considering that Title VI and VII also have different definitions of sex, this explanation leaves much to be desired. We talk a lot about interpretation in this room. My interpretation of this is that if I am discriminated against based on my sexual orientation or my gender identity, the city does not recognize that complaint as valid. Pair that with the very well-known city council decision almost 10 years ago in this very room, when previous leaders made it clear that they did not support those protections. So why then would someone continue to file a complaint knowing it will essentially fall on deaf ears? Tonight, council and mayor, you have the opportunity to fix this problem by passing the ordinance intact, including all protected classes and definitions, with no amendments. To make it clear who is protected, to confirm the city's alignment with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, and to tell all of the people affected by these various types of discrimination that we see you and you are valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council? Would you please state your name and address?
967 Songbird Lane. At this point in time, especially after tonight, the evidence suggests that the majority of the council only respects the power of the minority while treating council actions as if they're actions of grace. But the power of grace works both ways. Being gracious in law toward the vocal minority also requires a requisite grace toward the majority. Without that equality, such grace is no grace at all. It runs the risk of hypocrisy. In the real world, it is the minority's burden to justify its claims against the majority, not the other way around. If those claims cannot be demonstrated as accurate, any ordinance based on those claims is on its face illegitimate. Holland, just like the rest of the nation, is not governed by a kowtowing to special interest groups. We supposedly operate under a representative government, which gives the minority representation, but not inordinate power or influence. In other words, what you do tonight cannot be respected or accepted unless you have proven to the broader electorate that the process of legislation has been vetted with the facts on the ground in this present context. I spent a combined 10 years in the military. In that service, I learned that duty always preceded my personal desires or agendas. Sometimes duty even preceded my values. If I failed to loyally fulfill my duties, the troops under me could be endangered, and the consequences within the chain of command above me could be exponentially serious. Such a failure was encoded in military law as the offense of dereliction of duty. Over my years of interaction with Holland City Council, I've never had any reason to doubt its integrity of its deliberations or its final decisions, even if I disagreed with them. But that's not where I find myself now. What I have witnessed during the ordinance change proceedings cannot be denied, but as a dereliction of duty on the majority of the council. They have failed to debate or present to their constituents Holland's compelling government interest in burdening the rights of non-gay citizens. They have failed to debate or present to their constituents any existence of systemic hate, denied services, or lost jobs based solely on sexual orientation or identity. They have failed to debate or to present to their constituents the dangers of targeted reverse discrimination, because to do so would force them to admit an invalidation of this entire process. They have failed to debate or present to their constituents how they would fulfill their responsibility to protect the conscience rights of those except under the very limited category of religion. They have failed to debate or present to their constituents how the council justifies its actions, which are living in the past and attempting to legislate from there. They have failed to debate or present to their constituents how the city is to avoid spiritual profiling and apartheid, or how it plans to deal with such things as rental squatting based on the weaponization of one's sexuality. As the majority has demonstrated, religion is then expected to evolve with the serf, or be compartmentalized and naturalized so that its only value is as a suggestion rather than being definitive in real lives of real people. It's a matter of individual backwardness. Based on these facts, the council has no right but to table this proposition. And I quote what you have rejected. Government shall not substantially burden a person's exercise of religion to include ownership or operations of public or private businesses or nonprofits, even if the burden results from the rule of general applicability. Government may substantially burden a person's exercise of religion only in the furtherance of a compelling government interest and in the least restrictive means. This council has no right to pass this proposal. It must be
Mr. Mayor, that's 5 minutes.
Thank you, Bob. Is there anyone else here who would like to address council? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Heather Sorbins. I live at 671 Myrtle Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to speak after such a long time. I just wanted to come before you as a mom of 6 kids, raising my kids in this wonderful city. I feel it's a privilege to have lived in this city and raise my kids here. I homeschool my kids, and I consider that a privilege also because I have used it as an opportunity to disciple them in the truth and the word of the Lord. I believe that's the ultimate and absolute truth, and I will teach my kids about the Bible, and I appreciate this country for the freedom to do so. And therefore, I'm asking you, please do not pass this ordinance. We already have laws against discrimination. We don't need special laws. And I'm basing this on the fact that God created us male and female. This is truth. It's an objective fact. It can be determined by chromosomes. We don't need to recreate something that God created in a perfect way. He created us in his image, male and female. And we as a community need to stand for this truth. It has not changed. It will not change. God's word will stand forever, and we need to defend it even in this wonderful city that I'm privileged to raise my kids and be a part of this community. So I'm asking you again, please do not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Is there anyone else who would like to address council? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Emma Peters, 125 West 11th Street. As many of you know, I'm Councilman Jay Peters' daughter, and I'm sure you can guess where I stand on the issue of the non-discrimination ordinance. I am in full support, and I believe this ordinance should have been passed long ago, but I'm very happy to see the support around the issue this time around, and I sincerely hope that the non-discrimination ordinance with all of the inclusive language is passed tonight. I just wanted to submit some of my own thoughts for your consideration. I'm 24, and I moved away from Holland 2 years ago. My best friends from high school, several of whom are part of the LGBTQ community, have all moved away as well, to New York, to Chicago, to Grand Rapids, to St. Louis, to San Francisco. I don't think this is particularly uncommon since many people in their 20s move away from their hometowns to pursue careers and experience city life. But the important question here is, will we ever come back? I think we are all in agreement that Holland is a special place. We're lakeside, we have heated sidewalks, we celebrate tulip time. When I describe Holland to people who have never been, it sounds like a dreamscape. It's a safe, interesting, and vibrant place to raise a family if your family looks a certain way. Many of my friends, though they love Holland as much as I do, would have a hard time imagining raising a family here. They are some of the most intelligent, creative, kind-hearted, and engaged, community-minded individuals I have in my life, and they also happen to be gay. And it would be a loss for Holland if we sent them off after high school and college to these more accepting towns, and they never came back because they don't feel welcome here. Even for someone like me who isn't directly part of the LGBTQ community, the passing of this ordinance will speak volumes to the kind of community Holland will become in the future. I cherish the childhood I had on these streets, in these parks, and at these schools. But now, as social issues have come to the forefront of our collective consciousness, I don't know if I could stomach raising my own child in a community where some members aren't given the same protection as others. Quite honestly, I've been disappointed in this community already because this issue has been so voraciously argued when it's really about basic human rights. Can you imagine your humanity being debated again and again, being argued about by your city officials week after week and by the community members? This discussion alone, while unfortunately necessary, has already wounded many in this community. So it's time for you to show them that you have listened and you care and you have their backs. This has been a long night for everyone, and I thank you all for being here and listening. And I thank you for your compassion as you think about this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emma. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Sarah Van Tongeren, 27 West 25th Street. On December 18th of last year, a group of people gathered here, right here, and asked council to provide protections for your citizens and workers. We could not have imagined that it would lead us here to tonight, in the middle of a pandemic where we can't all be together in one room. And the people of us that are here are wearing masks. The world seems almost a different place than it did 8 months ago. Almost as if we as a society are more aware of systemic pain and suffering. People are beginning to notice what has been among us well before this pandemic: inequality, injustice, and people's lives being considered less than other people's lives for things far beyond their control. And yet here we are today, where you as a council get to actually do something about this, here in the midst of it all. Can you imagine that? You have sat through all public comments, spanning many months, hearing all of us. You have read all the public comments submitted over email about this, and I imagine that you must have experienced all sorts of thoughts and feelings on this. I know I did. I know my clients have. This has exposed in some ways what many LGBTQ people have feared. Some people in Holland do not want to offer them basic human rights, and in fact, they want to amend an ordinance to forget them completely. But they've also realized some other things. People actually want them here. They're deeply wanted. They're loved. This has outweighed the fact that they've been called human traffickers, that they've been told that they are morally inferior, and it has in fact outweighed the fact that it has been insinuated that children should be afraid of them. This deeply loved and deeply wanted, that they are seen and they are valued, speaks to the fact that Holland is changing from where it was 9 years ago. Tonight, you are impacting the next generation of Hollanders. A decision to pass the ordinance as it is will have a profound impact on the lives of your citizens in a positive way. I want you to imagine that. When we live together, we actually get a chance to know one another, to learn one another. As I've sat and listened to you all thoughtfully consider so many different projects over the past months, I have learned deeply from you. And in fact, Mr. Byrd, when you were discussing the 36th Street property, you said, sometimes we can look at things from the negative light, and we can discount all the positive that can come out of it. Let me share with you some of the positive things that can come out of a vote in favor of the ordinance as it was written, without any amendments. Employees can just be employees. They can focus on their job. They don't have to worry about being fired. Business owners can just be business owners. They can worry about hiring the people that are good for the job. Jobs may expand here. Families will be built here. Businesses may come here. Young, talented people may stay here. We actually maybe get to be in full community with each other. All of us who already live here. This is a rich and full community life that I'm describing. Our LGBTQ neighbors are in this community, often hiding in fear. But by you voting yes tonight for the ordinance and no for the amendment, you have the chance to actually welcome them. To actually set the precedent for our city for generations to come, and to say, this is who Holland is. And we are beautifully diverse. And we are a community where we all get to live and work and enjoy the life here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Is there anyone else who would like to address council? And would you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Jen Adams. I serve at Grace Episcopal Church, 555 Michigan Avenue. I'm chair of the board at Out on the Lakeshore, 451 Columbia. Mayor Box and members of council, thank you for your thorough and very thoughtful approach to this ordinance. I'm here again to speak strongly in favor of your passing it in full. First, I'd like to highlight a portion of a letter of support submitted to public comment this week by 71 local faith leaders, available in full online. Quote, "We grieve language, comments, and misrepresentations that dishonestly mischaracterize any group of people included in this ordinance as violent or dangerous or unfaithful. Frankly, those misperceptions are part of why we believe Holland needs to adopt this ordinance in full. As faith leaders, we see no threat in the passing of this NDO, and in fact, just the opposite. We believe that its adoption will enhance the common life we share with a broad range of citizens in this city. We, as faith leaders, ask you who are civic leaders to adopt this NDO with confidence and trust, doing your part to make Holland a place where all kinds of people can truly thrive together." End quote. As you reference voices of faith tonight, please remember that 71 local faith leaders from 8 different denominations, including RCA, CRC, Episcopal, United Methodist, ELCA, Lutheran, UCC, Quaker, and some non-denominationally affiliated folks are encouraging you to support this NDO in full. Second, I want to address what has been said regarding trans women over the past few weeks and hours. It has been horrifying to hear this completely unwarranted stoking of fears, in particular with regard to the use of restrooms. Violence against women is an issue in our community, our culture, our world. That reality is worthy of conversation and intervention. In fact, the sudden attention to women and girls' safety and health is heartening. But transgendered people aren't the ones committing those crimes. And to place responsibility on them is more than unfair. The truth is that fatal violence disproportionately affects them, trans women, and even more so trans women of color. Already in 2020, the number of transgender or gender nonconforming people who have been killed by violent means has passed the numbers for 2019 in its entirety. So it's okay to disagree on inclusion or to not understand someone who is other to you, but it is unconscionable to stoke fears that target a group of people who are themselves actual victims of widespread hatred and violence. As you consider your vote tonight, please look past fears that are unfairly and even sometimes tragically misplaced. Finally, a quick story. One that happened at Grace. Bob, you and I overlap in this story because it is about me and Ralph, who I know was a dear friend of yours. I told you I was going to mention him tonight. Ralph and I also disagreed publicly and passionately on many things over the years. But besides speaking and writing on various issues, Ralph also faithfully and very generously played the bugle at memorial services for veterans. And as priest, I have presided at many of those services. And so one day, Ralph and I met in that kind of place. I was actually surprised when Ralph walked into the entryway at Grace. I wasn't afraid, but I was cautious. He was in full uniform, and so was I. Fully vested, robes and all. And at first it felt like sort of a standoff, because that's all Ralph and I have ever done. That day I had my Book of Common Prayer in hand at the ready. He had his bugle by his side. Who would toss or fling the first verse? Would I need to use my prayer book as a shield? None of that happened. In fact, we just smiled, acknowledged one another, nodded in recognition. I processed in. And then, much to my humbling surprise, he took a seat in one of our pews, and he prayed with us through the entire service. I led us in prayers, readings, blessings, and a Eucharistic meal. And just after the commendation, Ralph led us by playing taps, a moment in which a day is done and a new day with faith and hope and thanks begins. It turned out to be a beautiful day, one that repeated itself several times.
Mr. Mayor, that's
We
5
weren't
minutes.
such a bad team.
I'm sorry, Jen, your time has expired.
I encourage you to do your part as we all do ours.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to address council at this time? Seeing none, I will close the public comment period. Council, we have a motion and we have an amendment before us. According to the rules of parliamentary procedure, we deal with the amendment first. And that amendment, let me go back in my notes here. I want to make sure that we all know what it is. It is to remove 3 terms from the ordinance: sexual orientation, gender expression, and gender identity, but leaving sex or gender any place that those appear. Am I stating that correctly, Mr. Corbin? All right. Comments from council on the amendment?
I think I might go first since I was the one who made the amendment. Right?
Fire away,
I made
Mr.
the
Corbin.
motion for the amendment. So, thank you to everyone who's attended this evening and provided public comment, both in the audience here, outside, online, providing written statements to the council. I think it's very beneficiary to all of us to listen and hear one another and not talk past one another. And from tonight, oftentimes I hear us talking past one another. To my dismay, many of you spoke tonight, and you spoke about one issue, the LGBTQ plus issue. And this is an anti-discrimination ordinance. This is not an LGBTQ plus ordinance. It disappoints me because we added disabilities to this that wasn't in our original ordinances. I grew up with a brother with a disability, Down syndrome. Lost him a year and a half ago. Very precious to me. I can tell you the discrimination that occurs for people with disabilities is unconscionable. It's not acceptable. And if those people out there with a different sexual orientation has the same feelings, I really empathize with them. I have empathy for what they may be feeling or going through. Many of you know I'm not bashful. I'm pretty vocal when it comes to things like structure of an ordinance. And that's why I made this amendment. I believe we currently have law, both state and federal law, and recent law, that provides the protection under sex or gender. We've stated that earlier on today, earlier on this evening, by the questions I presented to our attorney. And he assured us that those areas are considered or are also included in both state and federal law. Now, the descriptions under the law, I feel in this ordinance, or at least this ordinance, is somewhat redundant. Again, why I made the ordinance or the amendment. I believe it does elevate one group over another. We need to make sure everyone receives equal protection under the law. There's no one that has a higher piece of, or should have a larger piece of the pie, per the analogy given by my colleague next to me only a few weeks ago. My colleagues might also state that it takes away the ambiguity because it's only been recently interpreted by federal law, where other groups have long-standing historical interpretation. I would argue not many cases have addressed the issue of height, weight, source of income, education, familiar status. But we don't provide extended definitions for any of those. We don't really provide extended definitions for religion either, an issue that is very much a concern for many people in the room tonight. So we should leave sex as it is, not to be too specific. There are many loose interpretations of the language before us tonight, as well as the courts. The word sex is defined under federal court cases. Ordinance will remain relevant and provide adequate protection for everyone come in the future when other case law is litigated. So I want everyone to think about this. It's already state law. It's already federal law. We're arguing something that is already there. It's already in existence. All we're doing is ratifying at a local level and supporting what the federal and state law says. We're not trying to discriminate. We're not trying to take any rights away from anyone. We want to make equal protection for everyone, and that's what this is about tonight. So I'm dead fast at trying to come up with a structure that is specific enough, but also eliminates this division that we have in our city over this issue. So that's why I'm making the motion to amend it, because I believe that gender, under the footnotes of the sample policy, states clearly that it is included, or these other three definitions are included, and that sex also is deliberated at the state level and the federal level to include it as well. So I hope my colleagues understand my reasoning by this. I hope they would support it. I think by supporting it, we could get all of us on this board to agree to a specific piece of language that benefits us all in this community. And it makes us all stronger going forward. I yield my time.
Thank you, Scott. Other comments from council?
So you are saying just leave the word sex in, take out the gender identity?
We would leave in gender, we would leave in the word gender and sex, because under the footnotes, there's clarity that gender includes the three that we're speaking of.
In the scientific community, gender identity, for one thing, is a generally accepted construct. So it's an actual item that exists. It's not just a subset or another word for sex. So I would argue that these words be left in there.
Other comments? Yeah, Mike.
If nobody else is going to. I supported the amendment because I feel as strongly as Scott does, and I'm just a tad bit confused. And I know half of the people are shutting me off right now. Half of the people on this dais are shutting me off right now because they want to get this done. But I'm hoping you're listening with an open mind, as I have been for the last 9 years, and more specifically, these last 6 months. Let me back up here just a tad bit. 9 years ago was an entirely different situation. Ms. Adams, I know you were there. The hate, the vitriol that was coming from some of the groups at those was just absolutely discouraging. And I believe the first time that this group came to us back in December, I went up to Ms. Adams and said, this is what we should have had 9 years ago. This civil conversation, this coming of understanding, and not the accusatory, and I don't want to relive that, and I'm thanking heaven that we didn't have to. I am just a tad bit concerned, though, with a couple of things that came over and over and over again tonight. there was talk about implicit bias. Well, part of, and we're all human, we're all gonna have it. And whether we want to believe it or not, we do it on a regular basis. Part of that showed through tonight. If I don't agree with you, you're absolutely wrong. I heard that a number of times, and on both sides of the fence. You know, it's there. When I read this language, we were looking for some definitions, and I plotted so many notes here, I can't even put them together anymore, but I was confused by the gender identity. We're looking for something that gives us very specific reasoning, and in and of itself, an individual's internal sense. I mean, that's been talked about, and there's, whether you want to agree with some of the situations that were out there, and I don't appreciate the scare tactics, I appreciate facts. But when you cannot put something, let me go back to the race. If somebody's black, somebody's black, right? I mean, it's pretty, it's kind of hard to argue that by visual. If somebody's whatever, you get my hint. You get where I'm going with this. There just seems to be a little bit of vagueness in some of these discussions, and I think that's what's not sitting well with me in with the way these definitions come down. And I think Scott's absolutely right. Folks, as you understood for the last 3.5 hours of discussion and many hours before, there are two sides to this thing. There's been people that said, Holland's ready. Okay, I'm great. We're having this discussion. You're absolutely correct. But is everybody on board? No way. Absolutely not. No matter what we do, and I've said it many times, there's two sides to every story. Somebody's not going to be happy. So, there is, and I will get back to my point in just a second, because it's 2 hours past my bedtime and my mind is wandering. What I want to bring out at this point is, no matter how the vote comes out tonight, there is recourse, and Ron talked about that recourse a number of weeks ago. That recourse is bringing this before the citizens of the city of Holland, if you feel strongly enough, good grief, strongly enough about it, no matter which way this comes out. I asked for that 9 years ago. And I'm asking for that again. If you feel strongly enough, we can't do it up here. You want to know how the citizens of Holland sit? Put it in front of them. I can't say anything more than that, no matter how this comes out. I'm not being biased here. I'm not telling you which way, but whatever it comes, if you are affected by it, you don't like it, you don't think we got enough out there, and I don't know how more we could have gone out and talked to people about it. Put it in front of the people. It's up to you then. Okay? Now, getting back to my point. Confused on gender identity. That's, again, that's what bothers me or has a little bit unsettling with me on leaving these in. Because there's way too much interpretation in there. And I'm sorry if people think I'm ignorant, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I gotta go with my gut. I gotta go with what I've got to explain to people. Yeah, some people have it all figured out because they're on one side of the, and yep, why are you so stupid, and why can't you just say, yeah, go ahead? But when there is a potential, and we talked a lot about theories, and we talked about a lot of what ifs, but if there's a potential out here that somebody is going to be able to take advantage of a situation or change at the drop of a hat because of whatever circumstances that they want to have toward their advantage, that's where I have a problem. The language is redundant, and yes, there are arguments on both sides. My interpretation, the language is redundant. We've got it covered. Scott's proposal there with leaving the sex and the gender where it is, with the Elliott Larson and everything else that's out there, we've got it covered. And I think personally, with the people that I've been talking to, you're going to get better acceptance around this city with those out of here. Just a fact of life. Whether you believe me or not, just a fact of life. Thank you, Mr.
Can I ask you and Scott as well a question? Because I want to make sure that I'm understanding completely where you're coming from with this. If I'm hearing both of you correctly, what you're saying is you are not opposed to providing protections for people based upon their sexual orientation, their gender expression, or perhaps their gender identity, but rather you believe that the term sex includes all three of those. Am I hearing that correctly?
If I may answer, Mr. Lawyer?
Yes.
The way you asked that question?
Yes.
In the cross-examination, I will say, and I've said it before, I don't believe in any discrimination, whatever shape that takes.
Your Honor, may I rephrase my question? Do you want to provide protections for people based on gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation?
I don't believe in discrimination, and that's what I'm trying to protect here. That's why I asked for this to come up. That's why we've had this discussion. And that's why staff did what they did. I've been very clear on that point right from the get-go.
And Mike, again, you and I have talked about this a lot. You and when one of the first things that you said is half of us are shutting you out. I'm not. I'm listening. I'm listening hard because I want to get this right for the community and for everybody in the community. And I also want to make sure that regardless of how the vote goes tonight, that the people of Holland have a clear understanding of what the 9 of us here are thinking. That it isn't just a gut reaction of they voted my way or they voted the other way, so they're good or evil, because that's not the case. And that's why I'm really probing here to make sure that people understand where you're coming from and what you're thinking on it.
We have to, and I've said this before, Mr. Mayor, that we've got 30,000 plus people here. And there's two sides to every story. And just because you don't happen to believe or you don't agree with this specific story doesn't mean that the rest of the world does. It doesn't mean that the rest of the city does. You may have a vocal minority and a silent majority, just the way the world works. But don't assume, and I'm not accusing you of, but don't assume that just because we passed this ordinance or just because this ordinance is passed that everybody's going to jump on the bandwagon.
Oh, I don't have any illusions of that whatsoever.
It's not going to.
Yeah, I don't have any, it's, as we said before, I don't believe that this is going to change hearts and minds.
You and I have had discussions on this. Philosophically, we may differ on some things, but I appreciate the process that we both brought to this, the input that we've had from the constituents around. I mean, in the process where we started this, that staff gave us these things. That's what you and I both agreed on.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you and I both wanted to bring to the table. And I've just answered Scott's question, so.
Well, I was just going to turn the other way. Scott, did I read that right, or?
Sure, but I would add that in the current ordinance, we don't break down religion to include Hindu, Buddhist, Baptist, Catholic, but yet we do when it comes to sex or gender. And what I'm proposing is leaving it sex and gender just like we're leaving it religion, just like we're leaving it people with disabilities. We don't say people with Down syndrome or people that are paraplegic, or we don't go into that great detail. Those are included in both the Elliott Larson, the interpretive law, as well as Supreme Court cases. So I think we're elevating, as mentioned in this room many times tonight, we're elevating one class or one group of people over all these other classes. And I think if we can put it in a box a little bit more so that we find more of a community acceptance for what we're passing here tonight, that doesn't mean that we're in any way not accepting those three definitions. So I'm just proposing that we clean it up a little bit more structurally. It will include those groups, certainly. And I think we'd find more acceptance. I agree with Mike. We'd probably find more acceptance on a community-wide level, let alone this board.
I think you and maybe a lot of people in this room are going to be surprised to hear me say this. I agree with you on everything you just said, except for one thing. Except for one thing. It's the word elevating. I see it as clarifying, because this is a relatively new interpretation of the term sex. I've had parts of the recent Supreme Court decision, Bostock versus Clayton County, in front of me. And when I saw that case came out, the way that the court explained it was elegant. And I agree that the way that the court explained it includes those things. And we had a conversation on this some months ago. What I'm concerned about is that the people of Holland aren't reading Bostock versus Clayton County the way you and I may have been reading Bostock versus Clayton County. And we not only have an obligation to create an ordinance that is look, it's getting really late. My brain's not working as well as I should either. As streamlined as possible, for lack of a better word to come up with it, but one that provides clarity to our community. And as I've been mulling this over, because I had a feeling that a lot of this was coming up, and I was downtown early in the morning, and I looked around at the corner of 8th Street and River Avenue, and you know what I saw? A whole bunch of traffic signs, a whole bunch of them. Now, we all know that we all ought to drive safely. We all know that we ought to obey the speed limit. But you know what we do for the people of Holland? We remind them. We let them know what those rules are. And we're very clear about what's included and what's not included to the best that we possibly can be. Is this absolutely perfect language? I don't think it is, but we're never going to get perfect language on this. But I believe that it is better for the people of Holland. If our goal is to include protections for these communities, which I'm hearing you say that, and I think I'm hearing Mike say that as well. Mike didn't answer it as definitively as you did, but I'll give you that for now. I think we should say it. I think we should let the people in these communities know clearly that we want to protect them, and I think that we should let the people of Holland know when and where they would be potentially crossing a line. Because before Bostock versus Clayton County, I would not have thought sex included transgender and homosexual protection. I wouldn't have until the court said it.
The court had to interpret that.
Exactly.
It was a court decision. It was a case law that determined that. It wasn't defined anywhere else.
No.
So, but, you know, I've got a copy of an ordinance here that was passed in 2007 in a local jurisdiction around us, and I won't go into who it actually is, but they used the word sexual or sex and gender. Then they defined the two, but they just included the word gender and sex, and that was back in 2007. So, I mean, I think it's adequate to do such.
But it didn't mean in 2007 what it means in 2020, and it didn't mean in 2019 what it means in 2020.
And that's my point too. Things will change. Supreme Court will change its attitude toward any of these cases over time. There might be a change in how they interpret it. State law the same way. Maybe Elliott Larson or the Civil Rights Commission will change its attitude. So I believe that it would be adequate to put gender and sex as it would be more than adequate in the language, and that's just the way I feel about it. And that was the motion I made.
And I've got complete respect for that, and I'm going to just disagree with you on it. Yeah. Comments from other council members? Yes, Quincy.
I do believe we can make this better. You stated that we aren't going to get better, but I think with this wording that, in this amendment that Scott has proposed, I think we can do that. One of the things that, you know, there's this misconception that people who are voting, people who do not support this don't support the rights for this group of people. And that's not what I heard tonight. What I've heard tonight goes along in the same vein of they want these terminologies taken out. Now, there are some people who don't support this at all. And I want to make it very clear, as I have in the past, that I believe the field is level. Everyone, regardless of how they choose to live their life, the decisions that they make regarding their life, all deserve equality. Ron, I guess I would like to know, does sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity give more validity to the ordinance?
I don't think you could say it gives more validity to the ordinance, and here's why I say that. The Department of Civil Rights has indicated that these categories are included in the meaning of sex in the statute. The statute doesn't have these terms in it. The reason why the Department of Civil Rights enforces complaints or pursues complaints based on sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity is because they interpret the term sex to include those things. So I don't think that it gives any more validity with or without it. It gives some clarification, which is true. If at some point that interpretation of state law changes, then we would still have that language in our ordinance and still provide that protection, so it would have that impact. But as it stands right now, the Department of Civil Rights position is that these things are included in the term sex in the statute.
So having that in the ordinance and law changes, then again, we are to defend that, correct? Because at that point, we cannot push that back to the state.
If the legal interpretation of the Elliott-Larsen Civil Rights Act changes, then that would changes to say these are not included in protections under the Act. Then I don't believe the Department of Civil Rights would have the jurisdiction to enforce that. Does that answer the question?
A little bit. So then who would be liable to defend that then, if the state will not?
It really wouldn't be defending, but who would be responsible for pursuing violations? And
Okay,
that
who would be
the city.
responsible? Who
That
would be
the city.
responsible?
The city. But again, current law is that it's included. Will that change? It's anybody's guess. It seems unlikely when the Supreme Court has made that interpretation of federal law, but elections happen and different people get voted in. It could change.
Let me ask this then. In the last 20 years, how many times has it changed?
Probably once, because I don't think until the last couple of years it was considered to be part of that term. It was back in 2018, I believe, that the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals adopted the position that it's included in the federal term. That was what was just upheld by the Supreme Court. I want to say it's somewhere around the 2016 timeframe that the Department of Civil Rights, I'm not sure on that time frame, at least as far back as that, the Department of Civil Rights adopted that position. I say that because I think that was when they adopted this model ordinance. It was before the interpretive statement.
Okay. I, for one, am in support of the amendment. I stated that just a little bit ago, and I'm stating that again, that I am 100% in support of the ordinance, of the amendment to the ordinance.
Yes, Scott.
So I can just clarify, as I mentioned in the motion, was under section 25.1, which is the purpose of excluding those three words and including the other two, sex and gender. What that I also had said in 25-2, the definitions portion, right? And you said throughout the document, but is to do likewise. But we could very easily define the term sex, which includes, as written here, the sexual orientation and beyond. But also gender can also include gender expression, gender identity under the definitions page. I think it's a reasonable request, but again, it's up to my colleagues and what they decide.
Try that again.
As I've stated before, my motion was to amend or strike the words sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity under purpose. There's a small section underneath the definitions that repeats that you would also replace. But then you would just define the word gender and sex as part of the other definitions on page 1 and 2. That's all you'd be doing. And then you can elaborate to what gender and sex means at that point.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Ron. Are you putting that in the form of an amendment to your amendment to the original motion?
No, I guess I was just providing a little bit more clarification because you said throughout the document, which I agreed to, in the sense to make it a little easier to, I guess, streamline through the motion. But I think that helps explain what the intent was behind the motion.
So again, for clarification, including those terms in the definitions, but not in the purpose of the ordinance.
Not under the section 25.1 purpose and or 25.2 definitions in that first section that repeats itself. Basically, the purpose statement kind of repeats itself down under discrimination. I gotta keep doing it. Discrimination and discriminate or discriminate shall mean the following. It's just replace that with gender and
So not including sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity anywhere within the ordinance itself, even in the definitions.
yeah, you look at the first and second page, and when you have the definitions of both sexual orientation, gender expression, gender identity, those still would be included, but it would be under the term sex or gender. What is gender? What is sex? And then those would be included if you want clarity.
Okay, and since parliamentary procedure, now that I have that clarification, I agree to your interpretation. Now that I understand what you're saying.
You are still seconding the motion to amend based on the clarification from Mr. Corbin.
There you go.
All right. Any other comments from council?
Yeah, if I could.
Yes, Quincy. Roll.
I guess just to get you in my head a little bit. So I've been in quite a number of conversations around race as of late that frankly have been a little exhausting. But one of the things that I've come to realize, or I'm coming to recognize, I think, over the course of the last few months, right, as these conversations have become a lot more prevalent, urgent, and you really can't ignore them, like maybe some folks could before. But I've come to realize about myself that I guess I didn't realize this piece, but that generally, you know, I trust people until they give me a reason not to trust them. And I have kind of this bias to believe the best and always hope the best. And that's just my default. And in fact, even when people give me a reason not to trust them, you know, I find all this rationale as to why it could have been this or that instead of what actually took place. And it's kind of caused me to be a little blind and naive maybe about some of the interactions that I've had, you know, in my coming up on 30 years as a Holland resident. Some things that probably have been a little bit more colored by race interactions, maybe. And I guess in recognizing that, I'm choosing to be a little less quiet and confident, and maybe just willing to say some of the hard things. And so as we've had this conversation, that I think this topic, I mean, I've definitely found myself wrestling and coming to some other realizations, about myself, both for and against. And, I think it is a clashing in a lot of ways, just based on some of the comments in this room, a clashing of ideals, and some of the ways that we end up interpreting this ordinance, I think, has everything to do with where we stand on our ideals and how we define terms and all of that. But I'm choosing, and I'm trying to do as best as I can. I mean, a lot of things go into this. As a person of faith, I have prayed extensively. I've invited the Holy Spirit to guide me, because I want this to be honoring, and I want this to be right and just. So it hasn't been lightly, right? But I've done my best to look at this objectively, look at it for what it states, and not to kind of, I guess, support a little bit of some of the ideas that have already been proposed, and to say, I think I said this a few weeks back, that I understood where Scott was coming with some of his thinking, and that's still somewhat of the case. And so let me, there's a lot of notes everywhere, right? A lot of comments taking place. So I'm not even sure where I wrote everything, but a couple of things that were mentioned that I think are important to address is this whole idea of preeminence, or elevating this group, a certain group over the other. And I think this idea, you're right, to Scott's point, this isn't solely, an ordinance that's seeking to protect or add just the language of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Like this, we've added a few more things. I mean, we've tried to be a bit more broad and all-encompassing. So it is a little bit more, it is broader than that, right? The issue isn't just that isolated, those isolated terms, although that has been the most pressing matter for people to speak in favor of or against. So I recognize that as well. But I wonder if, kind of what Scott's already been getting to, what makes it feel. I don't believe that the language gives the LGBTQ priority. I don't believe that the ordinance says that or puts it in that way. But I do think that for somebody who isn't into ordinance language, legal jargon, all this stuff, I think for them reading this and seeing that it's only those three definitions that are defined, for them to read. Otherwise, they have to go and reference the Elliott Larson and the Disabilities Act, right? Like it's not explicitly there. It makes it feel like, all right, like we're making sure that these guys, that we know, right? And I understand clarifying the definitions for the sake of, all the public. We need to know kind of what we're dealing with. But I wonder if we should have all of them defined or none of them defined, right, where it is covered under sex, and then have sex defined or have gender. So I'm not saying necessarily that I entirely agree that it should be just sex and just gender, but I do think that we do need to address some of that, inconsistency. It feels a little inconsistent in terms of kind of what we're highlighting, at least in the language, that not in the language, but the amount of verbiage that's explicit, as opposed to generally. Yes, people. We're saying that the definitions that we're using are terms defined in the Elliott Larson, but that is an extra step, right? An extra. We're trying to make this ordinance local, so that people feel like at the local level they have a place that they can confidently feel acknowledged and know what is protected. And so if they're coming to a local level, they're still going back to the state for the interpretations. So why not put it in our ordinance if we're going to put it in our ordinance? If not, then let's keep it general, if that makes sense. So it has nothing to do with whether or not to protect the LGBTQ and provide those protections and provisions, because I think that's the furthest thing from the truth. And I would dare to say that all 9 of us here want to see all of our citizens, all of our residents, even those who are not citizens, but reside here and make a living here, to be able to do so freely and justly. So that's, with that current amendment, I guess we'd take it to a vote. But I think some of my thinking, could add different details. I'm not going to amend this amendment. But that's kind of where
Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of where my head's at. I think it could get a little complicated, and it is late. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it right.
Jay?
You know, I think the state probably took a lot of time and legal thought into preparing what they've done, and I appreciate the city manager and our city attorney saying our best bet would be to just kind of go with that wording, because that's what's going to be probably used and benchmarked in some things. I also think that changing it now, knowing that so many other cities have done it with the wording that we originally talked about, I just don't want to have this be well, that's Holland being Holland, making a statement that, well, yeah, we want to be welcoming, but yeah, we're taking a few things off the table just because, well, Holland's Holland. We do have a reputation. I heard it loud and clear. I also heard some professionals talking about the need for this language. It's a relatively new societal terminology that isn't in everybody's vocabulary. So I would not support this amendment. I think I like it the way it is. I'd like to move it along and get on with our lives.
Anyone else? Yes, Lynn?
Yeah, I would also agree, based on the comments we've heard over the past several weeks, goodness, for the past 6 months, that the definitions are necessary because there's misinformation. And so I think that, and I said this before a week ago, that it removes the ambiguity around the definitions that are, I think, not common. There's not a common understanding of them. And I was looking at I also was looking at the model ordinance earlier this week, and I noted that bit that you brought up, Scott, and actually the second part of that footnote says that it's not entirely clear whether all gender expression will be seen as included, and because the goal of this legislation is not to catch people discriminating, but to provide them with clear and sufficient notice to prevent it. So I think that second part of that footnote is really important. And when I look at the three together, it paints these definitions paint a picture. Identity, who you are; expression, how you present yourself; sexual orientation, who you're attracted to. I had a conversation with a woman today who felt that heterosexuals were not included in sexual orientation and that they were being discriminated against, and that's simply not true. That sexual orientation includes heterosexuals. So even that conversation made clear to me that needed to be there. So I also would not support removing the definitions.
Anyone else? Kathy, would you please call the roll on the amendment to the ordinance?
Aronshorst?
No.
Corbin?
Yes.
Hoekstra?
No.
Raymond?
No.
Byrd?
Yes.
Peters?
No.
Garcia?
Yes.
Trethewey?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
No.
4 yes, 5 no.
Motion fails. We are on to the original motion on the original ordinance language. Discussion by council. Yes, Jay.
Well, one of a few of us up here who've been through this kind of meeting twice. I was planning on letting my vote do the talking, but I wanted to address some questions that I heard from people that made some interesting, legitimate concerns. Has the city known about this? Have enough people heard about it? Does the community know we're having this discussion? I am comfortable that we have heard enough from the community. 300 letters in our email. I listen to WHDC when I shave in the morning, the topic of great discussion. Plus knowing that 10 years ago, we had a Human Relations Commission that spent 1 year, public meetings, hours and hours of deliberation, being on the cover of the Holland Sentinel every time they had a meeting, and coming back to this group 10 years ago with a unanimous decision that we should, in fact, take this action that we're talking about taking it tonight. I think the community is covered. I'm comfortable with the language that's being proposed in the ordinance. We just talked about that. I think this ordinance aligns with council's #1 priority this year to understand diversity, equity, and inclusion, that we as a group have said that's our #1 thing. I'm assuming this is part of that discussion. I think that it aligns with our adopted governance policy that lists all our constituencies, that we owe health, safety, and welfare, and LGBTQ is included in that document. I remain amazed at the spectrum of thought that exists within our community's churches. I think there's 190 churches roughly in the greater city of Holland. And look at the diversity of thought we have on that. And to think there's any kind of common ground that can help drive a decision or a thought process from the faith community, I think would be very dangerous. Some of the harshest terminology I hear about just almost hatred can come from some of our faith community, and it's disturbing to me. I do not agree with the assumption that religious rights for some will be lost with this ordinance. I can't even make that argument. I'm uncomfortable with the fear that exists with children and families, and I'm thinking back in 1964 when we passed the Civil Rights Act. What kind of fear was going through our communities with the fact we might have to share our restrooms with the African American community, the drugs, all that could come with that. I think we just have to mature into this decision like we did then. After some of the comments tonight, I don't need any more convincing that we need this audience. Just listen to some of the members in our community who voice these opinions. Holland is a welcoming place. It's a loving place. I'm convinced the vast majority of this town, you want to put it up for a vote? I don't want to go through that, but I would bet the farm that it would pass overwhelmingly. So the only other thing that gives me, I guess, to feel like I have the right to make this decision is this building we're sitting in has no steeple. And I think it's one of the only buildings in town that we can honestly sit back and say, everybody's included. Everybody. It's pretty simple stuff. Constitution, across the board. We've been here, we've been talking about this for a long time. I will very gladly support this, not just for this community today, but when we think about the next 10 years, the generations, that lovely little girl that spoke last at the microphone, I listen to their friends all the time. This is their generation. This is their thing. A lot of us are going to be dead in 10 and 20 years. This is the future here. This is where we're rolling. And well, I do appreciate the aspect of faith that things can't change, or we have certain ways, there are certain traditions. There is some of that. But we learn a lot. Science has taken us a long way down the road. We used to think the Earth was the center of the universe. So, I look forward to supporting this again, and really would encourage all of us. It would be a wonderful thing. I think it would say a wonderful thing about this community, about the leadership of Holland, to join the other cities in this state and across the nation that are slowly, some faster than others, taking on to the fact that this is the direction we need to go in. Thanks.
Anyone else? Brother Dave.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a word of thanks to a couple of folks here. First of all, to all of those who have shared their opinion, even though it's, oh my God, is that late? Oh, never mind. It's pretty late. The fact that you've all taken the time to send in emails and to come here and to speak to us is important to the process. It certainly has been helpful to me just to try to understand the breadth of perception on this issue. I'm grateful to my colleagues for making it through this rather honest and robust discussion, and I think we've honored our culture of discourse without dissension. So I'm grateful to all of you for that. To our city manager and city attorney for providing us with the information and options to weed through and make the sausage, as we like to say. It took a lot of time and effort, and some pointed questions you had to deal with. So you did that in a stellar manner, I think. So I'm grateful to both of you for that. And to the rest of our staff for making this whole episode and experience as available to the public and as transparent as we could be in these times. We've tried to do that. We've tried to include the public as best we could. And that's due in no small part to our staff and allowing us to stream meetings and provide audio and all of that stuff. I had a bunch of stuff to say, but I really don't feel like saying a lot of it anymore because of the time and because of the great comments that my colleagues have made here. I find it interesting, after listening to the comments tonight, that we use the same words, but we mean a lot of different things in those same words. We talk about love. One would get the impression maybe that some love is qualified and some isn't. We talk about acceptance, and it's okay, but is it equally? Do we experience equal acceptance? We talk about God. Seems there's a possibility there's several iterations of God in the universe. By listening to people talk, we talk about justice. And justice is good, but make sure nobody else gets more justice than I get. It's okay to have opinions and things, and it's okay to talk about personal rights and personal freedoms. But I think when our personal views and those things that we talk about that are important, when they become myopic, I think we run the risk of eroding our sense of community and our capacity for compassion. If we can place an equal value on what's good for the other as we do on what's good for me, I think we're in a position to move from being a good community to being a great community. And I think Holland has the capacity to be a great community. I think you are good people. It might be hard to digest that by listening to some comments, but those comments aside, I think basically we are a good people. We rally around each other, whether it's in times of disaster or weird times like we're in right now, or just business as usual. People step forward and they help out. We have the capacity to be great. We just need to muster the will. So I just want to close with this one thought, and I'll shut up. In a few moments, if we pass this measure, and personally I hope that, indeed I pray that we do, it shouldn't mean a win for one side and a loss for another. We should view it as a step closer to realizing equity and inclusion for all in its broadest sense. And I sincerely believe that that serves us all very well. So I'm ready to vote and go home. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else? Roll.
So I might be speaking out of the other end now, a little bit. But there's a lot of comments, so many comments that I wish I hadn't heard tonight. But but I think one in particular that I wanted to address is this idea that all people have had the same protections, under the Constitution. And while that may be correct, I think the definitions, the need for definitions, all of the advancements, all the work that's taken place in the arena of civil rights, wouldn't have been necessary if it had been clear from the onset. All right, and so the fact that we're having this discussion, and rightfully so, is because things do need to be defined. I mean, we need to name things, and so and I'm glad that this conversation was brought on when you brought it on, because it needed to be had. And so I'm looking forward, and I guess to just put it to a vote here in a bit. But I do have one question that, Ron, if you could just kind of clarify, and this actually is not targeted towards transgender or really towards LGBTQ, although tonight they've kind of been targeted right in this scenario. But in the space of bathrooms and the whole locker rooms conversation, I probably feel like the bigger threat, right, is the heterosexual, who is posing, as something other, so that he can have some privileges into a space that he otherwise shouldn't, right? So that's the issue. But what kind of risk is that really? I mean, with the language that we're looking at, with what's in this ordinance, what does that mean? Like, what is that scenario?
I think that issue is and by that issue, I think what you're talking about is say a guy says, I identify as a woman and I'm going to use the women's restroom. I think that risk is a bit of an unknown at this point, because I don't think there's any uniform view as to whether limits on that would necessarily be a violation of the statutes or this ordinance there. I've heard a lot of people talk both ways on that. So that is something that is open for interpretation. That is one thing specifically that the Supreme Court said they're not deciding in their recent case, issues over bathrooms or locker rooms and such. And so that's left for future determination.
Ron?
Thank you.
Keith.
At risk of stepping into a conversation, but I think it says in the charter I get to participate in conversations sometime. I'm going to rephrase that. I'm going to play mayor, lawyer a second here. Ron, is there anything in the ordinance as it's written that would say that any organization would need to allow someone that we're saying that they're being discriminated against if they would not allow someone to use a different bathroom?
The answer to that is it's simply not I don't think there's a set determination on that. But I think that the other part of the answer to that is whether it is or it isn't changed by this ordinance. Because if it is a violation, if it is a problem of discrimination now, it's a violation of state law. If you adopt this ordinance, the terms are the same, so the issue is the same. So whether it is or isn't a discrimination issue, the answer is going to be the same today, tomorrow, next month. Again, assuming the state law interpretation doesn't change. But right now, it either is or isn't going to be interpreted as a violation under state law. And this language is going to be the same. It's going to be interpreted the same as state law.
So adopting this ordinance, Ron, or not adopting this ordinance doesn't change the still somewhat unclear answer to that question that will be defined either legislatively or by the court system at either the federal or the state level.
That's correct.
Would that be the same thing for athletics in schools?
That would be correct, yes.
And for clarity, and I think Mr. Corbin said this early on, what we're doing here is we're not expanding the law from where it is with the state. We're not expanding the law from where it is with the federal government. We're saying locally, we're affirming what the state and the federal government have already done.
That's correct.
Other questions, comments from council? Yes, Quincy.
No, I'll let her go.
Go ahead, Lynn.
I agree with Jay, and
Or
I
Nikki.
agree with Councilman Hoekstra. And I just want to express to Mike, we are listening, and I have said to you before, I appreciate, one time you said, it's easy for some of you, but not for me. And I appreciate your honest and open struggle in public to come to, to maybe change or at least think about it. Your vote may be the same, but you are, I feel you are honestly dealing with it and struggling with some maybe changed material. So we are, just know that we're listening. Mm-hmm.
Quincy?
Yes, there was something that was said, and so at the very beginning, I made it very clear that I wanted to make sure that Christians and Christian organizations were protected through this ordinance. There's been a lot of statements that Christians or Christian organizations would not be affected by this and that they would be protected. Just looking at things that have happened in our society in America, there have been people who have been fired because they've spoken about God, who have been suspended because they've spoken about God, predominantly in our education arena. All the way to coaches can't pray before or after games. And so for me, that's a big deal. And I'm going to repeat myself again. I do not believe that the LGBT community is less than. I do believe that the LGBT community should have access to every single right that every single one of us in this room have. That's undebatable. So I want to make that very clear, because I have been in opposition of some of the things on this ordinance, but I don't want that to get confused because I disagree. Because tonight and other nights, I've heard multiple times is, if you don't agree with this, then you are hating. And I've heard that from council, and I've heard that from the community as well. So I want to make that perfectly clear. So when you go back, there's no debating in your mind if I agree with that or not. But I want to make sure, as I stated just a little bit ago, that the Christian community is protected. And saying that, I actually would like to make an amendment to the exceptions in 25-4. And I would like it to, I think it would fit under B, that says to religious educational institution or an educational institution operated, supervised, or controlled by a religious institution or organization which limits admissions or gives preference to an application of the same religion. And the wording that I have for this is to tax also, and this would end up being C in what I have here, to tax exempt nonprofit corporations that is organized and operated solely or in part for religious purposes as applied to staff and employees as well as members of such establishments. So I guess I'm putting that out there as a motion.
you're,
If I put that at C, then that would move everything down. C would be
oh, I see,
D.
okay, so you're looking,
D-
you're talking about adding another section, not amending B. I'm just trying to.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So adding C, and then it moves C to become D and
Right.
renumbers them all the way down the line.
Sequential.
Can you
Read that again?
read that again? Because I was trying to plug that into B when I was listening to you the first time.
Yep. Exemption to a tax-exempt nonprofit corporation that is organized and operated solely or in part for religious purposes, as applied to staff and employees as well as members of such establishments.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll support it so I can hear the argument for
All right.
the amendment.
Thank you, Scott. Moved in support.
Yeah, can I ask a question then about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're to that point.
And this will go to the city attorney, because this is a concern that I had. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush.
No, that's all right. You're there.
Actually,
I didn't tell you you could
I
do it,
didn't
but you
mean to
knew you
rush.
could do it. Yeah.
So get out of the way. Around what Quincy's proposing here in terms of language, we had said before that religious institutions were protected under previous law, either federal or state, right? So
Right.
are we in a position here now where we're just sort of reiterating or adding another layer of definition? Not that I got anything against that. I don't want to get into that again, right? But how are you seeing the relationship between what we assumed before and what Quincy's suggesting here?
Well, this added exemption would be something that is not already included in B. It would be different than B. And so, to the extent that, and it might be broader than what's in 25-9B, which is another place where we mention the religious rights, the free exercise of religion. So it may give a little bit broader protection.
But I guess my question would be would the normal interpretation of, I don't know, where is it here? Just bear with me.
25-9B, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, thank you. Would the interpretation of that equal the intent of what Quincy's suggesting we add in?
I wouldn't think, you said, does B equal that intent?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say B includes what Councilman Byrd has indicated for his amendment. I think this would be on top of that, in addition to it.
So again, the hour's late, please bear with me. If I understand Quincy's suggestion, it's that tax exempt nonprofits or churches, I'm assuming that includes churches,
Correct.
or their employees or those who are members of those institutions would be exempt. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, I'm really sorry for that.
Quincy, could you read it again, please?
Exemption to a tax-exempt nonprofit corporation that is organized and operated solely or in part for religious purposes, as applied to staff and employees, as well as members of such establishment.
And Dave, I think your question is, does that go beyond the protections that are already provided by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 4 of the Michigan Constitution?
I was going to say that, but.
Yeah, so you're saying, does it broaden what's already there? Yeah, Scott?
So that would be my question to Mr. Byrd, Councilman Byrd. Are you talking something like Bibles from Mexico or some of those
Yes.
different?
So
They might have
let's,
affiliation, but they're independent of a church, potentially.
right. One of the examples that I was thinking of is if I own a nonprofit and I hire and fire based on biblical principles, if I have an individual who's worked for me and he becomes a drug addict, let's say, based on my biblical principles, I end up firing him, right? If I have another individual who decides they want to change their gender and dress as a opposite of their sex, then I want to make sure that they can also still, on biblical principles, be able to do that.
Yes, Scott?
Again, the question would be, are we talking about a religious institution
Yes,
with
or nonprofit.
tax exemption from,
It's not necessarily.
because of
religious
service, as
institution,
we've indicated in this
and this is
resolution or
organized
this ordinance,
solely
if
or
you're providing a public service, you're not exempt. Is that not correct? If you're providing a public service, you're not exempt. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that the answer to the question here on C would be that if we're comparing this to what would be exempt under state law or federal law, I'm sort of answering this without doing detailed research on it, but the way I would see it is because of the in part language in there, it probably goes beyond what's exempt under state or federal law. Now, that doesn't mean that it would allow someone to discriminate that can't otherwise discriminate. Because if they'd be prohibited from discriminating under state or federal law, and our exemption overlaps that, they're still prohibited from discriminating.
Lynn?
Ron, in E, it says religious institution or organization. Couldn't that be interpreted as a nonprofit, a religious organization?
You're looking at where?
B, 25 4B.
4B. That talks about a religious educational institution or an educational institution operated by a religious institution or organization.
Okay, sorry.
I think that it has to tie into educational.
Got it.
Either way, for B. Where C extends to others.
My only concern with that, Quincy, is that Keith and Ron were very careful, and we've been, I think, very careful along here to make sure that we're staying within the lines of state and federal law on this. And I'm very nervous about putting in something here that may be going beyond what's already there on the state and the federal level. So if Ron were to say, nope, that's part of what's covered under the First Amendment or Article 1, Section 4 of the Michigan Constitution, and as Mike said, be very careful, you guys, about saying you don't want to add additional clarity. I'm all for adding additional clarity if the interpretation of the city attorney is, yes, that is already covered under the First Amendment and Article 1, Section 4. And if we're providing additional clarity for folks so that they know that what they're doing is something that's covered under it, I don't have a problem with that. But I'd be really nervous about adding language that goes beyond what the First Amendment does and beyond what the Michigan Constitution does.
So what do you think goes beyond then?
I'm not sure, because this is the first time I've seen that language, and as Ron said, I haven't done any research on that language at all. What I would want to know before I was able to vote for something like that is to get the legal opinion that says that fits underneath with the interpretation of the First Amendment and Article 1 of the Michigan Constitution. And I don't know the answer to that. And that's what makes me nervous, because I think we've been deliberately careful. We've been careful.
I agree with that and understand that, but also, if we're going to, in my opinion, take those three terms out of sex, and we know those are already covered, then why wouldn't we do our due diligence to find out if this does fit?
I'm not arguing that at all.
Okay.
But what I'm also saying is, I could sit up here, I know, all day long and throw out potential examples of things and say, we can't vote on this ordinance until we know what the answer to this particular situation is. We'd never get an ordinance passed. And so, without knowing that, and I appreciate you saying that, and the first thing that comes to my mind when you said that was actually Habitat for Humanity, where I thought it's a nonprofit organization, it's religiously based. Would Habitat be covered under this or not? That's the example that popped into my head. But then if you said, well, Quincy started his own nonprofit organization, and was able to do it, but isn't necessarily it's partly a religious organization. Is that covered too? I don't know if we can answer that question or we'd ever be able to answer that question. And if we wait to vote on an ordinance before we answer all of those questions, we're never going to pass an ordinance. And it's very different than what we were saying about these exceptions, because what council has said to us is, no, that language is covered under the Constitution, under both state and federal law. We're not breaking new ground on state and federal law. What I'm worried about what you're saying is that we could be, and I don't want to vote for something that's going to be doing that.
Let me ask you this, Ron. Taking off the last part and putting to a tax-exempt nonprofit corporation that is organized and operated solely or in part for religious purposes, would that satisfy?
Yeah, again, that is something we'd have to research a little bit more. The biggest thing that I have concern with is the "or in part" language in there. But again, we'd really have to research that to know how that compares to federal and state law on discrimination.
Your Honor?
Yes, Dave.
We do have procedure in place that if we found it necessary to alter the language of this at a later point, we can do that.
Thank you.
So it is possible to move forward tonight, and after research or whatever, if we found that that was a necessary addition, we can fairly easily do that.
We can always amend the ordinance.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long would that take?
Well, I think I could have an answer back for the next meeting, okay, on that. And then you'd have to have a first reading and a second, then adoption of an amendment to the ordinance.
So Keith, about how long would that take if it was to go through and to amend the ordinance?
Do I dare give you one answer and two answers at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm not going to hold you right to it. Approximately. Is it going to be a couple of months, or is it going to be a year?
Well, by time that you would do a new ordinance and you'd have a first and a second reading, basically what you're looking at is, a month and a half. I will somewhat point out the obvious. It's 1:06 in the morning.
I know. I get up at 5:30 every day.
So basically what we're doing is you now are going to have multiple meetings where we're probably going to do what we just did probably 3 or 4 times again.
We're in it now.
Your Honor.
Yes, Scott.
Just a quick question, Ron. So when we talk about religious protections under the current written ordinance, the way it is written without the amendment, do you feel comfortable you could defend religious protections, or do you feel comfortable that religion is protected in regards to things like Habitat for Humanity, Bibles for Mexico, those institutions that are currently existing that operate under the pretext of a religious-based organization?
The exact details of how far exemption goes has not really been determined. And in fact, going back to the Supreme Court case in the Bostock case that came out just earlier, one of the comments that they made was that we're not making a decision about the religious exemption. Now, having said that, they've also made the decision in the Hobby Lobby case a couple of years ago now, I think it's been, where they considered the healthcare laws effect on someone's religious beliefs, the owner of the company's religious beliefs, and upheld their beliefs, protected their beliefs, I should say. And then just in probably a month ago now, they issued another case dealing with healthcare regulations and determining that it was appropriate to consider the religious beliefs of the organization, Little Sisters of something or other, I can't remember the full name. But considering it was appropriate for the federal department to consider the impact on that type of organization's religious beliefs in crafting exceptions to their ordinance. But that gets to be a really complicated issue, and I think before you make an amendment, it probably would be a good idea to look at that a little closer.
Yeah, I just feel that it's adequate, the way I read the religious protections in the ordinance, Councilman Byrd, that we probably have a level of confidence that we do have protection for religious liberties, so.
All right, procedurally, sorry to cut you off, Scott, but procedurally, we cannot vote on the main motion until this,
Correct.
unless it's withdrawn.
We don't.
You had his support.
We did have a support. Scott supported it. So
if Quincy, there is enough question, and if I can get my point out here, there is enough question on the validity, but I don't think there's enough question right now not to proceed with a vote on the main question. The fact that we can come back later, once Ron has the time to do the due diligence, come back and make his recommendation and say, at that point, then we can go in and within 30 days, technically, once he gives us that, we could potentially have that on the books or say, no, it's not worth it.
That sounds good.
Does that
All right.
sound reasonable to
Yep,
you?
that's reasonable.
Are you then withdrawing your motion?
Yep, I'll withdraw my motion.
All right,
Support.
great. All right, so we are back to the main question. Any other comments from council?
Yes.
Mr. Trethewey?
I feel I have to. Don't groan too loud. I will try to make it as brief as possible. First of all, first and foremost, and it's been said before, but Ron and Keith, you had an insurmountable task put before you that I laid out, seems like a long time ago. You two stepped up to the challenge. You did exactly what was asked. Save that one little point, and we'll give you a go on, or we'll give you a pass on that, because it was a good thing. A lot has happened over the last 9 years. You guys helped interpret and give us some recommendations. Recommendations, give us some ideas as to what to have, and it was up to the 9 of us to craft everything else. Thank you. And thank the rest of staff for filling in the gaps while these two were doing what they had to, because I know you guys, Esther's not here anymore, but I know there was some input from staff. Matt, I know you had some input on that. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. This is extremely difficult for me. I'm torn about 16 different ways.